George sat in the office, his eyes fixed on the phone call he had just hung up, Yuki's crying still echoing in his ears. She used to be a well-behaved sister who was high up in the family. But today she fell into the abyss and was abandoned by her family because of her choice to betray the family. He could clearly hear her cries for help, but there was no sympathy in his heart. You deserve it. He spat out these two words coldly, hung up the phone without hesitation, turned around, and continued to deal with the documents in his hands. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and his eyes became colder. Her pain is the ending I expect. Part 4. Ella, why are you doing this? No wonder George said that my sacrifice would end up like his before. Yes, it's true. I regret it. Ella was speechless. She could only feel sorry for Yuki silently. Yuki talked for a long time, and finally she called George. At this moment, she finally realized that George was her only support and the most trustworthy person. George, I was wrong. I was too selfish. I betrayed you to protect the Yi family. As a result, the Yi family decided to sacrifice me and force me to take the blame. I know that you are walking the same path as I did then. They are too biased and too unfair. Why am I so miserable? George, my brother, you are my knight. Save me again, please. George could hardly hold back his laughter as he listened to the crying on the phone. He had known that Yuki would end up like this. He listened to her story patiently, but sneered in his heart. To him, Yuki's suffering was exactly what he expected. What she said about for the Yi family was actually for herself, and she didn't want to lose her wealthy status at all. Half an hour later, George finally spoke up. You deserve it. Then he hung up the phone. What? Yuki was stunned, holding the phone with a look of disbelief. I thought George would comfort her and even help her, but I didn't expect him to be so cold. She burst into tears and couldn't stop crying. At this moment, she felt that the whole world had abandoned her. She didn't know where she went wrong. Perhaps she began to understand Lily's initial indifference, and her current mood was similar to hers. Late at night, Maria called. Yuki felt like she had grabbed a life-saving straw, and a glimmer of hope surged in her heart. Perhaps her mother could save her. But Maria persuaded her to take the blame. We are the ones who caused the problems with your second uncle. Please help your cousin. Your second uncle only has one child, but we have several. Mom, my cousin is a human being, and so am I. Why is it always me? Why me? Yuki was desperate, and her mood hit rock bottom. The mother who loved and respected her the most actually asked her to take the blame. No wonder David said that even though Maria married into the Yi family, her heart would always belong to her mother's family. Whenever something happens, the Leong family is her priority. A woman like this will never be happy no matter where she marries. Yuki, what tone are you using when you talk to me? Are you yelling at me? Maria said sternly. It's just 1 or 2 years in prison, not life imprisonment. Why are you so angry? You go if you want to go, I won't go. Yuki hung up the phone angrily. From then on, she no longer respected or loved Maria. For the next few days, Yuki stayed in her room, not meeting anyone and not going downstairs to eat. David and his friends were worried and knocked on the door to deliver food, but were rejected. They took turns to comfort her, but Yuki never responded. Angela watched all this and felt sad. She thought of Yuki when she was little, the well-behaved sister who always followed her around, the sister who once said that her older sister was the best. Unexpectedly, this sister who was once so well-behaved turned into a labor camp prisoner. At this time, Ella also put down her work, rushed home, and sat down to chat with Yuki for a long time. She did not persuade her to take the blame, because she understood that if it were her, she probably would not be able to bear it. George said you deserved it. How could he sympathize with you? He said long ago that we would all go to hell one by one. Lily was the first, and you were the second. Ella sobeth. Yeah, it really is jail time. Everyone gets their comeuppance. Yuki was absent-minded, with empty eyes. Besides, George told me that it was us who really got us to this point. If we were innocent, George couldn't do anything to us. Ella choked up and said, for example, Cousin Jingjing's car accident was not caused by George at all, but by herself. So, George is more like a judge. He judges our crimes. Second sister, go ahead and escape abroad. I'll help you make arrangements tonight. Yuki was stunned, staring at Ella, and finally fell silent. Ella knew that Yuki still couldn't let go, and the shackles of the Yi family were too heavy for her. She said nothing more, and after leaving the room, she called Maria, hoping she would change her mind. Okay, if Yuki doesn't want to go, then you go. Maria's cold answer silenced Ella's words. That night, Maria rushed back from the provincial capital, kicked open the door, and had a loud argument with Yuki. Angela and other family members didn't dare to get close and sat in the living room waiting anxiously. But they knew that the storm was coming. "Mom, didn't you say this wasn't forced? Why are you forcing me now? Are you forcing me to die? I'm your daughter." "Yuki, Mom knows you feel wronged, but there is nothing we can do. Your uncle did this to help us. We should have a conscience," Maria said eagerly. "Mom, stop pretending." Yuki interrupted abruptly, bursting with emotion. "You don't care about me at all. You only care about the rise of the Yi family. You have always wanted to deal with George. You are right. George did want to destroy us, but it's not his fault. It's our own fault." "Yuki, Mom knows you feel wronged, but there is nothing we can do. Your uncle did this to help us. We should have a conscience. If you want to blame someone, blame George." "Maria, do you think I don't know? You have always wanted to sacrifice me in exchange for the Leong family's help so that the Yi family can get through the difficulties. You only have the rise of the Yi group and hatred for George in your heart. Do you know that all of this was really caused by George? He did say that he would drag us into hell one by one. Yuxuan was the first, and I am the second." Maria was touched by Yuki's words. After thinking deeply, she found that she was not unreasonable. Both daughters were sent to prison, and George had destroyed everything she had, bit by bit. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She squeezed out her teeth and said, "I will never let that rebellious son go. Don't worry, my grandmother's family is already very angry. After this incident, he will definitely be left with nothing." "Shut up." Suddenly, Yuki burst into tears and interrupted Maria loudly. "It has nothing to do with George. He is not a devil at all. He is the lucky star of our family. Only when he is here, the Yi family will be stable and everything will be prosperous. If you drive him away, our family's luck will be gone. Don't deny it. Think about it. What happened to our family after George left? My eldest sister's mistress, my father's love debt, Yuxuan's drug abuse, and even me, which one of them was caused by George. All of this is our own fault." That loud shout shook the whole house. David, Angela, and others also heard it and were deeply shaken. "Yuki, you're talking nonsense. You're talking nonsense." Maria stared with her eyes wide open, and somewhere deep in her heart was deeply hurt by Yuki's words, and her emotions were extremely intense. Although she didn't admit it, she couldn't hide the real fear and suspicion in her heart. She believes in Buddhism and firmly believes in karma. George's existence seems to be the patron saint of the Yi family. Ever since he left, the Yi family has been unlucky and their luck has been getting worse and worse. But even so, she still refused to admit it, and she would never admit it. "I don't care about you. Do whatever you want." Maria was extremely angry and went back to her room. The next day, Yuki finally walked out of the room with a blank expression, like a puppet without a soul. "Second sister." Lucas saw her. He stood up immediately. Yuki said calmly, "I agree." This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, and everyone fell into a complicated mood, feeling both regretful and helpless. Yuki away. At the police station, she overturned her previous confession, and Leong Yi also tampered with the surveillance video to forge the footage of her driving. With the suppression of public opinion, Yuki was eventually forced to take the blame for Leong Jingjing. In court, the judge pronounced the sentence. Yuki, intentional homicide, causing major social impact by the decision of this court, suspended death sentence. This sentence was like a thunderbolt to Yuki's head. Her legs went limp and she could hardly stand. She almost lost all her strength. She has been well-behaved and kind-hearted since she was a child, and she never expected that one day she would face such a judgment. A suspended death sentence means that from then on she will be burdened with a heavy yoke that she cannot get rid of. That's our old teacher. How could this happen? Teacher Yi is actually the murderer. He killed so many people and was still so arrogant after getting off the car. He doesn't have any remorse at all. We always thought that Teacher Yi was a model teacher, gentle and kind, but we didn't expect that he was a hypocrite. Although public opinion was suppressed, the incident still attracted a lot of attention, especially Yuki's former students and colleagues, whose opinions changed drastically in an instant. Yuki couldn't sense their changes, but she could guess. Finally, she couldn't hold back her tears and burst into tears, with tears pouring out like a dam breaking. At this moment, her past flooded into her mind like a tide, and all the memories flashed quickly like a slideshow. George gave her as a birthday gift, the birthday when she first met George, the orphanage she left empty-handed. She felt guilty for the sake of the Yi family, but in the end she was ruthlessly abandoned by the Yi family. She felt increasingly sad. All this was too ironic and cruel. If she could do it all over again, perhaps she would leave the Yi family like George did and bid farewell to this cold family once and for all. When being taken away by the court police, Yuki saw a familiar figure. He is here. Of course, he came to examine her fate, George. As night falls, the Leong family is still bustling. Leong Jingjing finally returned home and was helped into the house by her family. There was a brazier at the door, symbolizing overcoming bad luck. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Leong Quan's face was filled with relief, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Grandfather. Leong Jingjing stepped over the brazier and threw herself into Leong Quan's arms, crying like a child again, and then hugged Leong Yi. She was obviously tortured and suffering. Eat, Jingjing, come and eat. Su Mingxia pulled Leong Jingjing to sit down with a distressed look on her face. The table was full of her favorite dishes. Leong Jingjing had been hungry for several days and couldn't wait to start wolfing down the food. Her family looked at her lovingly, their hearts filled with love. Angela, Ella, and Lucas sat aside with complicated expressions and full of sadness in their hearts. Yuki was put in prison, but Jingjing was treated so well. The difference in treatment made it difficult for them to calm down. No matter what, their surname is Yi, not Leong. After Leong Jingjing had eaten, she quickly took a shower and prepared to rest. The family members were still sitting in the living room, discussing their next plans. I.e., Jingjing's problem has finally been solved. Let her go abroad in a few days to relax and wait for the storm to pass. Leong Quan sighed and looked at Leong. As for Yuki, help her get a sentence reduction as soon as possible. Dad, I've already made arrangements. It shouldn't be a problem. It's expected to take 3 to 5 years. Leong Yi nodded, looking somewhat helpless. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. What about your work? Su Mingxia suddenly asked. Leong Yi frowned and said in a low voice, after this incident, my hope of promotion is almost gone. It's good enough to keep my original position. Besides, the parachuted teacher, who has a lot of resources and has formed his own team. When everyone heard this, they felt very sorry. Before, Leong Yi held absolute power in the provincial capital, but now even his position is in jeopardy. It's all George's fault. Leong Howren spoke angrily. Obviously, he knew something about George's methods. This George is even more powerful than we thought. Leong Quan picked up the thermos cup, took a sip of water, and said solemnly, at first I thought he was just so-so, but I didn't expect him to be so capable. Not only did he get himself off the hook, he also helped Tianqiang Group clear its grievances. He was silent for a moment, and then continued, if he can be used by the Leong family, then he will have great potential. Dad, you're right. He ruined the Jiang family and turned defeat into victory. It was really great. Leong Saijia also interjected. No matter what, they are relatives after all. Don't we have a chance to keep him? She has always put profit first, and when she saw that George had such great potential, she began to waver. Maria became anxious when she heard this. She didn't expect that her father and third sister would attach so much importance to George and seemed to be full of admiration for his abilities. Kali, George is my grandson after all. What's your relationship with him? Leong Quan suddenly asked, his eyes sharp. Maria had a ferocious look on her face and said in a cold voice, Dad, I don't have this son. I only hate him. I hate him to the bone. Leong Quan frowned and said, why did you and your son become enemies? Why did George want to deal with you and the Yi family? We didn't want to know before, but now there are so many things. Shouldn't it be explained clearly? If George hadn't demonstrated such ability, Leong Quan wouldn't have brought up the matter again. Maria angrily fought back. He is a rebellious son. He is a devil. Yushuan was imprisoned because of him, and so was Yuki. Last time he almost beat Xiaoshu to death. In short, he has done many bad things. Once we find out, he wants to kill us all. Leong Quan sighed and looked at Leong. You know this, right? Leong Yi hesitated for a moment, knowing that his father and Leong Saijia had already investigated George's affairs. He had no choice but to tell them everything. Everyone in the Leong family's faces changed drastically. They never imagined that George had suffered such inhuman abuse. Maria abandoned him when he was a child and allowed other children to bully him. This kind of abuse happened more than once or twice. Thinking of this, the Leong family felt complicated, especially since they had hoped that George would be sentenced to death before. Now they realized that they had been fooled by Maria, and they suddenly felt guilty. But no matter what, George's surname is Yi after all, and the blood flowing in his body is not from the Leong family. They were just surprised, not sympathetic. In a wealthy family, one more George is not too much, and one less is not too little either. Kylie, this is your fault. Su Mingxia couldn't help but blame. Mom, I'm not wrong. I'm in such a miserable situation now. My 2 daughters are in jail, my husband is divorcing me, and my family is going bankrupt, and you still blame me. Maria was so angry that she burst into tears. Su Mingxia sighed distressfully and stopped talking when she saw her crying. Liang Quan was silent for a moment, then sighed. Your second brother said that there is something hidden between you and George. Why don't you make it clear? If you speak it out, the misunderstanding will be resolved. Yes, Tsai, we are all family. The third sister Liang Caijia and several relatives advised. However, Liang Kaiyin and Liang Kaifeng did not say anything. Although they felt sympathy in their hearts, they still hated George deeply and did not want him to return to the family at all. Dad, I'm already miserable enough. Don't push me anymore. Maria still didn't tell what happened that year. At this time, Leong Yi interrupted and said, George wants to avenge Yhandong. Everyone knows about Yhandong, right? This rift can't be mended. When Yhandong was mentioned, everyone in the Liang family fell silent. They all knew that the root of George's hatred had already been planted, and it was impossible to make up for it. Besides, my subordinate Zhang Hongqi is dead, and my position is affected by George. How can I let this go so easily? Leong Yi's mood became increasingly heavy, and he no longer had any illusions about George. In my opinion, whether George comes back or not, we should wait and see how things develop. Ye's group has Xiaoxiu and Angela competing for the position of successor. Whoever has the best performance will take over. As for George, we must shut down his business and try to keep him from leaving Yuhai City. We must make trouble for him about Ye's seasonings, at least bankrupt him. Liang Yi said coldly, other businesses should also be banned, especially his technical backbone and water army. He gritted his teeth at the online trolls and was obviously dissatisfied. Yhandong still left behind a legacy, several of which are very valuable funds. We must control them. However, the Liang family cannot cause any more trouble for the time being. Let's wait until the storm has passed. Everyone in the Liang family nodded in agreement. Angela felt complicated when she saw this. She didn't expect that the Liang family would actually destroy George's foundation, Yiji Seasoning Factory. The third sister, Liang Caijia, thought for a while and then spoke. Second brother, this is too cruel. If George comes back one day, the Liang family will also suffer losses. It's not cruel, it's already very gentle. Liang Yi was firm. He is now too strong. If we don't hold him back, his development will get out of control. Let's wait until Yhandong's inheritance is in hand before making a decision. Liang Caijia was silent. She realized Liang Yi's determination and knew that this was not just a simple business strategy, but there were deep personal grudges behind it. Okay, let's do as he says for now. Liang Quan nodded and made a decision. Lucas and Angela looked at each other and realized that his grandparents were starting to take action against George. Over the next few days, Maria visited Yuki and Lily. What made her angry was that both daughters refused to see her and coldly rejected her visit. This made Maria even more distressed. Her eyes turned red, and she felt like she was a really bad mother. It seemed that no one could understand her grievances. It's all George's fault. She once again put all the blame on George. At the same time, the 5 billion yuan of funds injected by the Liang family helped the Yi group overcome the difficulties. However, after several storms, the market value of the Yi group was only more than 20 billion yuan. Lucas and Angela are fighting openly and secretly while developing new businesses to become the ultimate helmsman of the Yi group. The Liang family's plan at this time was also conveyed to David. After hearing it, David was stunned, shocked that Leong Yi actually asked him to destroy Yi Seasoning Factory personally. Ye's seasoning was founded by your grandfather, and your grandparents are actually trying to destroy it? David asked with a pained look on his face. Lucas reminded him, Dad, remember that night? George kicked us out of the Yi family ancestral hall and signed a document. Now Ye's seasoning has nothing to do with us. David suddenly felt sad. It turned out that he had been kicked out of the Yi family a long time ago. Dad, our family has been hurt badly by George. Angela also advised, George will not let us go. This is not the time to be soft-hearted. Do you remember the charity gala? He humiliated you in front of the whole city and stepped on you. Only by defeating him can you restore your authority. Otherwise, you are already old in his heart. David was shocked and finally decided to make the call. Although Lucas and Angela were fighting secretly, they united to face George and decided to use 300 million to bring down Yeji's seasoning group. In fact, they knew in their hearts that George gave up. The most he would lose would be 3 billion, but he was worth 40 billion, so 3 billion was nothing to him. The goal was just to embarrass him. Lao Luo, we have cooperated with Xiaoji for many years. Give them some money and let them raise the price. David said in a deep voice, instructing, if George buys at a high price, he will inevitably lose money. Moreover, the seasoning factory has a batch of soy sauce and oyster sauce to be delivered soon. The compensation for overdue payment will be enough to give him a headache. He paused, his tone even more stern. Besides, the factory officials have already made arrangements to force him to give up his power or resign. Without employees, the seasoning factory cannot operate at all. David sneered at the 300 million and said, this is a good plan. George must be in a lot of trouble. The pace of Tianshan Group will definitely slow down. Tianshan Group is now unstoppable and is sprinting toward the market value of 50 billion at an astonishing speed, getting closer and closer to the former glory of the Yi Group. Although George arranged Huang Xiaobing to monitor the Liang family last time, but the Liang family has many high-ranking officials and is well-prepared, so Huang Xiaobing cannot crack it. Despite this, George is not in a hurry, as he has long anticipated that the Liang family will attack him again. At the same time, George had his own ally, Quanshan Group. George, the handover of Yeji Seasonings is complete. Shall we go and have a look now? Johnson walked into the office with a hint of excitement. Okay, George nodded, his eyes flashing with long-lost expectations. When he returned to the Yi family, his grandfather also took him to the Yeji Seasoning Factory. They talked about many stories, all about how his grandfather made a fortune from the spice factory. These memories will always be deeply engraved in George's heart. Where's Xia? George asked suddenly after packing up his things. Johnson frowned. She received a phone call and left in a hurry. I asked her secretary, and she said her car was still there, so she probably hadn't left. George felt uneasy and immediately walked out of the building with Johnson. When they walked outside, they suddenly saw a Maserati parked not far away, and Olivia was struggling with a man. Damn, it's him. Johnson recognized the man, Xiao Lingyun. George's face suddenly turned cold, and he quickly ran over there with Dan. Let me go. Olivia struggled and shouted. Come home with me, Xia. Xiao Lingyun's tone carried a hint of irresistible command. Suddenly, a figure pounced from behind and held Xiao Lingyun tightly. Who dares to touch me? Xiao Lingyun roared angrily and turned around to see that the person who had just hugged him was Dan, and a punch had already flown and hit him in the face. Fuck. Bang. Xiao Lingyun was knocked out, and after falling to the ground, his jaw was in severe pain. George. Olivia looked at George in astonishment. She never expected that he would show up. You again. Xiao Lingyun was furious and wanted to rush up to fight George, but was kicked back to the ground by Dan. Let him go. George's cold voice sounded, ordering Dan to stop. He no longer cared about Xiao Lingyun's anger, but walked straight forward. If you dare to touch her, I won't be polite. George warned coldly. Xiao Lingyun's rage grew even more intense. Do you know who I am? He raised his chin with a fierce look in his eyes. I know, the eldest son of the Xia family, Xiao Lingyun. George answered calmly. He had already checked Xiao Lingyun's background. The Xia family has a deep background and is more powerful than the Liang family. The great-grandfather of the Xia family was once the leader of the 71st mine in the south. There are still people in the Xia family working at the Huaxia Academy of Sciences, and there are also guards around some high-level bigwigs. Oh no, Olivia was nervous when she saw George knew Xiao Lingyun's identity. She didn't know how to face George, and her heart was full of contradictions and uneasiness. George looked at Xiao Lingyun coldly. Xiao Lingyun, if you dare to hit on my sister, I can still make you disappear. Olivia felt relieved. She understood that George did not fully understand the Xiao family's background, but at least he was sincere to her. If you dare to touch her, I will let you know the price today. George's tone was cold, with an undisguised threat. Xiao Lingyun gritted his teeth. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? You don't understand me at all. George's eyes became even colder, as if even the air was frozen. At this moment, Olivia rushed forward and covered Xiao Lingyun's mouth to stop him from continuing. She pulled Xiao Lingyun towards the sports car and said, Let's go. Xiao Lingyun was pushed into the car. He slammed the car window in frustration and yelled, Get out. How dare you do this to me? However, Olivia ignored him. She started the sports car and drove him away quickly. When she returned to George, she forced out an awkward smile. Xia Xia, don't worry, I won't let you get hurt again. George frowned and said in a low voice, It's okay, my dad and he have a very good relationship, and they often drink together. No, they often play cards together. Olivia quickly changed the subject. Xia Xia, has anyone caught you with any evidence? Do you want me to send someone to assassinate him? There was a hint of threat in George's low voice. No, George, he's a silly guy. He won't do anything to me. Don't worry. Olivia chuckled, then pulled George and turned away. By the way, aren't you going to Ye's seasoning factory? Let's go. George could answer. Olivia had already pulled him out of the building. In the distance, Xiao Lingyun sat in the car, staring at the rearview mirror, secretly proud in his heart. Oh, this kid is so cruel. He even dared to hit his brother-in-law. He's finished, definitely finished. Suddenly, a Bentley drove into sight. After stopping, Xia Yao got out of the car, saw what had just happened, and immediately walked towards Xiao Lingyun. Brother, why are you here? Can't you just make a phone call? Xia Yao frowned. I came here to look for Xia Xia. Can't I even look for my sister? Xiao Lingyun covered his chest and pretended to be in pain. My face. Xia Yao, your brother was beaten. How can you say that? George knew my identity and still dared to attack me. He is pulling out the beard from the tiger's mouth. Xia Yao disagreed. He dared to hit you, which shows that he is sincere to Xia Xia. Meanwhile, George and Olivia have arrived at the Yeji seasoning factory. The factory outside the car window is busy and filled with the aroma of soy sauce. The huge warehouse and production line are in a mess. Olivia muttered as she walked. My grandfather brought me here when I was a child. George's eyes flashed with nostalgia. That tree, I remember. Walking into the factory, the lazy attitude of the employees was shocking. Several people were smoking and playing cards, and they didn't look like they were working at all. Olivia explained in a low voice. The Yeji seasoning factory has had several scandals, and the Yi group has been in constant turmoil, so no one is in charge here anymore. Who are you? Do you want to buy soy sauce or oyster sauce? A man wearing glasses came forward with a sly smile on his face. How many tons do you want? Johnson was stunned for a moment, then reacted, What's the price? Half the market price. Don't worry, the goods are good, said the man with glasses with a smile. Johnson and Olivia exchanged glances and immediately realized that these people were secretly selling things from the factory. Johnson said coldly, Aren't you afraid of being discovered by your superiors if you do this? Haha, our leader asked us to sell it. Don't worry, soy sauce is good, and oyster sauce is okay too. The man with glasses looked disapproving, and it was obviously not the first time he had done this. George's face darkened. I heard that the Yeji seasoning factory has a new owner, and the new owner won't allow you to do this. The man with glasses sneered. What are you afraid of? The new boss dares to touch us? We can change jobs at any time, and the factory will not be able to operate. George smiled coldly. Then let's see how you can stop the factory from running. Your boss is George. Ask the factory director and general manager to come here immediately. Johnson gave the order, and the factory fell into silence. Soon, the managers and workers of the factory came to the auditorium one after another. The scene was chaotic, and the employees gathered in groups of 3 or 5, not taking the new boss seriously at all. Several managers in suits, with cigarettes in their mouths, looked disdainful. George sat at the top of the auditorium, flipping through the accounts of the spice factory, his face becoming increasingly grim. The accounts didn't match, and the bad debts from the sale of raw materials were clearly visible. These people were openly selling off the factory's assets. Johnson glanced at everyone coldly. We all know about the problems in the factory. The boss means that from today on, all these improper practices must stop. There was a chilly silence below, and a few people even laughed. You guys are here to change the atmosphere? Are you kidding me? That's right, boss. Employees are the foundation of the factory. If you don't give us some benefits, the factory won't be able to operate. A man with a big belly stood up and pointed at George. We are not without connections. If you want us to obey, you have to give us some face first. Johnson smiled coldly. Manager Fong, no matter what you have done in the past, selling off the factory's property is illegal. Ha, Mr. Yi, it seems that you are a person who doesn't know the rules. Fong Jianya laughed and waved his hand to encourage the employees. If the boss doesn't respect the employees, how can this factory continue to operate? There was a burst of laughter around, and everyone started to make a noise, putting pressure on George. Johnson's face turned pale. He had never seen such a situation before. Employees dared to force the boss like this. Two more men in suits stood up. One was Luo Lin, the other was Xiao Saifu. Mr. Yi, I heard you have a strong background, but in the seasoning factory industry, you won't last long if you don't follow the rules. Luo Lin sneered and said, we can help you manage the spice factory left by your grandfather, but the premise is that you can't interfere. Johnson's angry laughter echoed in the auditorium. This is the first time I see an employee threatening the boss. What kind of rule is this? Xiao Saifu said with a smile. This is our rule. You two haven't even been weaned yet, and now you're giving us orders? Listen, do as we say, and you'll have a sip of soup. If you don't agree, we'll close the factory. Johnson's teeth were clacking, anger suppressed in his chest. George stood up and said coldly, I don't care what you did in the past. From today on, whoever dares to embezzle the property will be kicked out. Before he finished speaking, Luo Lin swaggered out. Oh, Mr. Yi is threatening us? Wait for the day when he begs us for help. Mr. Yi, you really broke the rules. General Manager Fong also stood up. You will regret it sooner or later. As they left, Xiao Saifu left his phone number and said, call me if you regret it. The auditorium was empty in an instant. Johnson said angrily, these people are simply lawless. If they leave, they leave. The employees will be fired and all illegal assets will be reported. George did not respond. He knew that these people had something behind their backs, which was why they dared to act so unscrupulously. An old employee stood up and said in a deep voice, unless the boss no longer wants this seasoning factory, how can it operate here? What do you mean? George frowned. The old employee sighed. Manager Fong left, taking away half of the employees. Without them, the factory can't operate. And Mr. Luo and Mr. Qiu are suppliers. Without them, the raw materials will be cut off. Besides, we owe the agent for the goods, and the overdue compensation is a huge black hole. At this time, a female employee stood up and said, I heard that the former boss gave manager Fong a sum of money, and the people who followed him also received 3 months' salary, which led to the current situation. With tears in her eyes, she said softly, all of us came here together with Mr. Yi, and we can't bear to see this factory collapse. George finally understood that everything was related to the Yi family. They bribed the employees through manager Fong. As long as he compromised, the factory would continue to suck blood. If he didn't agree, it would face bankruptcy. I don't believe they can completely control everything. Johnson gritted his teeth. We can hire employees with high salaries, and we have a way to solve the problem of raw materials. The old employee shook his head helplessly. It is indeed not easy to break their monopoly in the South. George looked out the window coldly, thinking about countermeasures. He decided not to let David succeed. The seasoning factory must continue to operate, and he would never let them destroy it. The factory will not close down. Grandpa's hard work cannot be destroyed easily by anyone. George firmly comforted the employees and left with Johnson and Olivia. Olivia secretly sent a message to Xia Yao. It's impossible to let the factory go bankrupt. I will solve the problem of raw materials. After returning to Tianshan Group, George made a phone call. Ms. Wei, do you have any channels for oysters and soybeans from Australia and Eagle Country? Yes, Australia has soybeans and the United States has oyster farms. Miss Wei replied. Contact them and get the supply. George hung up the phone, made a quick decision, and immediately activated global resources. At the same time, Luo Lin, Qiu Fuge, General Manager Fong and others were happily reporting their victory. The matter of the seasoning factory has been settled. George will definitely agree this time. He dare not refuse. Lucas smiled smugly. George will definitely give in. David snorted coldly. George will not sit idly by. He will definitely agree. Qiu Fugue smiled and said, I'm waiting for him to call. He will definitely contact me before 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Angela also laughed and said, once he agrees, the cost will increase fourfold. He will have no choice but to continue burning money, and the seasoning factory he acquires will only become a mess. However, the next day, Qiu Fugue and Luo Lin were waiting for George's call, and David kept asking about the progress. Suddenly, Angela came running in. Dad, it's bad. A big supplier from the north has come to the seasoning factory, and Cargill Group is also discussing cooperation. David's face changed. Cargill Group? It's one of the 4 largest grain traders in the world. Angela's heart started beating very fast as soon as she finished speaking. She thought that George, an amateur, would be stuck in a dilemma, but she didn't expect that he would break the dilemma and easily reverse the situation in just one day. At the same time, calls from Xiao Fuge and Luo Lin came one after another. Mr. Yi, this is bad. Yes Seasoning Factory has found a supplier of raw materials, and the price is even lower than the market price. The two people's panicked voices were almost inaudible. It's over. What about our order? They were extremely anxious and worried. Over the years, they have been cooperating with Yeji Seasoning Factory and made a lot of money. Now that the cooperation has been canceled, they have lost a big customer, and the next orders have become empty talk. At this time, Manager Fong's phone rang again. Mr. Yi, all those people in the factory have been fired. The police have opened a case to investigate our theft and sale of assets. George found a group of people and offered them twice as much as we did. Many of them have changed jobs. Now they come to me to beg for mercy and say they want me to solve the problem. What should I do? David's head almost exploded. He had intended to use this opportunity to suppress George and demonstrate his father's authority. But he didn't expect the situation to get completely out of control. You took my money. Figure out how to deal with it yourself. David hung up the phone angrily, upset. He thought that George would make mistakes sooner or later in this amateur industry. But he successfully solved the problem in one night, which made him completely confused. George's ease and calmness completely shattered his fantasy, and the anger in his heart could not be calmed down. George, Dad knows I owe you a lot, but can't you just let me win once? David muttered to himself, feeling increasingly heavy-hearted. Angela and Lucas sat on the sofa, their faces livid. Ella stood aside, watching all this with mixed feelings. After Maria learned about this, she rushed back from the provincial capital, furious, and rushed into the door and cursed. One day? You only caused trouble for George for one day? You are so useless. Are you waiting for George to put us all in jail? Angela and Lucas lowered their heads and dare not speak. Ella hesitantly explained, Mom, George found some overseas partners. Stop making excuses. You always make excuses. Look at what we've become now. Maria was furious, and her eyes swept across the family. From now on, anyone who dares to complain about George will get out of this house. Do you understand? Mom, I won't be polite to George. Lucas was the first to speak out. Afterwards, Angela followed closely behind with a determined look. Everyone looked at Ella. After all, George had saved her life once, and she had always sided with him. Ella, have you forgotten Yuki? Yuki also sided with George. What was the result? Angela blamed George for Yuki's imprisonment. If you don't agree, I will not recognize you as my daughter. Xiaoxi will not recognize you as her elder sister, and Angela will not recognize you as her younger sister. Maria threatened coldly. Ella's eyes were slightly red, and she instantly understood why Yuki did not run away at that time. Faced with this dilemma, she also knew that if she continued to stand on George's side, she would definitely be abandoned by her entire family. I promise. Ella gritted her teeth and spoke in a low voice. She knew that from this moment on, she could no longer escape to the capital. David, why don't you say anything? You are a loser. What have you become because of George? You can't even keep your family. Maria looked at David coldly and smashed the phone in his face, extremely angry. As the head of the family, you can't even protect your own children and home. You deserve to die. David was scolded so hard that he dare not say a word. He could only grit his teeth, his eyes full of helplessness and anger. In short, George must be brought down, understand? If I find out that you are secretly helping him again, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. Maria's threat weighed heavily on David, but he finally raised his head, his eyes filled with pain and helplessness. Don't worry, I will definitely deal with George, and yes, Seasoning Factory will not go bankrupt. Even though this family has gone through countless storms and everyone has scars on their bodies, at this moment they have to unite or everything will be ruined. In the following days, George reached a cooperation with an overseas grain group, and the production of the seasoning factory entered a new stage. However, a supplier from the north took the initiative to come to discuss cooperation. He once thought it was Concubine Wei who called him, but he finally declined. Luo Lin and Xiao Fugui's threats followed, but their arrogance did not last long. George smiled coldly and called the bodyguards. The two quickly fell from their high and mighty posture, knelt at the factory gate, and pleaded with George. George ignored them and called the police. The police took them away, and their arrogance disappeared without a trace. At the same time, Fong Yiming and a group of workers were also taken away by the police on suspicion of stealing and selling assets. Although many of the workers were simply deceived by Fong Yiming, they were still sentenced to more than 10 days of detention. George felt a little guilty. He still distributed resettlement allowances to the old employees. After all, these old employees had made contributions to the factory. After the storm, Yi Condiment Factory gradually recovered in the industry. After George took over, he began to adjust the production direction, focusing on the production of high-end condiments and reducing the use of additives. He knew very well that if he wanted to restore the reputation of the factory, he had to be patient and do each task well step by step. With the integration of Tianshan Group's resources, he believes that the glorious moment of Ye's seasoning factory will come again sooner or later. Lucas has been in a good mood recently. Although George's problem has not been solved, it is the Yi family's business after all, and it is not his turn to worry about it. What's more, he now controls half of the Yi group, and the overall efficiency is better than Angela. If he continues to maintain his stability, he will be the only one who can take the helm of Tianshan Group. My uncle is here. Lucas and Lu Ruyan got out of the car to greet Leong Hauren. Leong Hauren planned to return to China to develop his own jewelry company, Fong Yiming, and personally serve as the chief designer. Lucas would not miss this opportunity and decisively invested in Fong Yiming to win over Leong Hauren. Xiao Su. Leong Hauren smiled when he saw Lucas coming, and then locked his eyes on Lu Ruyan. Lucas knew that Leong Hauren had a romantic personality, so he quickly introduced him. This is my fiancée, Lu Ruyan. It turns out to be Miss Lu. She is so beautiful. Xiaoshu, you are so lucky. Leong Hauren said with a smile, and looked at the bustling street again. Yuhai City. This place is close to the sea. It is extremely romantic. I plan to set up a domestic company here. Come on, show me. The three of them were walking and talking, when suddenly, Lu Ruyan pointed to a tall and thin man in front of them. Lucas, it's him. Lucas looked over and instantly recognized the man. Lu Ruyan reminded him. Have you forgotten? He was the one who beat you up at the last charity party. He is George's personal bodyguard. Lucas couldn't help but shudder. The wolf-like man frightened him. Lu Ruyan added, don't you want to find out more about George? He has been following George. Maybe he knows a lot about the inside story, and he can even find out the network hacker. Lucas was stunned, then nodded, thinking of the Jiang family's collapse. The Liang family fell because of the threat of the internet, and the former Daisy Cosmetics also suffered a heavy blow due to online public opinion. Lucas was deeply touched by this. Bodyguards also get paid. Since George can afford them, so can we. Lu Ruyan added. Yes, there's another Yhandong in the Polytechnic University who is also George's technical backbone, she continued. Last time in the cafeteria, George recruited him in front of me. I always remember it. Leong Hauren nodded in agreement. That's right. There is nothing in the world that money can't solve. If we can dig him over, we can keep track of George's movements and even monitor him in real time. Lucas thought it made sense, so the three of them decided to go towards the tall and thin man. This person is Chi Dan, one of George's bodyguards. His sister had just successfully completed a kidney transplant and was discharged from the hospital. George also gave him a new house. Today, he was going to visit his sister. The three of them quickly stopped Chi Dan. Chi Dan stopped and glanced over with cold eyes. You should still remember me, right? Lucas suppressed the fear in his heart and said with a smile. When you worked with George, how much did he pay you? I'll give you 10 times. Chi Dan did not respond. Lucas continued. As bodyguards, you risk your lives to protect your masters, and you don't earn much. After all, you know that if something happens one day, I'm afraid everything will be over. So, enjoying life is the most important thing. Besides, you still have relatives. What will happen to them if you die? Chi Dan's expression changed slightly, as if he was wavering. Lucas noticed this and continued. I'll give you 30 million to help me find out everything about George. After you hand over all the information to me, you can retire completely and live a free life with your loved one. He handed Chi Dan a business card, then left with Leong Hauren and Lu Ruyan. Chi Dan took the business card, put it in his trouser pocket, and watched the three people leave. Xiao Su, do you think he will agree? Leong Hauren couldn't help but ask after he walked away. I think so. George can only give him a monthly salary of 100,000 at most, and I'm going to give him 30 million at once. Who can refuse money? Lucas said confidently. He didn't agree now, probably because he's afraid of the crowds on the street. He will definitely contact me within 3 days. Lu Ruyan also seemed very happy. If he agrees, we will be able to get a grasp of George's background, and we can even continue to use him and stay by George's side to monitor him. Liang Haoran smiled and said, he can propose these conditions. The key is just a matter of money. The three of them were in a good mood, and then selected the company address of Finjiatang, and then went to the Polytechnic University to find Engineer Yu. George directly for the time being, but if they can achieve a surprise victory, poach George's network technology backbone, and find out all his background, they will definitely be able to make great achievements for the Liang family. Soon, the three of them arrived at the cafeteria of the Polytechnic University. Lucas immediately saw Yhandong, who was dressed simply and was sitting there eating. He immediately walked over and sat down with Lu Ruyan, saying with a smile, Mr. Yu, I heard that you work for George, and your salary seems to be 100,000? With such a high salary, why are you dressed so poorly and eating in the school cafeteria? Could it be that George makes so much money, but is unwilling to share some with you? Yhandong looked at him in surprise and asked, Lucas, what do you want to do? Nothing. I just feel sorry for you. Lucas smiled. Look, George's suits and shoes are all custom-made by famous foreign designers, and even his food and drinks are air-shipped. But what about you? You are obviously a senior executive of Tianjin Group, but your treatment is too different, isn't it? He continued, in fact, you could do better. Start your own business and be your own boss. You will definitely have a place on the future list of China's richest people. If you don't want to start a business, I can help you. I can give you a monthly salary of 1 million, which is much better than working at Tianjin Group. Mr. Yu stopped eating, his eyes flickering. All men should be ambitious, especially talented men. Lucas continued to provoke. Don't you think George is jealous of your talent? He's afraid that one day you'll surpass him, so he keeps you by his side. That's all. If you think it over, I can help you. Here's my business card. Chapter 177, do you want to start a business? I can help you. Lucas put a business card on the table and said, you know, my family has a feud with George, so what I said today is actually to cause trouble for George, but what I said is also true, so you should think about it carefully. He also knew that Yhandong was not stupid. If he rashly said these things to Yhandong, Yhandong would definitely be suspicious. So, he stated his purpose directly to dispel Yhandong's doubts. Yhandong witnessed Lucas's departure, then looked down at the business card on the table and fell into deep thought. At this moment, a thin man walked slowly past the cafeteria window and disappeared silently, just like a wolf hiding in the dark. He's Qidan. In Tianjin Group, George took Shi Xiaoqi and Shi Mengqi on a tour. After these few days of contact, Shi Mengqi was not so afraid of George anymore, and Shi Xiaoqi kept talking about George to her daughter. Shi Mengqi really admires George now. My cousin is so amazing. He started his own business while he was still in high school. He started with a garment factory, then bought land and started sharing bikes. His business is getting bigger and bigger. Mom, I've ridden a shared bike before, and it turns out it was created by my cousin. When I grow up, I want to be a successful person like my cousin. Although Shi Mengqi is only 10 years old, she grew up abroad and lacked fatherly love, so she has been very sensible since she was a child. Yeah, Mengqi can definitely do it. Shi Xiaoqi kissed Shi Mengqi on the forehead lovingly. George gave her 10 billion and let her live happily abroad, but she considered it for a few days and finally decided not to go abroad, but to stay in the country to develop. At present, the domestic environment is also very suitable for business. There are fewer crime incidents than abroad, and it is also very livable. Moreover, she also plans to start a business. She also told George about these ideas. George naturally supported Shi Xiaoqi and said with a smile, "And sure, what kind of business do you want to do? I can help you." "George, you have helped me enough. Let Ensure do it herself this time. I majored in jewelry design and want to open a company related to jewelry design. I have studied Hetian jade, jadeite, etc., and there will be a famous jewelry design competition in Yuhai City in a few days. I want to participate. If I can get a place, it can also help the company's brand effect." George nodded after listening. He was an outsider in this area, but he could help Xiaoqi choose a company address and do some promotion. However, when George wanted to invest money, Xiaoqi refused. After all, George had already given her 1 billion, and Xiaoqi also wanted to give George shares in the company. George was naturally embarrassed, but Xiaoqi kept pulling George, so George had no choice but to agree. While we were chatting, suddenly a cold voice came. "Mr. Yi." George turned around and saw that it was Qidan, and from Qidan's expression, it seemed that there was something important. He asked Olivia to entertain Xiaoqi and took Qidan to the office. As soon as he entered, Qidan placed a business card on the table and told him what had just happened, including what happened to Yhandong. George smiled after hearing this and was not worried at all. Not bad. You know how to start with the people around me. You're good at scheming, Lucas. You've grown up. Then he looked at Dan and said, 30 million is not a small amount of money. Why didn't you agree? Even if it's 100 million, I won't agree to it. Dan said simply, for me, Mr. Yi gave me my sister's identity and a kidney source, so he's my lifelong benefactor. Of course, for Dan, it's not just George's kindness to him. He also admires George very much. Although he has not been with George for a long time, he has witnessed George's ability to plan and strategize and to escape danger many times, which is really amazing. George is also the only man that Dan cannot see through. He is elegant, sophisticated, and profound. George couldn't help but smile when he saw Dan's indifferent look. He knew that people like Dan were like Tibetan mastiffs. Once they recognized their master, they would be loyal for their entire lives and would never change. Moreover, he was also laughing at Lucas for being stingy. Because George pays Dan 1 million a month, that's 10 million a year. You want to bribe Dan with just 30 million. Who are you looking down on? Mr. Yi, where's Engineer Yu? Dan was worried that George Yugong would betray her and couldn't help but remind him again. George smiled faintly and said, the fact that I can find him means that I trust him. He won't betray us. In fact, Lucas had helped Yugong once in his previous life. After Yugong made some achievements, he repaid Lucas many times. Just based on this point, George had absolute confidence in Yugong. And the irony is that both Yugong and Dan had contact with Lucas in their previous lives, especially Yugong, who was supposed to belong to Lucas. While the two were chatting, Wang Wei also called George and said that Yugong had returned and was in the company. George immediately took Dan there. Although they're both in Tianshan Group, Wang Wei and his department is quite special. It is an independent department with the best treatment and environment. When George arrived, he saw Wang Wei, Huang Xiaobing, and others playing games, while Yugong was sitting on the sofa, disassembling a new mobile phone. Currently, Tianshan Group has officially entered the mobile phone market, but it is still in the research and development stage, so it mainly manufactures for other brands. Mr. Yi, Wang Wei and his friends saw George. They greeted him with a smile. Mr. Yu also greeted him, but his eyes were fixed on a watch on George's wrist. It was a Patek Philippe. Dan had been staring at Yugong and noticed this detail, guessing that Yugong already had rebellious intentions. The Leong family is trying to stop our business from leaving Yuhai City. Tomorrow, I plan to go to the provincial capital. George looked at everyone and smiled. Wang Wei said, Mr. Yi, I think Yuhai City is pretty good. We will develop in Yuhai City. The Leong family can't do anything to us. Anyway, the mayor of Yuhai City has a good relationship with us. George shook his head. Although Yuhai City is good, it is not suitable for the development of certain industries. The group should go to the provincial capital, where there are more resources and it is an international metropolis. After that, he chatted with everyone for a while, took Dan away, and did not mention Lucas to Yugong. Huang Xiaobing and Wang Wei were used to George's easygoing nature, so they waved their hands and continued playing games. Mr. Yi, wait. At this time, Yugong, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. George turned around and asked, Mr. Yu, is there anything wrong? Yes, and it's very important. Yugong ran over, took out a business card, and handed it to George with both hands. This is the business card Lucas gave me. He wanted me to start my own business and wanted to help me. I think he's trying to sow discord between me and me, so I plan to tell you. Oh, you want to start your own business? I can help you. George smiled and said, Chapter 178. Wait for me to come back. I will keep watch for you. Yugong immediately shook his head. He had obviously thought it through. Of course not. It's so hard to start your own business. You have to take care of everything. It's too hard. After a pause, he continued. Actually, when Lucas mentioned it, I did consider it, but I know that without Mr. Yi, I wouldn't be where I am today. It was Boss Yi who brought me out of the ordinary circle. My current status, knowledge, money, etc. were all given by Boss Yi. My mother was seriously ill, and it was Boss Yi who took care of her for me. I will never forget this kindness. Unless Mr. Yi doesn't want me anymore one day, I will never leave. His words were decisive and powerful. When Dan heard this, he was secretly shocked. He thought Yugong would really betray him. It seems that Mr. Yi has a unique vision. If he says that Yugong can't do it, then he can't do it. George heard what Yugong said. He patted Yugong on the shoulder. In fact, if Yugong wanted to leave, he would never stop him and would even help Yugong start a business, but Yugong must not go with the Yi family. Otherwise, Yugong would be George's enemy. Yugong added, "There's one more thing. Lucas wants to use me to investigate the backbone of the group. I suspect that he knows the power of our side to create public opinion." George nodded. "Lucas's visit to you this time is considered to have alerted the enemy. If I'm not mistaken, the Leong family is very afraid of your means of creating public opinion and plans to arrest or poach you. It's just right. I'm going to the provincial capital tomorrow to find a backer and solve these hidden dangers by the way." "Mr. Yi, are you going to look for it?" Yugong asked curiously. "Provincial capital, teacher who?" George said calmly. "When a group's assets reach a certain level, if it wants to go further, it not only requires projects and funds, but also requires a backer. Otherwise, it will be difficult to reach the top circle of capital. Do you remember the Prince Milk incident a few years ago? Prince Milk? Everyone has some impression. Huangzi Milk was very big back then, and was as famous as Frog Haha. Later, the chairman was arrested for illegal fundraising and sentenced to many years in prison. However, in George's previous life, this matter was exposed by a short video. It turns out that someone wanted to get something for nothing and acquire the Prince Milk Group. So they slandered the chairman for illegal fundraising, and then won over the group's shareholders and took away this huge enterprise. This is the reason why there is no backing. This matter has not been announced yet. So George just gave a brief introduction to let everyone know that after the assets reach 50 billion, if you want to continue to charge forward, you must break through a threshold. This Kai is power." Then, George went to find Olivia. Olivia was greeting Xiaoqi and had already found the company address and other things for them. And Xiaoqi named the company Yujinfang. Olivia also arranged for people from the legal department to handle the following legal procedures, business licenses, etc. Wow, it turns out that Brother George is so awesome. He started out selling clothes on the street, found his first pot of gold, and then worked his way up. Most importantly, Brother George has a good eye. Every project he chooses makes a lot of money. He is my idol. Mingqi was listening to Olivia talking about George's past, which was even more detailed than what her mother said. Of course, she also talked about what George experienced in the Yi family. Mingqi's eyes became red after hearing it. She didn't expect that Brother George's childhood was as miserable as hers. No, even more miserable than her. At least she still has a mother, while Brother George has nothing. When he grew up, George took revenge on the Yi family. Olivia continued. Every time it seemed like a master plan, it was actually thrilling, especially after the Leong family intervened and wrongly accused my brother of murder. He was almost sentenced to death. Fortunately, George was well prepared and turned the tables. To fight these powerful people, you must be cautious at every step and be prepared for everything. It's like walking a tightrope on a cliff. You can't make any mistakes. However, George's record is also very good. The Yi family lost the position of the richest family in the city, and only 20 billion assets were left after the battle. Although Mingqi still didn't understand many things, she could sense the sinister meaning in them. So her little hands were all sweaty, and she was nervous for George. Xiaoqi was also listening. Although she already knew part of it, it was obvious that she didn't know as much as Olivia. She didn't expect that behind George's glory, there were so many dangers and bitterness. What are you talking about? At this time, George came in with Qidong. We're talking about George's past. Mingqi looked at George with more intimacy and admiration. George smiled and shook his head, looking at Xiaoqi and said, "Aunt Sure, have you dealt with the company's affairs?" Xiaoqi nodded and said, "It's been handled. Thanks to Xiao's help, many procedures don't need to be handled at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. They can be handled here. The only thing left is the jewelry competition. In the next few days, I have to think about my work and strive to win a good ranking." George instantly thought of his previous life, when Yuhai City held a top jewelry competition organized by foreign brands such as SV, Dior, Hermes, and Cartier. I remember that the winner in Asia was Leong Yi, and his work was called Flowing Water. Originally, this work could have gone beyond Asia and competed with the world's top jewelry designers, but it failed due to a few details. But it still does not prevent Leong Yi from becoming famous again. And sure, I'll help you with this jewelry competition when I get back. In this life, George naturally tried his best to prevent Leong Yi from winning the championship. After saying that, he took Qidong away. Not long after, at a golf course somewhere in the provincial capital. Teacher Hu, Huang Zhongwan, and a middle-aged man named Lingyun are playing golf together. George came with Chidan. Not long ago, he called Huang Zhongwan and explained his purpose. After Huang Zhongwan considered it, he agreed to introduce George to teacher Hu. Xiao Yi is here. Seeing George, Mr. Hu put down his golf club and greeted him with a smile. You are a young and promising man, a role model for private entrepreneurs, a rising star in business, and a business leader. Actually, he had heard of George's name many times, but this was the first time he had seen this rising star. Teacher Hu, thank you for the compliment. It's all luck. George smiled, then greeted Huang Zhongwan and Lingyun politely. Afterwards, George also played golf with everyone, but it was his first time, which made teacher Hu and the others laugh. But George didn't dare to be embarrassed. He asked questions when he didn't understand. He seemed very calm and not at all stage fright. After playing for a while, I had dinner with teacher Hu and others and talked about economic development, future directions, and other issues. Teacher Hu and Lingyun were secretly shocked to see that George was calm and composed, especially some of George's unique explanations. Even teacher Hu and others heard them for the first time, and they felt they made a lot of sense. For example, the importance of chips. As China's economy grows stronger, the chip industry will face overseas attacks in the future. Moreover, China is likely to become the world's #1 manufacturing country in the future. These ideas are very powerful and bold. Although China is currently developing very well, it is still unknown whether it can reach that level in the next few years. Most importantly, George is still a college student. Teacher Hu and his classmates have experienced the saying that the young are to be feared. Chapter 179. Make great plans and lay out the new city. Teacher Hu chatted for a few more sentences and finally couldn't help but speak. Xiao Yi, I heard that you want to develop in the provincial capital. George had been waiting for Teacher Hu to speak up and nodded. Teacher Hu, it is true. I plan to enter the mobile phone market and set up several electronics factories in the provincial capital to do OEM for overseas companies and conduct my own R&D. In addition, my Duo also plans to set up its headquarters in the provincial capital and open the largest logistics center to radiate the entire South. Of course, there is also real estate. I plan to develop the new city area and invest more money, etc. When dealing with these big guys, you can't be careless at all. If you take the initiative to propose it, it will seem like you are eager for quick success. Of course, apart from the provincial capital, I am also optimistic about Shanghai City, which is adjacent to Hong Kong Island. Its economic development is at the forefront of the province, and its prospects are very good. George's last sentence also sounded threatening. If the provincial capital doesn't help me, I'll go to Shanghai City. Sure enough, Teacher Hu and the others frowned slightly. George's planned investments in the provincial capital are all big ones. If the business can be successful, it will definitely boost the local economy and everything else. This is an important achievement for them. In addition, George's Duo is indeed developing rapidly and is showing a trend of dividing the world into 3 parts with Taobao and Yhandong. The provincial capital also needs this kind of network group to serve as a facade. After all, Shanghai City already has Tangs, while the provincial capital currently does not have such a brand. Moreover, although George looks young, he is very capable and has never gotten into any trouble so far. If they let George go to Shanghai City, they will definitely regret it. The 3 of them looked at each other and finally made a decision. Teacher Hu spoke up. Xiao Yi, I will definitely support you with all your strength in your work in the provincial capital. You don't have to worry about other monsters and ghosts. Just go ahead and do it. George smiled when he heard it. Thank you, Mr. Hu. Teacher Hu said with a smile. Haha, you are the pioneer of the provincial capital's economy. You must have momentum to break through mountains and seas. You can't let Teacher Hu down. Don't worry, within 3 years, Tianqin Group will become the commercial representative of the provincial capital and the leader of the economy. George is full of confidence. The 3 of them smiled with relief. They were just waiting for George to say this. In fact, George was also waiting for their agreement. With them as the backing, it would be difficult for the Liang family to interfere with Tianqin Group's business in the provincial capital, unless the broken jar was smashed. Next, George talked with Teacher Hu about business layout, urban planning, etc. It wasn't until dark that George came back from the provincial capital. After returning to the villa, George saw Shi Xiaoqi still working. The desk was full of design drawings. George picked up a few and looked at them. I have a design for many years, so I'm a little rusty. Sure, Xiaoqi said embarrassedly when she saw George looking at the design drawing. George stared at one of the drawings and said in surprise, "And sure, this design was drawn by you." Sure, Xiaoqi nodded. "Yes, I drew it before, but then I forgot about it, and just remembered it now." George gasped. "Isn't this design exactly Leong Howren's Flowing Water? I remember that in the previous life, Leong Howren won the championship with Flowing Water and was very famous for a while. When he returned to the Leong family, Leong Howren showed his work to everyone. George didn't know much about jewelry design at the time, but he watched it carefully for the sake of his relative, so he was deeply impressed. George asked, "Has Leong Howren seen this design drawing?" "You should have seen it. When I was at home, I would design jewelry whenever I had free time, and then just leave it around the room." Sure, Xiaoqi thought for a moment and said. George immediately understood that in the previous life, Leong Howren must have plagiarized Sure Xiaoqi's work. No, it could be said that he stole it. "And sure, this Flowing Water is very good. Please use this work to enter the competition," George suggested. Sure, Xiaoqi was in a dilemma and didn't know which work to choose. Now, with George's affirmation, she immediately nodded and agreed. "This work still has a few minor flaws. The lines here should be rougher. Use gold thread here to outline the flexibility of flowing water. Don't use jadeite for the lotus petals. Use Hetian jade, preferably jade with a little red skin." George recalled his previous life. The reason why Flowing Water was slightly worse than the entries from Europe and the United States was precisely because of these small flaws. Next, George began to make grand plans and lay out the provincial capital. In addition to building the headquarters and logistics center of Kanduo Duo, we also built one of the largest industrial parks in the provincial capital, focusing on mobile phone OEM and RD, and named it Tianwei Technology. In addition, real estate has also begun to be built. Once these projects are undertaken, they will all be worth hundreds of billions. Of course, George did not give up on Yi Seasoning Factory. Although compared with the business in Tianjin Group, Yi Seasoning Factory did not make much money and often needed subsidies. But this is the hard work left by Grandpa. Fortunately, with the allocation of resources from the group, Yi Seasoning Factory gradually got on track, gained a very good reputation, and even expanded its overseas market. In addition, George continues to invest, and every once in a while, a large number of investment projects are placed on his desk. Moreover, the investment in Yuhai City some time ago has also shown results. Initially, George invested according to his memories from his previous life and supported several solar energy, photovoltaic, and other companies. The current market value has increased 7 or 8 times, and the annual profit dividends are very substantial. If these technology companies go public, George will be able to cash out and make a fortune. While Tianjin Group was developing rapidly, George also kept an eye on Yi Group and Leong family. I have to say that Lucas and Angela are good at defending their empire, but it is a bit difficult for them to build an empire. Although the Yi Group has turned losses into profits, the profit margin is not large at all. Lucas was better off, as he got some resources from the Leong family with Maria's help. Angela is in a miserable situation. Her furniture business has encountered capital invasion, and she can only hold on to her market share and try not to lose money. Of course, George also knew that the Leong family would soon face a crisis. In the previous life, the Leong family also coveted Grandpa's inheritance because of this crisis. Although the cash in the estate was only 30 billion, which was nothing compared to the Leong family, a capital giant with a capital of hundreds of billions, George realized after entering the business world that the highlight of the estate were the charitable funds, worth over 100 billion. This day was the opening day of the jewelry competition. It was very gorgeous and grand, and was held at the White Swan Hotel. And whether it is the contestants or the audience, they all have important backgrounds. There are celebrities from the upper class, from Shanghai, Beijing, and of course, there are also young men and women from the provincial capital and Shanghai City. The SV Group, Door, Hermes, and other brands responsible for organizing the competition also sent foreign representatives to host the competition. This competition is like a top-notch dinner, and it is not broadcast live on TV, but on the internet. When George brought Sure Xiaoqi to the competition, quite a lot of people had already gathered at the competition site. George, Xia is here. In one of the corners, Xia Yao, who is also a top luxury goods pursuer, was looking at the two of them happily. The more she looked, the more satisfied she became, and she felt that the two were quite a match. Chapter 180. Sure Xiaoqi's entry. Flowing Water. I saw Xia wearing a pink evening dress, with a tall figure and delicate face, like a little princess who had fallen into the mortal world. And George is not bad either, wearing a white suit, handsome and elegant with a hint of dignity. They are a talented couple and a beautiful girl, a match made in heaven. On the other side, Xiao Lingyun was drinking and saw George and Olivia. He instantly felt uncomfortable. At this time, a voice of praise came from the side. Wow, the man is handsome. The woman is fairy-like. They look like a perfect couple. Next to him was a young man in a burgundy suit. His name was Jang Tianan, the third son of the Jiang family in the provincial capital. He was a student at the University of Science and Technology, but he had a very high IQ and was a math genius. The Jiang family is also one of the four major families in the provincial capital. Xiao Lingyun and Jang Tianan are from the same circle. She is beautiful indeed, but how can she be more handsome than me? Xiao Lingyun said unhappily. TSK. Our Mr. Xia is actually jealous. Could it be that you like that girl? Let me remind you, the young man in the white suit is called George. He is a local tyrant in Yuhai City and has several important figures in the provincial capital under his control. The girl next to him is not so easy to get. Of course, that girl is really beautiful. Jang Tianan said with a smile. In order to protect Olivia, the Xia family never disclosed Olivia's identity to the public, and Olivia didn't like it either, so not many people knew Olivia's origins. Xiao Lingyun suddenly turned around and said, Mr. Jiang, come with me to the bathroom. Brother Lingyun this. Jang Tianan was taken to the bathroom. 5 minutes later, Xiao Lingyun came out first, and Jang Tianan followed behind, but his left eye had turned into a panda eye. Fuck, Xiao Lingyun, how dare you hit me? Are you crazy? After Xiao Lingyun walked away, Jang Tianan cursed angrily. He knew he must have said something wrong, but he had no idea what he said wrong. At this time, just after George arrived at the scene, a group of people arrived behind him. It was David, Maria, Lucas, Ella, and Leong Yi. They were also surprised to see George. David and Ella both had complicated expressions on their faces. Too many things had happened in the Yi family during this period. The grudge between them and George could no longer be resolved, and the only way out was a fight to the death. George again, even though I felt guilty, I suppressed it deep inside. Brother, why are you here too? Lucas shouted first. George looked back and couldn't help laughing. Oh, you are here too. Isn't this Maria? Didn't you divorce David? It looks like the old love has rekindled. Not bad. The husband follows the wife. No. It's the wife who follows the husband. George, your mouth stinks. Maria knew that George was deliberately provoking her, but she still couldn't help getting angry. Her divorce from David is still a thorn in her heart. George, whether you recognize us or not, I'm still your father. David also had an unhappy expression on his face. What George said about the wife following the husband's lead was actually a satire on him being afraid of his wife and not being like a man. Huh? How can you say that? You don't have any manly opinion at all. You are weak, cowardly, and rotten. Such a person is not worthy of being my father. No, even if my grandfather were still alive, he would not recognize you as his son. By the way, Ye's seasoning factory is doing well now. George smiled sarcastically. You. David gritted his teeth in anger, but remained silent. George, he did not hesitate to let Yi seasoning factory go bankrupt. In this matter, he was indeed in the wrong. George, don't be happy too soon. The Leong family will deal with you sooner or later. Leong Yi also interrupted at this time, saying that Leong Yi's situation had finally stabilized. Although he did not get promoted, his position was saved. Of course, after this turmoil, Leong Yi's prestige in the provincial capital was weakened by half, and teacher who took the opportunity to form a team. He looked at Shi Xiaoqi behind George and said, Why are you here? Do you think you can come to this place? Get out of here. Shi Xiaoqi had been subjected to domestic violence for years, so she subconsciously took a step back. Even Shi Mengqi turned pale with fright. Mr. Liang, you are so arrogant. Do you only bully women and children? How about I play with you? I promise I am a qualified opponent. George would not let Shi Xiaoqi be bullied and stared at Leong Yi coldly. Leong Yi's face was gloomy with anger. His nephew had made him angry more than once. But in such a high-end occasion, he didn't want to say too much, so he took Maria and the others to find their own seats and sit down. Uncle, I just checked and found that George has a new jewelry design company under his name called Yujinfeng. Lucas looked at the information he found on his phone. Since Tianshan Group was involved in so many industries and had investments in all of them, Lucas only checked the jewelry sector and only found a little information. It's that bitch Xiaoqi. She has long said she wants to be a jewelry designer. Liang Haoran guessed something instantly, and then sneered. A housewife is worthy of playing with such high-end things? She is also participating in the global jewelry competition. She is not worthy. Brother, Xiaoqi is rotten to the core. She must be having an affair with George. You must beat them hard in this competition. Maria stared at George in the distance. Sister, don't worry. I'm an internationally famous designer. It's no small matter for me to defeat that housewife. Besides, I'm going to bankrupt Yujin Fang. Liang Haoran shrugged nonchalantly. He had been in the jewelry design circle for many years. How could Xiaoqi, a newcomer, compare to him? Maria, Lucas, and David were all very happy. They had always been bullied by George, and now they finally felt like they could hold their heads up high. Soon, the competition officially begins. Jewelry designers from all over the world brought out their own works, which are then evaluated by 3 parties: on-site judges, on-site audiences, and online voting. Finally, the rankings will be announced by the chief referee based on all the scoring results. The first entry was from a jewelry designer from Thailand named Davis, and the title of the work was Angel. This is a necklace made of jade and sapphire with a hollow design. It's so beautiful. This necklace must cost 20 million. I like it very much. I don't think 30 million is expensive. You wish for it. That's glass-type jade. Don't even think about getting it without 50 million. The atmosphere on the scene gradually became lively. The final score of this work was 7.8 points. Davis? Humph, just a man with no creativity. Liang Haoran obviously knew Davis, and his face was full of disdain. Maria and the others were even happier to see that Liang Haoran was very confident. That's right, with Liang Haoran's connections and reputation in the jewelry circle, who could compare with him in this competition? Brother, your work is? Maria asked curiously again. Liang Haoran smiled faintly and said, Sister, my work is called Flowing Water. It follows the Chinese style and is the first of its kind in the world. Once it is shown, it will surely astonish the audience and stir up the global jewelry circle. Winning the championship is a foregone conclusion. I want to use this competition to become one of the world's top jewelry designers. The name Lu Shui is so elegant and artistic. My uncle is really amazing. Lucas and Ella were immediately excited. Chapter 181. Become an overnight success and gild Yujin Fang. Next, a newcomer named Xiaoqi. Let's take a look at her work. At this time, the host's voice sounded again. Xiaoqi is an unknown person in the circle. If it weren't for Yujin Fang's strong capital, Xiaoqi wouldn't even be qualified to participate in the competition. So, everyone thinks that Xiaoqi is just going through the motions. Xiaoqi was very nervous at this time. She had been taking care of the children and cooking at home. It was her first time to step onto such a grand stage. You know, there are not only celebrities from all walks of life here, but also representatives from the world's top luxury companies, and many people are watching on the internet. And sure, come on, I'm here for you. George knew that Xiaoqi was nervous and immediately encouraged her. Come on, Mom. Mengqi also waved her little fist. Xiaoqi thought of George's entrepreneurial journey. She admired George and regarded him as an idol and a role model. If George could do it, she could definitely do it too. She couldn't let George down. Okay, keep going. Xiaoqi walked out with her work, placed it on the platform, illuminating it with spotlights, and then she uncovered the white cloth covering the work. Under the light, I saw a pure white jade hairpin. The jade hairpin is carved in both new and old styles, outlining the artistic conception of flowing water. There's also a lotus flower above the flowing water. The lotus flower is outlined by gold lines with a rough style. Adding a little red skin of Hetian jade, it is exquisite to the extreme. Wow, so beautiful. It's so beautiful. I really want to buy it. It's so artistic. This jade hairpin in traditional Chinese style is a collection-level product. People stared at the projection screen in the hall, their mouths wide open in shock. Even the judges widened their eyes, unable to believe that a newcomer could design such perfect jewelry. My work is called Flowing Water, which symbolizes the gurgling of flowing water. There is a lotus on the upper part of the hairpin, which symbolizes purity and flawlessness. The curve of the hairpin is like water, showing the feminine and soft characteristics of women. Sure, Xiaoqi has calmed down and is talking freely. It's absolutely stunning. So beautiful. Even I, a layman, think it's beautiful. On the internet, a large number of people have rated flowing water, and the ratings are very high. Because most luxury goods are mainly European and American styles, this is the first time that the Chinese style has appeared on the world stage. Not to mention that the artistic conception, carving, craftsmanship, design, etc. of this work are all perfect. At the same time, the judges present were also whispering to each other about their scores. Finally, based on the online scores, on-site scores, and the summary of the scores from each judge, the score was 9.8. An instant hit. There was also a wave of applause at the scene. Sure, Xiaoqi looked at the exciting scene and shed tears of joy. George was not surprised by this result. In his previous life, flowing water had already become the champion of Asia, and the judges commented on a few minor flaws. In this life, George reminded Sure Xiaoqi and handled all the minor flaws perfectly. Therefore, flowing water has surpassed its previous life and can compete with works from all over the world. This time, Sure Xiaoqi not only became famous in one battle, but also gilded Yujinfang with a layer of gold. The competition continued, and although the entries were also amazing, none of them were as eye-catching as flowing water. What's going on? My brother's Yujinfang actually got 9.8 points. And Sure is just a newcomer. Lucas was extremely surprised, and then looked at Leong Yi. Uncle, your work is also called flowing water, this? Maria and the others were also looking at Leong Yi. Remember that Leong Yi's work was flowing water. At this time, Leong Yi was almost dumbfounded and didn't know what to say, so he had to take out his own work, which was also a white jade hairpin. When Maria and the others saw this, they gasped. Isn't this exactly the same as Sure Xiaoqi's? What's going on? Maria asked anxiously. Leong Yi's face was very ugly, and he said angrily, she peeked at my work and plagiarized me. In fact, he knew that flowing water was designed by Sure Xiaoqi. Even Leong Yi was so famous in the jewelry circle because he had plagiarized Sure Xiaoqi's design drawings many times. Of course, he is already famous in the jewelry circle, and Sure Xiaoqi is a newcomer. So when he says that Sure Xiaoqi plagiarized him, everyone would think it is normal. This is too much. Sure Xiaoqi appears to be honest and kind, but secretly she behaves worse than pigs and dogs. No wonder she is with George. Birds of a feather flock together. Maria immediately scolded. Brother, report them and let their reputation be ruined. Leong Yi shook his head. For a competition of this level, unless there is absolute evidence, it is useless to report it. Forget it. Well, how can you calculate like this? Maria and the others couldn't swallow this. At this time, it was Leong Yi's turn. Everyone looked at Leong Yi because Leong Yi had been moving around in foreign celebrity circles for many years and had already established himself as one of the world's top jewelry designers. So, everyone is looking forward to Leong Yi's works. It's Mr. Leong. Do you think he can produce a work that scores more than 9.8? Of course, Mr. Liang's works are always bold, novel, yet full of charm. I heard that Mr. Liang's works start at 30 million in the jewelry design circle. Without this price, we can't hire him. There was a lot of discussion at the scene. The judges and others also looked at Leong Yi. Since they often dealt with each other, they could be considered old friends. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Leong Yi had no choice but to walk out with his work, and then looked at the judges. This time, a newcomer's work reached 9.8 points. I'm very pleased. There's an old saying in China that the waves behind push the waves ahead. So, I congratulate her. Because she's also my ex-wife. Congratulations, Ms. Sure Xiaoqi. Leong Yi said as he looked at Sure Xiaoqi. When everyone heard this, they were all very surprised. They didn't expect that Sure Xiaoqi was actually Leong Yi's ex-wife. Leong Yi continued, I don't plan to participate this time. In fact, I am very happy to see new works being born, especially those in the Chinese-style series. Teacher Leong, since you are here, please show us your work. Someone immediately shouted. Someone from the judge's side also shouted, Teacher Leong, you are a heavyweight in the Asian competition. You can't come here empty-handed. Let everyone see your work. Leong Yi looked embarrassed, staring at Sure Xiaoqi, and sighed. Since everyone wants to see it, I will show off my ugliness. I hope you won't laugh at me. After saying that, he opened the wooden box containing the lily hairpin, took out a white lily hairpin, and placed it on the platform. Isn't this flowing water? Oh my God, It's exactly the same as teacher Shi Xiaoqi's. Wait, teacher Shi Xiaoqi is teacher Liang Haoran's ex-wife? Could it be, could it be? After a burst of exclamations, everyone suddenly thought of something. It must be Shi Xiaoqi who is plagiarizing teacher Liang Haoran. Chapter 182. If you don't admit plagiarism, then admit your level. I was wondering, how could a newcomer come up with such a perfect design? It turns out she plagiarized from Liang Haoran. That's despicable. Cancel her score. Well, it's hard to determine plagiarism. After all, the work doesn't have copyright. Whoever comes out first will have the advantage. This Shi Xiaoqi is so cunning. She took it out early. A lot of sarcastic voices were heard, and people stared at Shi Xiaoqi with contempt, treating Shi Xiaoqi as a despicable and shameless woman. Shi Xiaoqi was extremely anxious after hearing these voices. She didn't expect Liang Haoran to also use flowing water. If she had known this would happen, she would not have used flowing water. Of course, she knows better than anyone who plagiarizes whom. But who would believe her? She's just a newcomer. Okay, it's hard to determine plagiarism in the jewelry industry. For example, it's possible that the creative concept is the same, etc. So, don't accuse people randomly. At this time, Liang Haoran seemed very generous and tried to smooth things over by saying, "Anyway, it is a good thing that flowing water can get 9.8 points. It shows that the Chinese style is going global. As for who designed it, does it matter?" His strategy of retreating to advance, as expected, attracted a lot of praise. Not only at the scene, but also on the internet, there were many voices mocking Shi Xiaoqi. Shi Xiaoqi burst into tears out of anxiety, but she had no other choice. If she was the kind of person with a strong temper, she would not have allowed Liang Haoran to commit domestic violence over the years. Of course, George would definitely not let Shi Xiaoqi be bullied, and he also saw through Liang Haoran's despicable intentions. He deliberately aroused everyone's doubts, not only to consolidate his position in the circle, but also to gain a good reputation for not caring about fame and fortune. George won't let Liang Haoran get his wish. He slowly walked to the platform and looked at Liang Haoran, who was about to leave. "Mr. Liang Haoran, you want to leave now?" Liang Haoran stopped walking, looked at George with anger and disgust, and said with a straight face, "Mr. Yi, I have given up the first place. What else do you want to do? Move forward? Does Ms. Shi Xiaoqi need you to move forward?" George laughed coldly. Just now everyone was talking about plagiarism. I think plagiarism is shameful. Plagiarists should be disqualified and expelled from the jewelry design industry. When Liang Haoran heard this, he thought he had heard it wrong. Was George speaking for him? David, Maria, and the others were also shocked, but they didn't think George would help Liang Haoran. He must be playing some tricks again. However, Liang Haoran is a famous jewelry designer, and Shi Xiaoqi is just a newcomer. How can George help Shi Xiaoqi wash? While Liang Haoran was still hesitating, the atmosphere at the scene had already become very heated. Everyone wanted to punish the plagiarist, so they all supported George's move. "Teacher Liang Haoran, can you let me see your work?" George spoke again. Liang Haoran was in a dilemma at this point because the noise was too loud, so he had no choice but to take out his work and hand it to George. George put his work on the platform, and then asked Shi Xiaoqi to come on stage and also put her work on the platform. The two works were illuminated by spotlights at the same time, and all the details were shown. Wait a minute, the flowing water on the right is even more beautiful. Yes. The lines of the lotus are relatively rough, giving people a more majestic feeling, especially the outline of the gold line, which is like the finishing touch. On the contrary, the work on the left looks very delicate, but lacks that sense of artistic conception. Whose is the one on the left? It's from teacher Liang Haoran, and the one on the right is from teacher Shi Xiaoqi. This is not right. Teacher Shi Xiaoqi produced a work faster than teacher Liang Haoran, and the work is better. Who plagiarized whom? Oh shit, what a reversal. Isn't the real plagiarist teacher Shi Xiaoqi? After a careful comparison, people have already guessed what it is. At this moment, Liang Haoran finally understood what George meant. His face turned pale, and he wanted to turn around and leave immediately. "Teacher Liang, please explain it to me. Whose work is better, yours or teacher Shi Xiaoqi's? Then, who plagiarized whom? By the way, you just said that Shi Xiaoqi is your ex-wife, but her current works are more perfect than yours. Maybe your previous works were plagiarized from her." No, it shouldn't be considered plagiarism. It should be considered stealing. This is stealing. George couldn't let him go easily. He had to skin Leong Howard alive. No, that's not true. You are slandering me. Be careful, or I will sue you for slander. Leong Howard was so angry that his fingers were shaking, and he kept pointing at George. Haha, you said the same thing at the last charity gala. Now you say it again, then go ahead and sue me. It would be best if the matter gets out of hand. Then everyone in the world of jewelry design will come to take a look. Come on, come on. I'll welcome you to sue me. George said with a smile. Leong Howard's face changed instantly, and he dared not continue to pester her. Once both parties were taken to court, all the facts about Leong Howard abandoning his wife and children and not paying child support would be exposed. As for the stolen design drawings in the past, since it was too long ago, George might not be able to win the case, but his reputation would be ruined by then. George knew that Leong Howard was a little panicked, so he took advantage of the situation and said, "Of course, it's hard to say whether it's plagiarism or not. After all, it's not impossible for the works to collide with each other. It's just that the works you design are the same, and even the name is flowing water. However, teacher Xiaoqi's work is better than yours." What does this mean? It shows that teacher Xiaoqi's level, vision, talent, etc. are all above yours. These few words made Leong Howard even more torn. Admit that he plagiarized, and Leong Howard's reputation will definitely be ruined. If he doesn't admit it, that means Xiaoqi's level is higher than his. George, this little bastard, is so ruthless. I admire her talent and wish her to go further in the future. If she wins first place in this competition, she will deserve it. Leong Howard didn't want to stay any longer, so he squeezed out a few words, smiled gracefully, then turned and left. These words also indirectly acknowledged that Xiaoqi's level was above his. As soon as he left, there was an uproar at the scene, and the applause was like waves. Even Mr. Leong Howard admitted it. So Xiaoqi must be a superstar in the jewelry design industry. This bastard even harmed my uncle. He is not a human being. Maria witnessed this scene with her own eyes and wished she could tear her son into pieces. Then she angrily followed Leong Howard away. Ella also followed her family, but she suddenly felt very upset. She knew that George and the Yi family were at war to the death. But now, George was more flamboyant than before. He would attack anyone who walked with the Yi family. Even when facing the Leong family, George would not show mercy. He must have sensed our hostility, so even when we were face to face, he was still aggressive. When will the cycle of revenge, and is this not really unresolvable? Chapter 183. Well prepared, Leong Yi takes action again. As soon as the few people walked out of the hotel, a large number of reporters rushed over and pointed microphones at Leong Howard. Mr. Leong, what do you think about plagiarism? There are rumors that your previous works were all plagiarized from your ex-wife, Miss Xiaoqi. Is this true? Do you admit that Miss Xiaoqi is better than you? Leong Howard looked at the crazy reporter, his face full of embarrassment, anger, and anxiety. No comment, no comment. Maria, David, and others quickly helped stop the reporters, then got on a business car and left. It must be the reporters George called over, otherwise they wouldn't have been waiting when we just came out. That little bastard is so cruel. In the car, Maria cursed hysterically. Leong Howard's face was as gloomy as water. He didn't expect that in just one night, the reputation he had accumulated in the jewelry design circle for many years would be gone. Although he hasn't completely ruined his reputation has definitely been ruined. That night, the internet and forums were full of news about Leong Howard. Although there is no evidence to prove that Leong Howard plagiarized, rumors have already spread. Many people have dug up Leong Howard's deeds abroad and found out that Leong Howard has never given alimony to his ex-wife. In addition, an anonymous person provided evidence, saying that teacher Leong Howard had a mistress, was having an affair with his assistant, and eventually abandoned teacher Xiaoqi. For a time, Leong Howard was subjected to repeated cyberbullying and was even disgraced abroad. On the Leong family side, they originally planned to hold a celebration banquet for Leong Howard, and they all thought that Leong Howard would definitely win the championship. Who knew that such a scandal would arise? Leong Quan and Su Mingxiao were naturally very angry. Leong Howard was their youngest son, and they had always doted on him. So they hated George, the traitor, even more. The younger generation of the Leong family was even more furious and tried every means to find George's prestige and bring him into the family group. This is a group created by the younger generation of the Leong family. George, you are a scumbag. You even harmed my uncle. You really don't deserve to be our relative. The eldest cousin was the first to speak in the group. The eldest cousin was also indignant. We took such good care of you when you were a child. How could you do these things? Grandpa and Grandma are so angry that they can't eat now. It's fine if you have conflicts with the Yi family, but you even dare to deal with my grandparents' family. Your conscience has been eaten by a dog. People like you have no humanity at all. You will have no relatives in this life, and you will definitely be alone when you get old. Come out. Your cousin is waiting for you. Tell me a place, and I'll fight you. The group was very lively, with dozens of Leong family descendants cursing at each other. Moreover, Angela was also added to the group. She has been traveling around the country for business recently and had no idea what was happening at home. She didn't expect that George would actually offend his cousins. She was immediately happy to watch the show. Lucas, Ella, and others also joined the group, including Lily and Yuki. Although they were in prison, the Leong family used their connections to get them taken care of in prison. In addition to good food and drink, they were also able to use mobile phones. They didn't say anything, just watched the scene like spectators. Moreover, they intuitively felt that George was not pulled into the group, but came in on his own. Since he could come, it was natural that he did not take the younger generations of the Leong family seriously. George, come out and speak. You dare not admit it. Believe it or not, I will go to Tianshan group to find you tomorrow and beat you up. If you are a man, come out and talk. Let's talk and see who is right and who is wrong. George remained silent, which made the younger generations of the Leong family even angrier. They were all ready to comment on right and wrong and beat up George. But in the end, George still sent a message. In fact, this is not a message, but a red envelope with a few words on it. Thank you, everyone. After seeing the red envelope, the younger generations of the Leong family were furious. They had said so much and cursed until their mouths were dry. And you, George, actually sent a red envelope? This is not a red envelope group. Besides, given their family background, do they need to fight for red envelopes? There is no doubt that George's sending of red envelopes is the biggest counterattack and irony to them. Of course, George left the group after sending out the red envelopes. He was too lazy to argue with them, leaving them full of anger but with nowhere to vent. In the Leong family, all the elders who were sitting there had dark faces. Dad, I just found out that George's business has expanded beyond Yuhai City and is now in the provincial capital. The third sister, Leong Saija, said dissatisfiedly, I didn't know it at first, but our group's business was suddenly snatched away, and then we found out that it was a newly built industrial park with many factories. These factories snatched our mobile phone orders, and they were called Tianwei Technology. The Leong family also has several large factories in the electronics OEM business, and they are OEMs for Taiwan, and the benefits have always been good. Later, the order was snatched away, so they went to check Tianwei Technology and found out that the man behind it was George from Tianshan Group. Maria was very angry. Yeji's seasoning didn't cause him any trouble last time, but he still dared to walk out of Yuhai City. Liang Haoran slammed the table on the spot. This little bastard must not be allowed to show off his power. He was left in a state of disgrace, but George's business was flourishing. He could never swallow this humiliation. Uncle, don't worry. George's strength lies in his internet troll army. The reason you were exposed by the reporter this time is also because of his power on the internet. If we get rid of his advantage, he will be nothing. Lucas consoled her. When the time comes, we can easily find evidence of his crime, and he won't be able to turn over. I don't believe that he has such a big business without any stain at all. He is now also waiting for calls from Chidan and Yhandong, and he believes it will come in the next few days. Ahem. Leong Yi cleared his throat at this time. I am now stable, so I can spare some time to deal with George. If I don't suppress this kid's arrogance, he will lose control. When everyone heard this, they all smiled. No matter how big George's business is, no one thinks that he can fight against the Leong family. The reason why he can be so complacent recently is mainly because something happened to Leong Yi. Maria immediately became interested and said excitedly, immediately find out what George's assets are in the provincial capital and take them all away. Leong Saijia smiled and said, I have already checked it out. The provincial capital has the headquarters of Tianshan Group, Kinduoduo Headquarters, Logistics Center, Tianwei Technology, and Tianchi Group Real Estate Development. Leong Yi was very surprised after hearing this, and said seriously, this kid is like a virus. If we are not careful, his industry will expand wildly. If this continues, his net worth will rush towards 100 billion. Lucas, Ella, and the others were suddenly very anxious. They had not expected George to become so powerful all of a sudden. If George's business reached hundreds of billions, even his grandparents would have difficulty dealing with him. Seeing everyone's surprised expressions, Leong Yi said with a smile, "The Zhang family failed last time because I underestimated George and gave George time to plan. So this time, when we encircle him again, we must catch him off guard and not give him a chance to respond. I plan to start with Tianjin Group in Yuhai City and quickly control its technical backbone and network power. At the same time, I will also seal off the industries in the provincial capital. Catch him on charges of network information security, illegal fundraising, etc." Leong Yi has seen many storms and waves. After his last failure, he thought about it for a long time. This time he was fully prepared before taking action. Seeing the uncle's confident look, the whole family was very happy. Of course, they also reminded each other not to let the news leak out and to take action as soon as the sun rose. Chapter 184 focuses on lightning speed and rapid encirclement and suppression. Early the next morning, in Tianjin Group, George was chatting with Shi Xiaoqi. After the jewelry competition, Eugene Fong became famous and received many more orders, most of which were from abroad. The jewelry design industry is similar to calligraphy and painting, where fame is the most important thing. So George is also packaging and gilding Shi Xiaoqi. "Boss Yi, it's bad. A group of law enforcement officers are rushing in." At this time, Yhandong rushed into the office. "There are a lot of people coming, rushing to our department, and taking control of all the computers and other things." Johnson and Olivia's expressions also changed drastically. Yhandong and his department were very special and had a lot of important data, which was separate from the Tianjin Group. Just as Mr. Yu finished speaking, the office door was forced open and even smashed. Then more than a dozen figures rushed in, led by a middle-aged man. The man took out his ID and said with a smile, "Mr. George, you have violated the cybersecurity information law. In addition, your group is involved in illegal fundraising, so you are arrested. All the people, information, and computers in your group must be handed over. These are all evidence. Come here, arrest them." Their actions were so swift and powerful that George didn't even have a chance to prepare. Johnson was furious when he heard this. "Which department are you from? Who gave you the authority? You said we broke the law. Where's the evidence? You can't just come and arrest people at random." The middle-aged man shook his head in disdain and said forcefully, "If I say you're breaking the law, then you are breaking the law. We must have evidence to arrest you." "Arrest you?" Several people immediately came over and wanted to take George away, but Dan and several bodyguards stopped them. "Okay, do you still dare to break the law unknowingly?" The middle-aged man shouted, pointing at Dan and the others. "Get out of the way immediately, or George will be charged with another crime, obstructing public service." Dan and his companions did not leave. They just waited for George to say a word, and then they beat up the middle-aged man. George even made a gesture of wiping his neck. Dan dared to kill people. In their eyes, these people look ferocious and awe-inspiring, but in reality they would be vulnerable in a real fight, and they only rely on their skin to look so awe-inspiring. At this time, the phone in the office continued to ring. Olivia hurried to answer the calls, one after another, and her expression changed drastically with every call she received. 10 minutes later, Olivia came over with a serious expression and whispered to George, "All our businesses in the provincial capital have been closed down, financial statements and group information have been confiscated, and our employees have also been arrested. And someone has blocked our news on the internet." George looked at the group of people in front of him and smiled. This time they had become smarter, knowing how to block the news, and they are targeting them at lightning speed and quickly encircling and suppressing them. Fortunately, he made preparations in advance and found a backer, otherwise he would really be killed this time. Of course, this is also thanks to Lucas, who alerted him in advance. He stared at the middle-aged man and said, "This is Leong Yi's idea, right?" Olivia answered the phone. The middle-aged man did not stop her. He just wanted to put pressure on George and said with a smile, "Who is Leong Yi? Is he your backer? No one can help him. Take him away." George stopped Dan and the others from attacking and said to the middle-aged man, "As the saying goes, it's easier to invite a god than to send him away. Go back and tell Leong Yi that I'm not so easy to catch. You still dare to be stubborn? Take him away." The middle-aged man pretended to be majestic and shouted angrily, and took George and others away. At the same time, people from the provincial capital's Tianjin Group, Tianwei Technology, and Tianchi Real Estate were arrested. There were a lot of people, and the scene was quite grand. But this time, it was a secret operation and nothing was spread on the internet. On the Leong family's side, they were all waiting for the result. After learning that all the people from Tianxin Group had been taken away, they all laughed with joy. In the eyes of the Leong family, no matter how rich George is, he can't fight against the wealthy in the South. Money is not everything. I.e., how are you going to judge? Grandpa Yang Quan looked at Leong Yi and said, "After all, there are many people in Tianxin Group. Sooner or later, the matter will be exposed, so how to judge is very important." Leong Yi had already thought about this and said with a smile, "Violation of the Internet Information Security Law, illegal fundraising, illegal operation, insider trading, stock price manipulation, and other charges are enough for George to be imprisoned for more than 10 years, and all his property will be confiscated." When everyone heard this, they were completely relieved. The last time, they arrested George alone and reorganized Tianxin Group, which gave George the opportunity to fight back. This time, Tianxin Group will be wiped out as well, and no one can help. This rebellious son finally got his comeuppance. Maria let out a long breath, then looked at Lucas and Ella, who also looked relaxed. Ever since George left the Yi family, they have been living in fear for a long time, and now this demon has finally been solved. Ella even called David. When David heard the news, he had mixed feelings, but he also felt it was natural. Reaching George's position is inherently dangerous, and coupled with George's high-profile behavior, it will definitely hit a wall. In a place like China, it's not enough to just be rich, you also need someone to back you up. Dad, Mom just said that you're not allowed to cry over the rat. She said that every time George gets into trouble, you become mentally exhausted, feel guilty, and blame yourself. You are not allowed to do that this time. Ella warned again, "Dad, if you behave well this time, maybe Mom will be happy and remarry you." David's eyes lit up. Although he had no feelings for Maria, it would not sound good if the news of their divorce got out. Moreover, if they remarried, he would have more rights to participate in the Yi group and could go to the Leong family with good reason. He has no power and no money now. His life is so frustrating. I understand. I know what I should do and what I shouldn't do. David comforted Ella and expressed his attitude. Ella was very happy after hearing this and told Maria about David's attitude. Maria nodded slightly. She was in a good mood because George was arrested, and she also praised David a few words. Leong Yi then said, "Yhandong's inheritance may also require George's signature. When the time comes, let George sign it and hand over his portion. We can help him reduce his sentence by 10 years. The Leong family's business is huge, with shares in minerals, rare earths, shipbuilding, etc. They are currently cooperating with large foreign financial groups to jointly expand into China, so they are in urgent need of money. At this time, in Teacher Hu's office, Huang Zhongwan ran in anxiously. "Teacher, something big has happened. Leong Yi has attacked Tianxin Group and has bypassed us. He has arrested many people early in the morning. The work of Tianxin Group, Tianwei Technology, and Tianxi Group has all stopped." When Teacher Hu heard this, he slammed the table angrily. "Nonsense! Tianxin Group is now a key enterprise in the provincial capital and an economic leader. If he arrests it, the provincial capital's economy will be disrupted. Besides, the provincial capital is applying to become an international economic center and a technology center. Next month, Tianxin Group will lead an international technology product exhibition. Representatives from various countries will come. How can we hold it without George? Where is George being held? Tell them to release him immediately." Chapter 185. Nothing can happen to this person. Huang Zhongwan was a little embarrassed. George was arrested by the court, and the people over there are all Leong Yi's. I don't care where he is from. I have recommended Tianxin Group to Beijing. The intention of Beijing is to provide convenience to Tianxin Group and boost the local economy. Don't even mention Leong Yi. Even if his elder brother Leong Yong was here, he would have to stand aside. Follow me and release him immediately. Teacher Hu picked up the needlework jacket and left. Not long after, a car stopped at the court, and Teacher Hu, Huang Zhongwan, and others got out of the car and ran towards the gate. "Who, Teacher Hu? Oh, why are you here?" A judge just got off work and met Teacher Hu. "Where's George?" Teacher Hu asked in a cold voice. "Teacher Hu, who is this?" "Where is the chairman of Tianxin Group?" "Oh, you mean this case, which is currently being tried in court number 2? Mr. Hu, what do you mean?" Before the other party finished speaking, teacher who had already taken Huang Zhongguan straight to court number 2. They understood Leong Yi's meaning and immediately convicted Tianqin Group without giving them a chance to overturn the verdict. At this time, in courtyard number 2, the judge is trying George and a group of people, announcing charges, publishing evidence of violations, etc. The trial was very quick. The suspect was tried right after he was arrested. Mr. George, do you have anything else to say about this court's verdict? I have nothing to say. Mr. George, don't waste your best opportunity to appeal. Don't scream at me. You guys are eating well. George sneered with disdain, and everyone present was dumbfounded. Anyone who encounters this situation will try their best to delay time, find a lawyer, use connections, etc. George, on the other hand, didn't take the sacred court seriously at all. He looked sleepy from the beginning and started swearing when I asked a few more questions. The judge and the jury looked at each other and finally struck the gavel. It is decided by this court, Mr. George. Bang! Before he could finish his words, the door was kicked open by Huang Zhongguan, and teacher who walked in with a cold face. This case will be retried later. Mr. Lee, come with me to the office. He didn't explain why, but pointed at the judge and said. The judge and others did not expect that teacher who would actually show up. They whispered to each other for a few words, then said that the case would be heard at another day, and quickly followed teacher who away. Huang Zhongguan still stayed there to help George. George smiled at Huang Zhongguan, as if he knew they would come. In fact, during the last conversation, Mr. Hu had already become the backer of Tianqin Group, and George also shouldered the responsibility of boosting the provincial capital's economy. Therefore, the provincial capital would not let anything happen to Tianqin Group. Absolutely not. Not to mention that Tianqin Group has not committed any illegal acts. Even if it has, it will definitely be fine. In the office, teacher who sat and drank tea and said only one sentence. This person must not get into trouble. His responsibility is very important. A group of people looked at teacher who eagerly, with no other options but to bring up Leong Yi. It won't work even if Mr. Leong is here. Tell Mr. Leong that Tianqin Group is related to the local economy, city signboards, and other issues, and even more so to international technology and economy. Next month, international friends and companies from various countries will come to the provincial capital for a meeting. George is a very important person. You must release the people from Tianqin Group immediately and return all the information and files intact. I have worked so hard to attract investment. No one is allowed to mess things up at a time like this. Do it right away. Teacher who knocked on the table to show the seriousness of the matter. The Liang family is still waiting for the final result. Currently, George's network technical backbone has been controlled. George has no ability to mobilize public opinion at all, so the Liang family believes that George's wings have been broken. They are also waiting for the verdict of the case to recruit those technical backbones to work for the Liang family. The power of the media is very strong, more powerful than money and power. Controlling this power is like controlling the voice of the people. Leong Yi crossed his legs and smoked. Maria, Leong Howren, and others were all there. Their family was having dinner in a club and ordered some delicacies from land and sea. Everyone was in a good mood, chatting away, talking about the latest sports cars, bags, watches, and other luxury items. Sister Ella, this time uncle is doing it himself. Brother will probably not be able to get out. Lucas picked up some food for Ella. He knew that although Ella stood with them on the surface, she was still a little conflicted inside, because George saved Ella once. Well, Ella sighed and wanted to say something, but after looking at Maria, she didn't dare to say anything in the end. Last night, she secretly called David and the two talked for a long time. David's idea is the same as Yuki's. They both don't want anything to happen to George, but George has forced them into a corner. David doesn't want the Yi group to go bankrupt, but Ella is tired of living in fear. So after much deliberation, we decided to sacrifice George. David said many times last night that he was not worthy of being a father and that he had failed miserably as a father. If possible, he would make it up to George in his next life. Ella knew that this was all self-consolation or even an escape. At the moment of life and death, they just wanted to live a better life. Of course, besides David, Ella also called another friend. They are now in a relationship and they had a good chat. Many times, it was the other person who comforted Ella, making Ella feel less sad. Guess if George will kneel down and beg us. Liang Taijia's son Leong Yi suddenly said that his father was a son-in-law and his name was Wu Yuan Hui, so he took the Liang surname. This shout aroused the interest of the younger generations of the Liang family, and they all rushed to speak. Some people say that they will definitely kneel down and beg. There's also someone named George who refuses to repent. Of course, some people also said that after George goes to jail, they would arrange for someone to teach George a lesson, and they would also take turns to visit him in prison and torture him severely. In the group that day, George sent a red envelope, which made the younger generations of the Liang family very angry. Of course, they wanted revenge. Lucas and Angela listened to their cousins talking and were also thinking about how to take revenge on George. Angela sneered and said, "He has hurt me so badly. When the time comes, I will confront him and see what else he dares to say." Then he looked at Lucas again. "Xiao Su, he hit you several times. You must fight back." Lucas suppressed his inner excitement and pretended to shake his head. "Forget it. He is my brother after all." Angela immediately rolled her eyes at Lucas. At this moment, Lucas was still pretending, thinking that she couldn't see through him. Of course, Angela did not expose Lucas. After all, they all have a common enemy, George. "Ella, what about you?" Angela looked at Ella again. "Well, as long as George goes to jail, forget about the rest." Ella smiled and shook her head. Even though everyone was happy, she was still a little uneasy. Unless she actually saw George in jail, everything would turn around. Then she looked at Maria again and found that Maria, like the elders of the Liang family, was always smiling. She must have been thinking about how to take revenge on George. Chapter 186. It is easy to invite gods, but difficult to send them away. At this time, the door was pushed open, and Liang Quan walked in with a cane. He is old and likes light food, so he didn't come to this family dinner. Moreover, he looked to be in his 80s, but he was still in good spirits. It was just that his complexion looked a little ugly and ashen this time. "Dad!" Leong Yi and others shouted. Liang Quan glanced at everyone and said calmly, "Let the younger ones go out first. Lucas, Angela, and the others don't have to leave." Liang Yi felt something was wrong and quickly waved his hand to let the junior leave. He knew that his father must have something important to say. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so serious. Liang Quan sat down, took a sip of tea, and said seriously, "I received news that something big has happened. Xiao from Tianshan Group called me and explained the interests involved and begged me to let George go." "Dad, do you agree?" Maria was suddenly anxious. "You can't let it go. Absolutely not." Liang Quan snorted coldly. "Xiao appears to be begging, but in reality, he is ordering. He is just being polite for the sake of seniority. George is impossible to catch. Next month, the provincial capital will hold an international technology and trade conference, which is led by George. His group has many high-tech products, such as photovoltaics, solar energy, etc., and there will also be online seminars. He cannot miss these. In addition, Tianshan Group's Tianwei Technology, Tianchi Real Estate, and Candiduo Group are all economic leaders in the provincial capital and are like brand names. George was arrested. The entire provincial capital's economy would be stranded. It's so quiet. Everyone's eyes widened. They didn't expect that George would actually get the supportive teacher who. Leong Yi's face changed drastically. "Dad, when did this happen?" "The last time the Zhang family dealt with George, who Baosher never showed up. How come he suddenly became George's backer? Is there nothing to discuss about this matter?" Liang Quan shook his head. "Xiaohu's attitude is very tough. Alas, when I was the director of the machinery factory, Xiaohu worked under me. He is ambitious, hardworking, and able to endure hardships. Once he has made up his mind, he will not compromise easily." He knew that we were the ones dealing with George, but he still stood up. This shows that he is determined to protect George. This last sentence made Leong Yi look very unhappy. He knew that Hu Baosher was parachuted in, and if possible, he would never provoke their Liang family. But now he is trying his best to protect George, which means that if the situation gets out of hand, he will not hesitate to fight with the Liang family. "My grandson is quite capable. He impressed Xiao, who in a short period of time, he was preparing for a rainy day and took action before us." Liang Quan praised again. Of course, his voice was very cold. If George wasn't at war with the Yi family, he would be proud of having a grandson like this, instead of feeling such a headache like he does now. "During this period, we have not taken any action, waiting for the opportunity and paralyzing George." How did George suddenly find connections? Did the news of what we did leak out? Liang Yi frowned and thought, then suddenly looked at Lucas. "Xiao Su, You said last time that you bribed George's bodyguards and technical backbones. Did they call you? Lucas was still shocked by George's escape method. He shook his head after hearing what he said. No, it's been several days. I was wondering. Leong Yi thought for a moment and criticized coldly. You leaked the news. The bodyguard and the technical backbone were probably not turned, and they told George about you. With George's intelligence, he guessed that we were concerned about his online tactics, so he found a backer first. You are alerting the enemy and ruining our good fortune. This time, in order to deal with Tianshan Group, the Liang family mobilized so many connections and so much power, but you destroyed them all. If it weren't for your grandfather's connections, we might all be in trouble. Leong Yi became angrier and angrier as he spoke. This was his sister's son. If it was his, he would have beaten him up a long time ago. Ah, is that you, Lucas? Liang Haoran, Liang Kaiyan, and others also looked at Lucas, extremely angry. Just now, they were already thinking about George's miserable end, but who knew that George was more skilled and escaped again? Xiao Su, what can I say about you? You're always causing trouble, but not being able to do anything good. Angela also took the opportunity to add insult to injury. Lucas was blamed by everyone, and his face turned pale with fear. He almost cried. He originally wanted to help, but ended up ruining the good thing. Who can he tell about his grievances? He said pitifully, I just wanted to help everyone. George made the family a mess. I also wanted to bribe the people around him, create internal strife for him, and then secretly monitor him. I didn't expect it to be like this. Xiao Su, your brother is much more capable than you. He can see through your little tricks at a glance. Leong Yi said angrily, your brother's a man who can compete with your second uncle. Lucas heard this. He was even more devastated. When he was in the Yi family before, George was the worst to the extreme. But now he has not only surpassed Lucas, but can also compete with his second uncle. George be so awesome. No, it's fake. It must be fake. All right, it's already happened. There's no point blaming Xiaoxiu. Besides, Xiaoxiu didn't do it on purpose. Maria couldn't bear to see Lucas being wronged, so she stepped out to smooth things over. Of course, her mood also hit rock bottom. It was like watching a big net about to catch George, but who knew that George would still escape? This was the second time this happened. This kid is so abominable. With Maria speaking up, everyone felt embarrassed to blame Lucas anymore. Liang Quan also helped speak up. Xiao Su is still a child. He will grow up slowly. Don't be too strict with him. Now, think about Tianshan Group. After saying that, he looked at Leong Yi and said, Xiao Hu said he wants to talk to you, so give him a call. Leong Yi sighed and had to make a phone call. Leong Yi, haha, it's been a while since we last met. In the last basketball game, you shot a few three-pointers in front of me. Oh, what luck. Your team won in the end. Next time you have time to go to Beijing, we will organize another game. Okay. By the way, I have something to tell you about the Tianshan Group. Mr. George over there said he is waiting for you to release him. What? I'll let him go. Who Baosher? You know I'm busy with work. Can't you just handle this little thing? I wanted to, but they wouldn't agree. They said it's easier to invite a god than to send him away. Leong Yi, how can I explain this? I'm sorry to have wronged you. It's your misunderstanding after all. If the people from Tianshan Group don't let you go, it will be difficult to carry out our work. After a polite conversation, Leong Yi's expression became more and more ugly. That bastard actually wanted him to release the person himself? It is easy to invite gods, but difficult to send them away. Damn it, they are deliberately trying to kill his prestige and embarrass him. Chapter 187. You won't even say an apology. Laoyang, the domestic economy is getting better and better. As a city that is developing abroad, the South must make a statement and set a benchmark. Tianshan Group has agreed to be a leader, so the higher-ups also attach great importance to them. You should consider it. Teacher who never explained the reason why Tianshan Group was arrested, and everyone knew it. That's right. Since Tianshan Group is the leader for the development of the South, let alone me personally releasing the person, even pouring tea is a small matter. Wait a minute. I'll be there soon. Leong Yi thought about it and finally agreed. He had no right to refuse. If he didn't go and the news got out, he would be in trouble as to why tens of thousands of people from Tianshan Group were arrested. Of course, if a Baosher hadn't been there, even if George was wrongly accused, it would have been useless. He would have been thrown directly into jail, and no one would have been able to help him. But after Hu Baosher stepped in, things got out of control. Afterwards, Leong Yi told everyone in the Liang family about George's request. As expected, everyone started cursing and saying that George was ignorant. This rebellious son is so bold that he dares to intimidate his uncle. Maria was so angry that her face turned red and her eyes looked murderous. Brother, I'll go and see if he dares to ask me to release him. All right, all right. Why are you going there? Do you think the matter is not serious enough? I'll go. That guy just wants to see me humble myself. Leong Yi said unhappily. Maria still looked like she was about to kill someone and angrily wanted to go with them, but was stopped by Leong Yi because Maria would definitely make a big noise if she went, and now would definitely not be the right time. This kid is really difficult to deal with. He managed to outwit me without me noticing. Leong Yi took his jacket and left, looking at everyone and said, "We have always wanted to ban him in Yuhai City, but now he has come out, walked out of the mountains, and came to a wider world. It will be difficult to deal with him in the future." Everyone in the Leong family suddenly felt heavy-hearted and uncomfortable. They all knew that once George's business reached the provincial capital, there would be trouble in the future, but even though they knew it, there was nothing they could do at the moment. I can only watch George expand his business empire. Still fail. Ella kept listening to the conversation between the elders, and her face became a little pale. These few days, she finally slept well and did not have nightmares. But starting today, she will go back to her old days and have nightmares again. Why did even my uncle lose to George twice? At this time, in the office of the court, George and teacher who were having dinner. No matter how Huang Zhongguan persuaded him, George refused to leave and insisted that Leong Yi release him personally. Teacher who did not try to persuade him. He understood the resentment in George's heart. All the employees of such a huge company were arrested early in the morning without even any notice. They were directly convicted. No one would be happy about it. And if he was just an ordinary person, it would be fine. But George is already a public figure and a capital tycoon. Of course, when he carefully recalled his interactions with George, he still admired this young man very much. From the time George approached him to talk, and then to the cooperation between the two parties, it seemed as if George knew this day would come, and he actually made plans in advance. Hu Baosher knew that George was using him, but he was willing to do it. After all, they were just using each other. It would be a waste if this kid didn't go with the Yannai family. Teacher who also muttered to himself. At this time, the door was opened and Leong Yi walked in with his secretary. When he saw George for the first time, Leong Yi's face looked very ugly. Because George was wearing an expensive suit, like a noble young man, and he didn't seem to be nervous at all. He was even eating a box lunch with Hu Baosher, enjoying it very much. "Oh, Leong Yi is here. Have you eaten?" Teacher who held the chopsticks in one hand and the lunchbox in the other looked up and smiled. "Hu Baosher, I've eaten, thank you." Leong Yi smiled politely and walked towards George. George was still eating happily, as if he didn't see Leong Yi. When Leong Yi saw this, he became even angrier. Why did he feel like a subordinate and George was the boss? You know, in the past, when George came to the Leong family, he was a timid, well-behaved, and obedient younger generation. Then, he suppressed his anger and said with a smile, "George, this is a misunderstanding. I received a report from my subordinates, and then arrested someone without checking the facts thoroughly. Don't worry, I have severely criticized those incompetent subordinates." George seemed not to hear it and continued to eat his pork trotter rice. Leong Yi gritted his teeth and glanced at the people present. Everyone was watching and no one said anything, as if they were watching him embarrass himself. Leong Yi hadn't experienced this kind of embarrassing situation for a long time. He remembered the last time he made a mistake on the battlefield and was left out to be punished by his superiors. Of course, Leong Yi had seen big scenes before and had thought about what he would encounter before coming. He said calmly, "George, let's talk about family matters later. Don't bring it up in the workplace. After all, I am your uncle. Don't go too far." "Uncle? Ha ha ha." George finally couldn't help laughing out loud, very loudly and wildly, which made Leong Yi even angrier, his face flushed and his teeth chattering. After George finished laughing, he said sarcastically, "When dealing with Tianxin Group, why didn't you ask yourself if you were the uncle? I heard that you were a soldier, hate evil, and are righteous. Why don't you punish your sister Maria for the despicable things she did? Or, because she's your most doted sister, you allow her to do whatever she wants and even help her to commit atrocities? Haha, if such a person is my uncle, is he worthy? Don't insult the word uncle." After saying that, George continued to eat his lunch. Leong Yi's face turned pale and blue, and he continued to hold his breath and said, "Then what do you want to do?" George stopped eating and said calmly, "If our Tianshan group stops working for one day, how much money will be lost in every minute? You just criticize your subordinates, and it's fine? Thousands of people have been arrested by you. You are so powerful and use your power to suppress others. You have the final say in the provincial capital, right? Okay, it's all my negligence. Can we talk about this later?" Leong Yi said with a grim face. Okay, but now that you're here, you can't even say an apology. George said again. Leong Yi clenched his fists tightly, still enduring tightly, and said humbly, "I have brought trouble to Tianshan Group. I apologize. I'm sorry." George nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Last time in the detention center, you punched me a few times. I told you there would be a price to pay. Have you forgotten that painful price so quickly? Look, you're causing trouble again now. Aren't you afraid of suffering another painful price? I advise you not to interfere in the affairs of the Yi family anymore. You know better than me what your Liang family has done and how clean they are. The Yi family is already in trouble. If you don't want the Liang family to suffer the same fate as the Yi family, stop as soon as possible. This is the final warning." After saying that, George put the lunchbox on the table, said hello to Teacher Hu and left, but after walking a few steps, he turned back and said, "The loss of Tianshan Group this time will be compensated according to the price. By the way, the door of my office was kicked down by your men. Let someone repair it tomorrow." Then he left. Chapter 188. Just wait. Leong Yi will know when he returns. George sounded like he was scolding a subordinate who was not doing his job well. Leong Yi looked at George's back and thought of the last warning. He suddenly became furious and wanted to punch George a few more times. It's just that due to the presence of Hu Baosher and others, he didn't dare to get angry. In short, he lost all his dignity and face today. Turning back, Leong Yi smiled at Hu Baosher. "I'm sorry to have brought you trouble." Hu Baosher shook his head and smiled, and reminded him, "There is no trouble at all. It is best if the problem can be solved. The International Science and Technology Trade Conference will be held next month. Mr. George is very important." "I see." Leong Yi left with his secretary. After walking out of the office, Leong Yi's face was still uncertain, and he finally sneered. "I knew that boy was pretending, and he scolded me and left only after he vented his anger. Haha. In fact, even if I didn't come, he would leave sooner or later. He seems to be calm and shrewd, but he is still a young man after all. What's the point of venting his anger verbally? It doesn't hurt at all. If a man wants to get ahead, fighting for personal gain is useless. Only interests are the most important." He seemed to be criticizing George's actions, full of disdain and ridicule. But the secretary beside him could see that Director Leong was actually very angry, extremely angry. These words are more like self-consolation. After walking out of the court, George got in the car and went to pick up Olivia and Johnson. Olivia, Johnson, and others were also released. Just now, Olivia called Xia Yao, but before Xia Yao took any action, they were released. "George, everyone in the group has been released, and the computers, files, reports, and other information have all been returned. They haven't had time to check the information in the computers, etc. Fortunately, Wang Wei and his team set up many passwords." Johnson just spoke with Wang Wei and others on the phone and learned about the situation. This time, the Liang family is too lawless. They arrest people at will and release them at will for a company with a market value of nearly 50 billion. This is willful and abusing their power for personal gain. Olivia also chimed in, looking unhappy. George laughed and said, "Just now I scolded Leong Yi and he didn't dare to say a word. George, although our loss is not big, is also a waste of time and money. It's just a scolding." Olivia glared and said unconvincedly, "With Teacher Hu coming forward this time, we can continue to pursue the matter. After all, we were wronged." George shook his head. "Teacher Hu must know about my feud with the Liang family. It's good enough that he can keep our business in the provincial capital. If you ask for favors again and again, it will only make people annoyed. After all, we are just partners with Mr. Hu, not friends. Mr. Hu doesn't dare to get too close to us. When power and money get close to each other, there will be a lot of trouble. Of course, even if we are friends, and we are as high as Mr. Hu, he won't help us if we go down for no reason." Johnson couldn't believe it when he heard it. If it's a friend, Teacher Hu won't even help his friend? George nodded. "There's a saying that goes, if you are poor, you won't visit relatives. If you are rich, you won't return home. If you reach Mr. Who's level, you'll have many friends. Today, one person asks you for help, and tomorrow another one asks you for help. It will be a mess. Therefore, they're all profit-oriented. Johnson and Olivia thought about it and understood what it meant. George, you have so many insights into life. Olivia looked at George with admiration. George is the same age as them, but he sees life more clearly than them, as if he has lived 2 lifetimes. George, although you are right, the Leong family just let them go like this. Johnson said again. George sneered. Of course they won't be so comfortable. Their troubles are coming. This is the price of helping Maria. Wait, Leong, you will know when he returns. I hope he can really listen to this warning. However, considering the way Leong Quan and Su Mingxia dote on Maria, the Leong family will probably not listen to any advice. Forget it. Let's do our own thing next. A lot of things have happened in Tianjin Group during this period. Now, let's keep a low profile and focus on developing the business in the provincial capital. When we broke through the 100 billion market value, we became much more confident. George looked out the car window as he spoke. There were crowds of people on the road. Everyone was in a hurry, and everyone was rushing towards a different life. What will happen to the Leong family's life? George knew that the Leong family would face a debt storm next, and Quanqing Group would take advantage of the situation. In the end, the Leong family could only rely on their grandfather's inheritance for help. In the previous life, they survived the crisis with the help of their grandfather's inheritance. What will they rely on in this life? At the Leong family side, the whole family was sitting in the living room. Leong Quan and Su Mingxia are old, so they are resting in the room. They are too lazy to waste energy dealing with George's affairs and just want to hear the result. No one spoke, and the atmosphere was a bit depressing. They were all wondering, is this George a supernatural being? Last time, the Zhang family failed, and now Leong Yi failed too, and George found a powerful backer. George is not a shrewd politician, nor is he a wealthy man who can plan and strategize in the provincial capital. Why is he so difficult to deal with? Ella looked at the depressing hall and suddenly felt something familiar. Wasn't this the same atmosphere in the Yi family in the past? In the end, the Yi family was almost brought to a standstill by George, and even lost their position as the city's richest family. They looked lifeless, and now the Leong family looks the same. Could it be that this bad luck will be passed on to the Leong family? Everyone cheer up. Even if George has found a backer this time, it doesn't mean he can fight the Leong family. The Leong family is a wealthy and powerful family in the provincial capital. My uncle is on duty in Beijing, and the group run by my third aunt is worth hundreds of billions. Ella stood up and applauded, boosting everyone's morale. She was afraid to see everyone's low morale. This was too much like what happened at the Yi family. It was so scary. It's like a plague. It can infect everyone and make people feel depressed. No, she couldn't watch negative emotions affect everyone. Yes. Even if Tianjin Group is fine, our Leong family will not suffer any loss. That's right, George got lucky this time, but what about next time? Anyway, the provincial capital is our home ground, and we have plenty of opportunities. Everyone, cheer up. By Ella, the younger generations of the Leong family also cheered up. Leong Saijie and Leong Howren looked at this scene and smiled. At this time, Leong Yi also came back and was stunned when he saw this scene. He originally thought that the living room was dead silent, but everyone was talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was extremely good, which made his originally irritable heart feel much better. Not bad, this is our Leong family. Leong Yi smiled and said, it's just as you thought. Tianjin Group was acquitted. George was very proud in front of me. Of course, it doesn't matter. He was just being childish. Chapter 189. I would rather destroy the Yi family than hurt the Leong family. Haha, second uncle. Let him be proud. We don't care anyway. Lucas immediately flattered Leong Yi and looked at the dozens of Leong family relatives. Although George didn't go to jail this time, he also wasted his time. The most important thing is that we didn't lose anything. That's right. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Others responded, you guys have a good attitude. Leong Yi was also amused, and his previous depression was swept away. That's right. The provincial capital is their home ground. George may have escaped once, but he can't escape it a second time. As for Hu Baosher, Leong Yi is also a politician, so he naturally knows Hu Baosher's intention. He is just using George. When the interests of the other side are greater, he can abandon George at any time. Dinkling. At this time, Leong Saijie answered a phone call, and her face changed drastically. Leong Yi saw Leong Saijia's eyes wide open and asked, "Saijia, is there something wrong with the company?" "Almost." Leong Saijia's face was solemn. "I don't know what happened, but the ugly country wants to deploy the THAAD system in South Korea. Currently, China is already protesting. The impact of this incident is huge." "Mom, what is the THAAD system?" His son Leong Wei asked in confusion. "It's some kind of missile system. It will disrupt the strategic balance in the region, spy on China's hinterland, etc. China will definitely oppose it." Leong Saijia rubbed her temples and said with a headache, "If the Korean country insists on having its own way, it will cause protests from all the people, and then the business in China will be affected." Third aunt, I remembered that many of my grandmother's businesses have cooperation with South Korea. Angela suddenly thought of something. Leong Saijia nodded seriously. "There are many, including the automotive industry, the Korean entertainment industry, electronic products, and even supermarkets. We have invested in all of these areas, and the investment is huge, more than 30 billion. The whole family was silent. If the whole nation protests, all these businesses will be stranded, and many projects have already invested heavily, and it will be impossible to withdraw the funds. Everything was fine. What's wrong with this country? That's right. They have become puppets of the ugly country and are also dragging down our business. What should I do now?" For a moment, everyone was panicked. Although the Leong family's business is huge, many of its assets are fixed assets, and its cash flow is not sufficient at present. The funds for cooperation with the Korean chaebols are all bank loans. Once the debt is due, they can only forcibly interrupt some profitable projects, raise cash to repay the debt, or sell some assets. Cayenne, contact the overseas Arrowhead Company immediately and tell them that we agreed to sell a batch of rare earths according to the price we agreed on last time. I just asked my secretary to check. Several projects under construction in Europe are almost finished. Let's see if we can get them to pay us back as soon as possible. In addition, domestic industries are also trying to withdraw funds, and all real estate projects under construction should be temporarily suspended. Leong Saijia is worthy of being the one in charge of the Leong family's finances, and she arranges everything in an orderly manner. However, Leong Saijia had just arranged her work when calls came in one after another. Suddenly, there were more competitors in the rare earth business abroad. Arrow Company and its competitors purchased large quantities of rare earths and no longer needed the Leong family's rare earths for the time being. The project under construction in Europe is a collaboration among several large groups. One of the groups took the repayment first, so the Leong family must wait until the next period to get the repayment. Not only that, all their businesses, big or small, that are in urgent need of cash, have encountered inexplicable reasons and find it difficult to recover their funds. How could this happen? Is someone secretly dealing with us? Leong Saijia's face changed drastically, and she ordered her secretary to check it out immediately. Of course, she also knew that the Leong family's business had only just recently gone international, so she had no way of finding out which capital was targeting them. So we can only worry about this matter. At present, only domestic business is not affected, but the funds recovered are not much, and it is difficult to fill the 30 billion hole. In fact, if the debt was not due, they would still be able to solve it by dragging it out for a year or two, but the bank just wouldn't wait for them. Afterwards, Leong Saijia pointed out the seriousness of the matter. The faces of the Leong family members became even uglier. They had always thought that the Leong family was rich and powerful and would never encounter any troubles no matter what the situation was. However, they did not expect that there would really be a crisis this time, and it was such a big one. It is not yet certain whether South Korea will build the THAAD system, so let's wait. Leong Yi saw that everyone looked worried and immediately comforted them. Yes, maybe South Korea will cancel this decision in the end. This was the only way everyone could comfort themselves, and Leong Yi then asked everyone to disperse and return to their rooms. After Leong Yi returned to the room, his face became more serious. When he first cooperated with the Korean chaebol, he considered it for a long time and considered it very carefully. Besides, the opponents are big chaebols from South Korea, so there shouldn't be any big problems. In fact, it's not a big problem, but there's a problem with the general wind direction, which is not something that one person can control and change. What bad luck! Leong Yi cursed and suddenly remembered George's reminder not long ago. They will pay the price. Indeed, they pay the price. Last time, he punched George a few times, but failed to get promoted and paid a heavy price. This time, when he dealt with Tianxin Group, he brought about a debt crisis for the Liang family, like a curse. Of course, he thought so, but he refused to admit that he had any relationship with George. After all, no matter how powerful George is, he can't influence the direction of the international situation. We can only say that George has a bad mouth. Good things don't work, but bad things do. On the other side, Ella went home with Maria and the others. Maria looked sad, troubled, and worried. Could it be that, just like George said, the Liang family has also been dragged into hell? Ella said with red eyes and a little fear. Shut up. Angela immediately glared at her. Yuki is not at home. So you're imitating Yuki, right? No, no. George had warned the Liang family before. This time, we just dealt with George, and then the Liang family got into trouble. He was so right. I am most afraid that the Liang family will suffer the same fate as the Yi family. The Yi family is so miserable now, Yuki, Yushuan, and the Yi group. Ella continued to complain as if she was suffering from a nightmare. Shut up, stop talking. What does this have to do with George? Is he the president of South Korea? Who can decide these things? Angela was so angry that she yelled at Ella, because Ella had just boosted everyone's morale. She even thought that Ella had grown up. Who knew that it would shake everyone's emotions the next moment? This kind of person has very weak willpower and is too weak and incompetent. Maria rarely spoke, her eyes flickering constantly. She was actually thinking about what Ella said. I have to say, Ella's nonsense does make some sense. Regardless of whether it was George or not, Maria did bring the bad luck of the Yi family to the Liang family. Thinking of this, she also felt guilty and self-blaming towards the Liang family. She felt even more useless, and that she only brought trouble to her family, trouble again and again. The more she thought about it, the more heartbroken she felt. Even breathing was painful. She would rather George destroy the Yi family than hurt the Liang family. Chapter 190. Only George can resolve the crisis. After they returned home, they each went back to their rooms, and Ella immediately called her boyfriend to talk. The two of them kept chatting, and their relationship was heating up. The other party was very worried about Ella, and he also knew what the Yi family had done to George, and felt that the Yi family and Maria were very cruel. Ella, you are too kind. You feel guilty toward your brother, but you are reluctant to give up your family affection, which leads to depression. You are always thinking about others. In fact, to resolve this nightmare, your mother must come forward and talk to your brother openly. Communication is the best way to solve family problems. All the faults are on your mother. Your mother is too stubborn. The only time she begged your brother, she did so with a purpose. Your brother is not stupid. How could he not notice it? Although your brother has been seeking revenge and his methods are very ruthless, anyone would do the same if they were in his situation. The person who tied the bell must untie it. The only person who can untie this knot is your mother. Ella kept shaking her head after hearing this. Yiming, no, my mom won't talk to George. They both want the other to die. The man named Yiming was very heartbroken and hated himself for not being able to help Ella. The Liang family has been waiting for the final news from South Korea recently. Moreover, Leong Yi and others also saw that George's business was getting bigger and bigger. The market value of Candoaduo was skyrocketing and was quickly approaching Taobao and JD.com. You have to know that Taobao and JD.com accumulated their success over time, but Candoaduo is the opposite. They took advantage of human nature and used subsidies and rewards to attract many customers, especially lower-level customers. Leong Yi is a businessman, and just for this reason, she admires George very much. In addition, housing prices in the provincial capital are skyrocketing, and Tianchi real estate is also making a lot of money. George has bought many second-hand houses in the past, and their values have appreciated significantly now. These are the information Leong Yi can find, and there's a lot that cannot be found. In short, after George walked out of Yuhai City, the sky was high for birds to fly, and the sea was wide for fish to swim. Looking at the Liang family, the debt period is getting closer and closer. The most terrifying thing is that every time they want to recover the funds, there is always an inexplicable capital force against them. Until the construction of the THAAD system was officially confirmed, the Liang family's investment in cooperation with South Korea was completely wasted. Liang Quan also knew the news, and specially called Leong Yi and Leong Yi to discuss countermeasures. I won't call it Siley this time. Siley is a homebody, and she loves to daydream. I'm afraid she will think that she is the one who caused the trouble for the Leong family. Some of the younger generations in the family are already blaming Maria's family. Leong Quan was holding the thermos cup as usual. Leong Yi lit a cigarette and smoked it, frowning and saying, "Yes, there are many rumors in the family, saying that it was caused by George. Everyone is suspicious. In fact, it has nothing to do with George. George is not that powerful." Leong Quan nodded slightly. "We are a wealthy family, a big family. How can we be afraid of George? No matter what, let's solve this crisis first." I thought about it. The only one who can solve the debt crisis in the short term is George. Leong Yi's eyes flickered when he heard this. "Dad, are you talking about Yi Zhendong's inheritance?" "Good." Leong Quan's eyes sparkled, and his voice deepened. "However, George must also know about the Leong family's crisis. I'm most afraid that he will not cooperate." Leong Saijia, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. "Actually, George is Maria's son after all. I personally still hope that George can come back. Dad, let's work hard to restore the mother-son relationship between Siley and George. Fighting like this is not a solution." Leong Quan also agreed. "Yes, George can open up, which is good for the Leong family. George and Maria, very well." He shook his head and said, "Unless Siley can tell George what he wants, it's impossible. Look at Siley's personality since she was a child. If she doesn't like something or doesn't like to do something, no one can persuade her." Leong Saijia sighed after hearing this and suddenly said, "Then we can ask George what he needs. I think this is how I can talk to him and ask him to help the Leong family. After all, this is his grandparents' home." Leong Quan thought about it and agreed with Leong Saijia's idea. When Leong Yi saw that his father agreed, he immediately suggested, "I'll go too." Leong Saijia glared at him and said, "Your relationship with George has become strained. If you go, there will only be a quarrel. I better go. Although I was not nice to him before, you are much better than Siley. She used to be in charge of the Yi family's finances and business, and was so busy that she didn't even bother to pay attention to George. Who knew that this disdainful person was actually the best person to George in the Leong family?" Leong Yi had no choice but to nod. He looked at his worried father and suddenly thought of George's warning in the office. Did that disaster and nightmare really involve the Leong family? No, definitely not. This time, the Leong family is reluctant to sell their assets, so they are worried about the debt crisis. Otherwise, this level would not be difficult at all. Taking a step back, even if the debt crisis is not handled properly, the Leong family is still not something George can shake. Leong Saijia went to look for George on purpose, but she didn't see him. Currently, George is also a celebrity and is very busy with his work, so she has to make an appointment if she wants to see George. After learning about this situation, Leong Saijia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When did this young man, who was unknown in the Leong family and could only hide among dozens of younger generations, grow up to this point? Of course, Leong Saijia is also very capable, and she managed to meet George through other means. The two met in a high-end restaurant in the provincial capital. "George, have you been to school recently? How was your study?" Leong Saijia stood in front of the table where George was eating and asked politely. George was eating, looking at Leong Saijia with a little surprise, but he quickly guessed her purpose and said with a smile, "It's okay. There will be a math competition in a while, and the teacher insisted that I participate, so I had to go and have a look." George laughed. "Can I sit down?" Leong Saijia asked. George nodded elegantly. Leong Saijia pulled out a chair and sat down. She was wearing a purple office suit and high heels, giving off a very capable vibe. Although she's old, she has maintained herself well and looks like a beautiful woman in her 40s. "Ms. Leong came to me, probably to discuss the Leong family's affairs. If you talk about other things, I welcome it, but when it comes to the Leong family and the Yi family, we will only end up arguing and then become enemies." George shook the red wine in his hand and said, "Leong Yi is an example." Leong Saijia chuckled. "Maybe or maybe not. I'm a businessman, and I believe everything can be negotiated. Business is all about negotiation. Let me get this straight. Your grandparents want you to come home, and they really want to find out what happened between you and Maria. That is, what do you want to get from Maria? Or what do you want to know? Third, Annie knows you hate your mother, but blood is thicker than water after all. No matter how much you hate her, there is a limit. Just tell me what you think. Speak boldly. I will never be angry." Chapter 191. Say the cruelest words in the most elegant manner. George smiled after hearing this. He had to say that Leong Saijie was much easier to talk to than Leong Yi. Leong Yi was a military man, and he liked to lose his temper when he couldn't reach an agreement. Leong Saijie is a businessman who can control her emotions freely. She can be majestic when necessary and timid when necessary. Of course, he didn't have a good impression of Leong Saijie. Before, Ms. Leong never paid any attention to me. If I remember correctly, she looked down on me. I didn't expect that she would be so polite this time. So, the saying that wealth and power makes sense. If I, George, were still a waste, Ms. Leong would not be so polite. George made a few sarcastic remarks, but Leong Saijie behaved very well and didn't get angry. George continued, "The grudge between Maria and I cannot be resolved because I don't need anything and I don't want to know anything from her. I just want her to pay the price because of my grandfather Yi Yhandong. So Ms. Leong, forget about trying to reconcile. It will never be possible. As for Liang Quan and Su Mingxiao wanted me to go home, remember when the Jiang family dealt with me? No one from the Liang family stood up to speak. And when Liang Yi dealt with me not long ago, I guess the people in the Liang family were gloating over my misfortune, looking forward to seeing me in trouble. Now you suddenly tell me affectionately that you want me to go home. Don't you think it's ironic, Ms. Leong? The so-called belated love is cheaper than grass. If it were you, would you do it?" Leong Saijie's attitude is very friendly, so George speaks in an elegant and calm manner. But he uses the most elegant attitude to say the cruelest words. Leong Saijie's eyes flickered after hearing this, and she was very embarrassed, but she controlled her expression very well. There was no sign of anything from the surface. But even though Leong Saijie was hiding, George still noticed Leong Saijie's embarrassment and mocked her. In the past, the Leong family was like a sacred palace to me. Every person and every place was noble and omnipotent. But today I see clearly that the Leong family is just an ordinary family. They know how to be afraid, and they're shameless enough to ask for help. It's very strange. He attacked me not long ago and suppressed me mercilessly, but now he turns around and talks to me affectionately. How thick-skinned he is. Besides, you all know what Maria did at home. She threw me away and then found me in an orphanage, but didn't bring me back. She was like an executioner. What do you think after you know this? I guess you all stand on Maria's side and still think that I am a bad person. Maria is still kind. In fact, none of you have ever scolded Maria. These words made Leong Saijie even more embarrassed than before. She felt ashamed, extremely ashamed. If possible, she would definitely not come to George for help, because she was severely humiliated and trampled on by George. This is a humiliation. Of course, Leong Saijie is a businessman, so she is very calm. She said with a smile, "Mr. Yi, you are right. We're all very thick-skinned. In this world, only shameless people can get by. Let me say something shameless. Business is business. There are no enemies, only interests. I know you are a capable person with a very big business. There are very few young people in the South who are worthy of my attention. Xiao Lingyun from the Xiao family is one of them, and you, George, are the second one. If you are a qualified businessman, we can cooperate and take our business to a higher level. I am different from Maria and Leong Yi. I can let go of everything and focus on profit in everything." George shook his head after hearing this. "I'm sorry, I can't. I do business with only one goal, to bring down the Yi family. So I won't cooperate with the enemy, unless one day your Leong family breaks off relations with Maria. You can say that I don't know how to do business. You can say that I am not generous enough and have no vision. But that's who I am, George." Leong Saijie gasped after hearing this. She had always thought that George's business could be big and that he must be someone who cared about the overall situation. However, she didn't expect that George was completely different from the successful people she knew. It seems more like he is just fighting. But his methods were so powerful that they completely overturned all the business and interpersonal skills that Leong Saijie had learned. George continued, "Ms. Leong, you came to me today for two purposes. First, to win over. After all, Tianshan Group has become so big, and you don't want to lose these resources. I can tell you that you have failed in this regard. Second, I want to help you deal with the Leong family's current debt crisis. We can discuss this." Leong Saijie's heart skipped a beat. Her nephew, this man had such a sharp eye that he actually guessed her intention. "Okay, let's talk about the second one. How are you going to help?" Leong Saijie laughed. "I won't pay any more money." George shook his head, "But as for Grandpa's inheritance, I will not prevent it from taking effect. There is less than a month left. I will cooperate and sign. I will take what belongs to me, and I don't want a cent of what doesn't belong to me. This is what I can do, and in less than a month, your Leong family should be able to hold on. At most, you will just have to sell some assets. Of course, don't be so stingy and only think about making money and not willing to lose money. Leong Saija nodded after hearing this. Deal. Wait, George suddenly interrupted. You are also a businessman. You should know that cooperation requires both parties to bring out the chips they want. I gave you what you wanted, but you haven't given it yet. Leong Saija frowned. What do you want? George was thinking with a smile when he suddenly saw two figures entering the hotel lobby. He immediately said, "Oh, we meet again. It's Lucas. How about this? I want Lucas to go to jail for at least 10 days. This is the condition." Leong Saija immediately looked at the two people who walked in and took a breath. "Let me think about this, and I'll give you a reply tonight." After saying that, pick up your bag and leave. Lucas is Maria's beloved son, and she doesn't dare to make a decision casually. As she left quickly, she was spotted by Lucas, who had just entered. She was about to say hello, but Lu Ruyin next to her pointed at George and said, "Lucas, George is here too. Brother, why are you eating too? Ruyin, let's go to another restaurant." Lucas was a little scared when he saw George, and he pulled Lu Ruyin away. Lu Ruyin secretly despised Lucas. He was so scared. He was not a real man. As soon as they turned around, they heard George's voice behind them. George was wearing a white suit and custom leather shoes, walking towards them elegantly. "Lucas, eat." The voice gave Lucas a chill, and he turned around with a forced smile. "Brother, well, eat well. You won't be able to eat anything good in the next few days." George walked past the two of them and said, "Lucas, I will always keep an eye on you until the day you are at your wit's end and no one can help you. This is what Grandpa told me to do." Lucas didn't dare to say anything from beginning to end. Until George got in the car and left, he just collapsed and cursed. "George, you are so proud. You can't beat the Leong family." "No, now the Yi group is slowly getting on track. When I am in charge of the Yi group, I will show you what I can do." Lu Ruyin listened to Lucas' harsh words and secretly despised him. She only dared to show off after George left. When George was around, she was scared like a grandson. Chapter 192. Who will be the next one? The eldest sister or her? After returning home, Lucas also told Maria about George's meeting with Leong Saija. As expected, Maria was furious, and Lucas said that George was trying to win over Leong Saija to deal with the Yi family. This rebellious son is actually trying to sow discord. Maria was very angry and called the Leong family directly. The person who answered the phone was Leong Saija. She seemed to have a lot to say to Maria. Perhaps she also knew Maria's temper, and if she didn't explain clearly, Maria would always hold a grudge. "Yes, I met George. This is what Dad wanted. Don't think too much about it." At present, the Leong family's debt is still very troublesome, and the family does not want to sell any assets or projects. So they asked George for help, and he also agreed to cooperate with us on Yi Yhandong's inheritance. Dad means that Yi Yhandong hopes to use some money from the inheritance he gave to the Yi family to help the Leong family. "Kylie, the Leong family is in trouble right now. Although this is not caused by you, I still hope you can help." Maria felt guilty when she heard this and asked, "What did George say to you? He is not a good person to talk to. He must have cursed at you." "Third sister, you must have been wronged." "Yes, he used the most elegant tone to say the most hurtful words. However, third sister is a business person and has long been accustomed to verbal attacks from all sides. So it's nothing." Leong Saija smiled and said, "He just told us that he would not recognize the Leong family as relatives and that there would be no reconciliation with you. So we should give up on this idea." Maria said angrily, "He still wants to reconcile? Dream on. If I don't beat him up, don't even think about reconciliation." "Third sister, he's right. Don't think that way either." Leong Saija shook her head. "It was Dad's idea to let you and your son reconcile." "Dad, I'm worried about you." This sentence made Maria feel even more guilty. Her father was not only worried about her, but also didn't want the Leong family and George to continue fighting. Half of the Leong family's current troubles were caused by George. Thinking of this, Maria's heart ached. She felt that she was unfilial and useless, allowing George to force the Leong family like this. Of course, you don't have to blame yourself. It's not that the Leong family can't beat George. They just don't want to suffer any losses. I also don't want my parents to worry about these things at their age. If things really get tough, the Leong family will make it impossible for George to stay in China. Leong Saija guessed Maria's mood and comforted her. "Now, We don't know how much inheritance Yhandong left, but you said last time that there are several funds. If these funds belong to you, they should be able to help the Leong family overcome this crisis. And George agreed to cooperate on only one condition. That's right, that's right. Let Xiao go to jail. Maria heard this. She almost went crazy and her eyes widened. What? How dare that traitor make such an outrageous request? How did Xiao offend him? When did he offend him? Xiao was so well behaved, but George wants him to go to jail. This is too much. This is too much. This is too much. Maria was yelling into the phone, hysterically, almost losing control of her emotions. Lucas, David, Ella, and the others heard the sound and ran into the room. The word going to jail has now become their inner demon, because Lily is in jail, and Yuki is also in jail, and now Lucas is added. Is George going to send them all to jail? What's even more infuriating is that it was George who proposed these conditions to the Leong family. Kylie, third sister, knows that you love Xiao Su very much, but don't get excited yet. Xiao Su will not be put in jail for 1 or 2 years, but for more than 10 days, such as drunk driving or fighting. I've already told my parents and your brother. They said they'll listen to your opinion. They won't interfere, and they won't force it. Leong Yi comforted him. So, think about it carefully and call me tonight. Even if you don't agree, your family won't be angry. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Lucas heard it all clearly and felt that this scene was so familiar. That's right. Yuki was in jail. It was also the message conveyed by the Leong family. Oh shit, why me? Mom, I don't want to go to jail. I heard it's very scary in there. They beat you up and throw soap at you. I'm so fair and tender. I'll be tortured like a dog after I go in. You can't do this. My brother did it on purpose. He has been targeting me. You can't fall for his trick. There must be other ways. There must be. My brother is just the richest man in Yuhai City. How can he threaten the Leong family? Lucas was so scared that he was incoherent and lost his mind. Kylie, you can't send all your family members to jail just because of the Leong family. David also looked at Maria seriously. Let's not talk about the Leong family's debt crisis. It has nothing to do with George. Even if it has something to do with him, it is the result of the fight between George and the Leong family. Why should we pay for it? I won't agree. Absolutely not. Maria was in a daze, with empty eyes. She felt uncomfortable, angry, and unwilling to the extreme. Hearing David's words, her anger became even more intense. She turned around and slapped David in the face. You are a waste. Your son has made you neither human nor ghost. If you had any ability, would we be like this? Would we be like this? David, why didn't I know you were such a jerk at first? If I had known, I wouldn't have married you. Now, Yuxuan is in jail. Yuki is in jail. Lucas is also going to jail. Even my parents' family is implicated. Do you know? My parents' relatives are pointing fingers at me, and they're almost scolding me, saying that I'm a jinx and that a married daughter will bring bad luck to the family. Who can I tell about my suffering? You are a loser, a wimp, a coward, a piece of rubbish. Maria became angrier and angrier as she spoke. She was furious and grabbed David and started beating him up with slaps and claws. Dad, Mom, stop hitting me. I'm going to sit. I'm going to sit. Lucas immediately started crying and tried to stop the fight, although he was very scared just now. After calming down, he realized that it was only a dozen days. He can probably hold on a little longer. Dad, Mom, calm down, calm down. Ella was also trying to stop the fight, and her mood hit rock bottom. She knew that after George escaped, their Yi family would be in trouble again, just like being dragged into hell little by little like a nightmare. This time it's Lucas who goes to jail. Who will be the next one? The eldest sister or her? So horrible. Maria, you're blaming me again, right? I don't have any fatherly authority in front of George. He looks at me with disdain and wants to deal with me. I am a man and a great father. Who knows how hard it is for me to be looked at like this by my son? You are the one who caused all the trouble. I have to take the blame for you. Why didn't you treat George better? Why did you throw George away like a murderer? It's all your fault. Now, the whole family is paying for your willfulness, and you still dare to blame me. David lost control of his emotions after being beaten and started punching and kicking Maria. I have always felt guilty towards George because I have never loved him, especially when he talked about his grandfather. Those words really pierced my heart. I felt guilty towards his grandfather and towards him because of you. Now, for your sake, I have to deal with him against my conscience. You heartless bitch, how dare you blame me? Damn bitch. Chapter 193. This person is very stubborn and very purposeful. At night, Lucas knew there was no way to escape, and it was useless to pretend to be pitiful, so he finally agreed. He and Maria hugged each other, and they both cried as if Lucas had been sentenced to death. Xiao Su, you've been wrong for the sake of our family. Mom promises you. I promise you forever. I will make George pay 10 times the price. Once your grandparents get through this difficult time, we can focus on dealing with George. Maria kept comforting Lucas, but in fact she was also comforting herself. Lucas nodded while crying, but he was very resistant to going to jail. Although it was only for a dozen days, it made him feel gloomy. Angela came back and saw this scene. She said a few hypocritical words of comfort and was very happy. After George left the Yi family, one thing after another made Angela see clearly what kind of person Lucas is, a hypocritical brother who is good at pretending to be pitiful. Now, their whole family has been unlucky, Lily, Yuki, including Angela. Because her affair with the mistress was exposed, people are still talking about her behind her back. So how could Lucas be surprised? And thinking that it was only a dozen days, she was secretly dissatisfied. Why not 2 years? By then, she would be able to control the Yi group. After David had a fight with Maria, he ran out to drink to drown his sorrows. He was too lazy to comfort Lucas, thinking that it was only a dozen days and it was not a life and death separation. What really made him unhappy was that the inheritance left by his father would eventually be swallowed up by the Leong family. Ella talked to her boyfriend in the room and then called Yuki and Lily. Lily was as indifferent as ever and just snorted. Yuki laughed after hearing this. Look, Maria's heart is always with her parents. When her parents are in trouble, we're the ones who sacrifice. Haha, she is married, but her heart is still not in her own little family. How can she be happy? She deserves it. Although George still couldn't find a way to monitor the Leong family, Lingyun still secretly conveyed the Yi family's affairs to George. George found it very funny, and the couple started arguing again. David's turn to have a headache in a while, because Maria's old lover is coming back. Speaking of which, this couple is quite funny. The husband has someone who likes him, and the wife also has someone who likes her, but they are together again. By the way, have you found Wei Quansheng and Xiao Yue, who were mentioned by Lin Huashan last time? George asked Wang Wei again. He always remembered this matter and always felt that these two people had a great relationship with the Yi family. Boss Yi, it seems these two people have never appeared in China. There's still no news about them. Did that Lin Huashan lie to you? Wang Wei walked in and shrugged helplessly. Keep checking. George believed that since Lin Hua was about to die, he would not deliberately deceive him. Besides, Lin Huashan had no intention of mentioning these two names. On the Leong family side, Leong Yi used some connections to arrange for Lucas to be imprisoned for 10 days, which could be considered as an explanation to George. Dad, I don't think George will change his mind. He is very stubborn and has a strong purpose. He wants to bring down the Yi family and Maria. Leong Saijia said to Leong Quan. She also discovered that Leong Quan had not been in a good mood recently, which meant that Maria's matter still made him worried. This also made Leong Saijia very uncomfortable. His father had worked hard for most of his life and built the empire for them. He should have been enjoying his old age. All this was brought by George. Moreover, George should be easy to deal with, but there are always some unexpected things happening. Last time it was Liang Jingjing's car accident. This time, it was the Thad incident. I don't know whether George had foresight or he was just too lucky. I'm talking to him. Leong Quan looked at Leong Saijia and said, Dad, forget it. Leong Saijia immediately stopped him. The Leong family is currently dealing with a debt crisis anyway. Let's talk about it after we finish dealing with the things at hand. Leong Yi also quickly advised. Yes, Sally will take care of George's matter. He knew that Leong Saijia had talked to George and must have been ridiculed by George. If his father went to find George, he would inevitably be ridiculed. At his age, he would be most afraid that he would not be able to bear it. Okay, let's talk about it later. Leong Quan was a little tired after he finished speaking, so he went back to his room to rest and then said, Kylie is your sister. Although she is more willful, as her older brother and sister, you still have to take good care of her. Clear. Both of them nodded. A few more days passed, and Lucas was finally released from the detention center. He had lost a lot of weight and looked very haggard. When he first came out, he was a little afraid of crowds and the sun. God knows what happened to him in there. Xiao Su. Maria was heartbroken, fearing that Lucas would become like Lily, crazy, and ungrateful to his relatives. Mom. Fortunately, Lucas just suffered a big blow, but he didn't collapse. Angela asked in a mean way, "Brother, what's it like inside?" Lucas had a constipated expression on the spot, which made Maria so angry that she glared at Angela. Then she took Lucas home and cooked a lot of delicious food for him. Lu Ruyan was also there. After seeing Lu Ruyan, Lucas finally recovered slowly. Maria gradually felt relieved when she saw the young couple caring about each other. Originally, she was a little against Lu Ruyan, thinking that she could be a girlfriend but not marry into the Yi family because her background was too poor. But now, she also somewhat approves of Lu Ruyan marrying into the Yi family. Lucas stayed at home for 2 days. Since he was too busy with work recently, he did not go to the company afterwards, but went to school instead, just to relax. It just so happened that the University of Science and Technology was holding a mathematics competition in Beijing, and Lucas also signed up to participate. Ella also had some things to do in Beijing, so she volunteered to be the tour guide and took Lucas with her. We took a plane and gathered at the hotel after arriving in Beijing. After waiting for 20 minutes, other students and teachers gradually arrived. Because Lucas and his friends were all rich second generations, they did not ask the university to arrange their tickets, but came in first class, so they arrived earlier. Lucas, Lu Yuanbin. The students were also greeting each other. Miseya. Suddenly, a happy voice was heard, and a tall young man wearing glasses came running over. He was quite handsome and wearing an Armani suit. He looked like a rich man. "Hey, isn't this Mr. Jiang?" Lu Yuanbin and other rich second-generation people knew this young man. "Mr. Jiang?" Lucas suddenly asked curiously. Jang Tianan, the eldest son of the Jiang family, one of the 4 wealthy families in the provincial capital, is a student at Tsinghua University and a math genius. In this national college mathematics competition, he is conservatively estimated to be in the top 3 and may even be first. Lu Yuanbin introduced in a low voice. The Jiang family is not inferior to the Leong family at all. Lucas gasped. Lu Ruyan kept staring at Jang Tianan and suddenly whispered to Lucas, "Lucas, he seems to like your sister very much." Lucas frowned and said, "My sister is a big star. It's no wonder he likes her." No. This kind of liking is not the kind of liking an idol, but the kind of obsessive love. You have to trust a woman's intuition. Lu Ruyan was very sure. Chapter 194. This revenge must be avenged. It must be avenged. Ms. Ella, you are even more beautiful in person than on camera. My name is Jang Tianan. Nice to meet you. At this time, Jang Tianan said excitedly, "I have watched all the TV shows and songs about you. The songs you sing are really beautiful, especially the song Later. I listen to it every day, and the dramas you acted in are so real." "Thanks." Ella, wearing big sunglasses, responded politely. In fact, she has encountered this situation many times, so she is used to it. She is Ella, a big star. When the students and teachers around heard Jang Tianan's words, they all gathered around happily. Seeing this, Lucas was a little proud because of Ella's advice, his classmates didn't know that his sister was a big star, but today it was finally exposed. At this moment, more than a dozen bodyguards rushed in from the gate, then checked the surroundings professionally and looked at everyone vigilantly. Who is this person? Why is he making such a big scene? Fuck. 4 groups of bodyguards. Awesome. All the students gasped. There were quite a few rich second generations present, but they never had this kind of pomp and circumstance when they traveled, so they were all full of curiosity. At the door, a young man wearing a white suit, as elegant as a nobleman, walked in. He was tall, handsome, and extraordinary, like the protagonist from a comic book. Yes, it's George. Students from the Polytechnic University recognized it immediately and understood why it was such a grand occasion. Because George is the richest man in Yuhai City, with a net worth of 50 billion, a self-made business star, and an idol of countless young people. I've heard of him a long time ago, but I've never seen him in school. So he's like this. He's so handsome, and he has a very high IQ. Duo was founded by him. My classmates always ask me to help grab red envelopes. I didn't expect to see such a celebrity in person. He is indeed handsome and cool, and his noble temperament is not fake at all. No rich second generation can compare to him. He is absolutely the man of my dreams. Whether it was the female students from the University of Science and Technology or other universities, they all put their hands together. Why is he here too? Lucas was a little scared when he saw George, and, of course, very angry. George actually forced him to go to jail. This was the first time he had been to jail since he was a child. It was simply not a place for a human to stay. This revenge must be avenged. It must be avenged. Ella also looked at George with a complicated expression, opened her mouth, but ultimately did not say hello. George entered. He looked at everyone and recognized a few familiar faces. He ignored them and walked towards Teacher Lee. "I'm sorry, Teacher Lee. I'm late." "Ah, we just arrived too." Teacher Lee smiled politely and asked, "By the way, the school has arranged air tickets for everyone. Why didn't I see you on the plane?" This time, the school not only covered the air tickets, but also arranged the hotel for us. George looked around. "I chartered a plane." He was a little disgusted with this hotel. Although it was not bad, it obviously did not meet George's requirements. In his previous life, George had a very hard life and left all the good things to his family. So in this life, he will not treat himself badly anymore. He then said to Teacher Lee, "Teacher Lee, this hotel is not very good. I have booked the 5-star hotel across the street. Let's go somewhere else." When Teacher Lee heard this, he glared and said, "This is not good. Teacher Lee, what's wrong with this? George has already booked a hotel. It would be a waste if we don't stay there." Yes, I have never stayed in a 5-star hotel." "Thank you, George." When the students from the Polytechnic University heard this, they all shouted with joy. Moreover, the teachers from the Polytechnic University who were accompanying the team were also trying to persuade Teacher Lee. They all knew George and that he was sincere. Besides, there were 5-star hotels to stay in. So who would want to stay in a hotel of this level? Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Teacher Lee finally smiled and nodded. "Okay then." Yeah. The students cheered and followed George away. Students from other universities are all envious. It's so good to have a classmate who is a second-generation rich person. No, a first-generation rich person. Although there are many rich people among their classmates, obviously none of them is so generous. "Lucas, are we going or not?" Lucas eagerly asked. Lucas and Ella were naturally too embarrassed to go, and they thought they would be chased away if they went, so Lucas could only smile and say, "Why go? I think this place is pretty good." "Humph, you flaunt your wealth just because you have a little money, like a nouveau riche, wasting money just to show off, not practical." Suddenly, a sour voice sounded, and it turned out that the speaker was Jang Tianan. To be fair, he was the most important and richest among the college students present, but he didn't expect that the limelight was snatched away by George. Moreover, Ella was also there, making him feel outshined. "Master Jiang, please stop being so upset." Lucas looked at Jang Tianan and said with a smile, "For my brother, the interest he earns from this little money in the bank every day is enough to buy several 5-star hotels. Although, I know you are also rich, but in terms of personal ability, you are still not as good as my brother." Jiang Tianan was very dissatisfied with this, but he had just seen the relationship between Lucas and Ella, and they seemed to be siblings. "Oh, by the way, my sister Ella is also George's sister, and I am also George's brother. But he treats us very badly and often bullies us and my sister. Maybe he is more capable than us, and of course more capable than Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang is very good at math, but he is far behind in business. My brother is also very famous in college." Lucas kept talking, with a hint of trying to sow discord. Jiang Tianan was a math genius, so his IQ was not low. He could hear something, but since it concerned Ella, he didn't think it was a big deal even if he heard it. "Lucas, do you want me to do something?" Jiang Tianan said with a smile. "Young Master Jiang is still amazing. My brother is a celebrity now, but what if he loses his reputation? Although it won't affect his business, it will affect his reputation and bring him disgust." Lucas smiled and said, "Besides, this can also be considered a lesson for him, telling him to be more low-key and not always bully his relatives." As he said this, he glanced at Ella, as if telling Jiang Tianan that his sister Ella was always bullied by George. Sure enough, when Jiang Tianan heard this, he could no longer suppress his anger. Ella also guessed what Lucas meant and wanted to explain, but for some reason she remained silent, which was considered as tacit consent. "Humph, just ruin his reputation. I have plenty of ways to deal with it. Leave it to me." Jiang Tianan wanted to show off in front of Ella, so he patted his chest and said, "You are afraid of George, but I, Jiang Tianan, don't take him seriously at all. Master Jiang, you're truly amazing. Let's go and have dinner together." Lucas was overjoyed and took Jiang Tianan to eat. Just now, Lu Rian reminded him that Jiang Tianan liked Ella very much, so he used Jiang Tianan to deal with George. I didn't expect that Jang Tianan would agree immediately after just a few words of sowing discord. It seems that the intelligent Jiang Shao is also a love-brained person. Chapter 195. George was taken away and ruined. After everyone had finished their meal, Jiang Tianan returned to the hotel room. His bodyguard and servant had already filled the bathtub for him, and Jiang Tianan also talked about George. Master, I heard that George is a bit difficult to deal with. I think we should just ignore him. Master has already told us to win first place in this math competition. It's related to your future career. The bodyguard and servant reminded. These are two different things. When I taught George a lesson, I still won first place in the math competition. Jiang Tianan didn't care at all. Besides, our Jiang family is in the south. Do we need to give face to anyone? The next day, the mathematics competition officially began. Top students from prestigious universities from all over the world entered the examination room, one after another. The higher authorities also attach great importance to this mathematics competition. Students who get a place will gain many benefits. George also followed his classmates into the examination room. He obviously didn't take this competition seriously. The reason he participated was because George was a rising star in business in the South, and the school invited him to participate in the competition to improve the standards of the competition. That's all. Hi, George. I've heard of your name. At this time, Jang Tianan caught up with George from behind and said politely, "You are a rising star in Southern commerce, a business genius, and an investment genius. Generally speaking, anything related to business must be good in math, so I admire you very much." George looked at Jiang Tianan indifferently and had some impression of this person. In the previous life, this man had been pursuing Ella. It was said that he had a powerful background and was one of the four largest wealthy families in the provincial capital, on par with the Liang family. Moreover, during the last jewelry competition, this man sat next to Xiao Lingyun. It was just luck. George said casually, "Business is like a battlefield. There is no such thing as luck. After I graduate, I hope to learn how to do business with you, and I hope we can cooperate." Jiang Tianan said this very politely, and then took over George's pencil case and other things for the exam. It looks like he's a loyal fan. If George had not been reborn, he would definitely be used to it. After all, he is a celebrity now, and it is normal for people to admire him. But he knew Jiang Tianan's identity. Logically speaking, this man wouldn't worship him. If someone is too nice to you for no reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. So, George secretly snapped his fingers in the dark. Although the security of this competition was very strict and no one was allowed to enter the examination room, Chi Dan still found a way to get in, disguised as a school security guard. Seeing George's gesture, Chi Dan secretly took out his mobile phone to take pictures. At this time, Jiang Tianan was still exchanging pleasantries with George. After they reached the blind spot of surveillance, a pen was quietly put into George's pencil case. There are notes and other things in this pen, and the handwriting is also George's. Last night, he had already thought of how to embarrass George. He used the power of his family and stole George's old notes at the Polytechnic University overnight. "Come into class soon, George. I wish you good grades on the exam. By the way, I'm a math genius in Tsinghua University. I'm going to get first place. Don't lose to me." When they parted, Jiang Tianan returned the pencil case to George and smiled politely. "I wish you a successful start." George currently doesn't know what Jiang Tianan has done, but he is not in a hurry. After entering the examination room and handing out the test papers, George took out his pen to start doing the test, only to find that there was an extra pen in his pencil case. It seems that there must be something fishy about this pen. George didn't move the pen and let the situation continue to develop. What puzzled him was that this was the first time he had contact with Jiang Tianan. So why did Jiang Tianan want to deal with him? It's Ella. Soon, George guessed the reason. In the previous life, Jiang Tianan loved Ella very much to the core. Now it makes sense that he is dealing with me for Ella. Sure enough, halfway through the exam, suddenly, a large number of emails appeared in the teachers' and university's mailboxes. George from Class B, number 26. Did you receive this email too? Anyway, let's go check it out. Because the standards of this competition are very high and it is highly valued by the higher-ups, its fairness goes without saying. So, several invigilators rushed into Class B and came to George. "Exam number 26, it's him. George, we suspect you are cheating. Please help us investigate." The invigilator said expressionlessly. The students taking the exam looked at him in surprise, finding it hard to believe what was happening before their eyes. Because George was the idol of many students. How could he cheat? Good. George smiled and stood up. His test papers, pencil case, and everything else were sealed and taken away. Amidst the looks of surprise, disbelief, and even gloating, George was also taken away. At this time in the office, teachers from various universities were talking to each other. In this math competition, the top 3 are likely to be Jang Tianan from Tsinghua University, Lin Ling from Peking University, and Lu Ming from Harbin University. That's not necessarily true. There are math geniuses in other universities too. Fong Xiang, the top student at the Polytechnic University, is pretty good. Lu Lingling from Northwestern University is also very strong. While they were chatting, the email on the computer was discovered by a teacher, who then exclaimed, "Oh, George from Polytechnic University is cheating." "Teacher Lee, what's going on?" "We were just chatting about how George from your university is so amazing. He started from scratch and is worth tens of billions. How could he have cheated? It must be fake." "It's true. George has been arrested. He is in the office next door and is being investigated now." Maybe George's business started out by cheating. Originally, many teachers envied Mr. Lee from the Polytechnic University, but when George's cheating incident came to light, all the teachers immediately took advantage of the situation to kick him. Teacher Lee's face changed drastically. This shouldn't be the case. George had told him long ago that he was not interested in winning first place in the math competition. He was just here to save face. "Why? Teacher Lee, you still look unconvinced. The person has been arrested. How can it be fake? Your George wants to be first in everything. He will definitely not waste such an opportunity as the math competition. Let's go and see what's going on." After a few words of gloating, the teachers left the office one after another. Oops, Teacher Lee is so angry that he's going to die. If the cheating is confirmed, not only George, but also the Polytechnic University will be affected. You should know that this mathematics competition will be interviewed on TV. "George, you are so famous and rich. Why do you still need a false reputation?" Teacher Lee had no choice but to run to the office next door. After arriving, I saw a lot of people gathered in the office. George was sitting there, and several leaders of the education department were looking through his pencil case. After uncapping one of the pens, they found a cheat sheet inside. Chapter 196. It's simple. Someone framed me. "Look everyone, George did cheat. The answer is hidden in the pen." One of the teachers sneered and passed the cheat sheet to everyone to see. Teacher Lee suddenly felt like the sky was falling. "George, what else do you have to say? You actually did this to get first place in the competition? What did your University of Technology teach you? Do you know how high the standard of this competition is? The TV stations are interviewing you. Just wait to be expelled from school. Shame. You are not only a shame, you are a shame to the Polytechnic University." After the evidence was presented, many teachers made sarcastic remarks. Teacher Lee was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. He looked at George with a complaining look, but he found that George was calm and didn't care. He thought for a moment and asked, "George, do you have anything to say?" George had been watching the teacher rummaging through the pencil case, looking for evidence, as if it had nothing to do with him. Now, after hearing what Teacher Lee said, he laughed and said, "Why don't you take a look at my test paper?" As soon as these words were spoken, a teacher picked up George's test paper, looked at it, and then exclaimed, "Oh my, this kid, except for his name, nothing on the test questions was correct." After hearing this shout, all the teachers gathered around to take a look, only to see that not a single question on the test was correct. Instead, there were many numbers written on the stock market, future trends of real estate, etc. "Hey, you are participating in a math competition, not doing business. What the hell is going on here?" A teacher with gray hair asked while holding the test paper. Everyone was unable to answer, and they couldn't figure out what was going on. Teacher Lee thought about it and immediately came out. "I think there must be something fishy about this. Think about it. If George cheated, why did he get a 0 on the test? He didn't even answer the simplest question. What does this mean? It means he gave up the test." Yes, the teachers feel the same way. Teacher Lee continued, "Since he has given up the exam, why does he still want to cheat? Isn't this a waste of time?" When this question was asked, all the teachers felt that it made sense, and then they all looked at George. The head of the education department asked, "George, what's going on?" "It's very simple. Someone framed me." George crossed his legs and shrugged. "The purpose is to ruin my reputation and make me look bad, so I filled out a bunch of nonsense to prove my innocence." Teachers and leaders, this math competition is nationwide. If someone appears in such a frame-up, shouldn't he be severely punished? Of course it must be severely punished. This is no different from cheating in an exam. If everyone does this, then how can the exam be fair? This kind of behavior must be severely punished. The leader of the education department said seriously. Good. George nodded. It was Jang Tianan from Tsinghua University who framed me. Jang Tianan. The teachers at Tsinghua College were all staring in disbelief. After all, Jang Tianan has a good chance of winning first place in this competition. Although George is very famous in various universities, he is not very strong in mathematics. He is not a competitor of Jang Tianan at all. So why did Jang Tianan do this? George, are you sure? You know this is no small matter. If you wrongly accuse Jang Tianan, the consequences will not be something you can bear. A serious warning from a teacher at Tsinghua College. I'm 100% sure. George laughed and said, if I wrongly accuse him, I will bear all the consequences. Besides, what's the point of saying so much? You can find out by checking. Good, investigate thoroughly. The head of the education department said sternly. Call Jang Tianan over and confront George. Get to the bottom of this. Several teachers from Tsinghua College were a little reluctant, but they had to go for the sake of their leader's face. At this time in Class A, Lucas, Liu Yuanbin, and others are in this class. They are concentrating on doing test questions and thinking about George at the same time. Because the news of George's cheating has not been reported yet, they don't know whether George is in trouble. However, Jang Tianan just told them that the matter has been resolved, so they just have to wait and see. At this time, a large number of teachers came in and came to Jang Tianan's desk. Jang Tianan, please stop the exam and come with us. Jang Tianan looked up and said in disbelief, Teacher, I'm taking an exam. Isn't this delaying me? We know, but this is a serious matter. Anyway, just come over and we'll solve it for you as soon as possible. Let's go. Without waiting for Jang Tianan to say anything more, the teachers took him away. What's going on? Lucas and Liu Yuanbin looked at each other, both feeling a little uneasy. Wasn't George caught cheating? Why did he take Jang Tianan away? Could it be that what Jang Tianan did was exposed? But with young Master Zhang's ability, this shouldn't happen. Jang Tianan was of course also very confused. He arrived at the office and met George. At this time, a teacher came over and said, Jang Tianan, this is what happened. We found George cheating and found cheat sheets in his pencil case, but he said that you framed him. Moreover, we checked the surveillance and found that you did help him take the pencil case. Taking the pencil case is considered framing someone? Jang Tianan suddenly let out a strange cry, feeling full of confidence. He knew the school surveillance better than anyone else, and the angle at which he placed the cheat sheet was so wide that the surveillance camera couldn't capture it at all. Therefore, as long as he insisted that he didn't do it, the teachers couldn't do anything to him. Teacher, he is slandering me. He must think I'm going to get first place, so he is dragging me down with him. Jang Tianan complained again. I just took the pencil case. Who saw me put any cheat sheets there? After saying that, he looked at George again. George, are you afraid that I will do better than you in this competition? So you are wrongly accusing me? Jang Tianan, don't worry about this. A teacher explained. George had no intention of taking the test from the beginning. His test paper was full of figures about the stock market and the direction of the real estate market. In short, he gave up. What? Jang Tianan's eyes widened. He never expected George to do this, to voluntarily give up the exam to prove his innocence. This guy, how could he be so cunning? Then he realized that he had lost his composure and explained, that has nothing to do with me. If there is evidence, I will definitely admit it. If not, I suspect that some schools are deliberately suppressing me. Also, I have taken things like pencil cases before, but there must have been other people who took them before me. Anyway, if I frame George, I will invalidate this exam and drop out of school. What he said sounded righteous and legitimate. Seeing this, the teachers began to believe Jang Tianan a little. After all, the video surveillance did not capture Jang Tianan secretly putting down cheat sheets. At this time, George laughed and said, Oh, you are so cruel. I originally wanted you to give up the exam like me, but you insisted on dropping out of school and even gave up your academic qualifications. You really can't blame me. After saying that, he looked at the leader of the education department and said, I have evidence to prove that Jang Tianan is framing me. The evidence is in my phone. Please help me get the phone, Mr. Lee. Chapter 197. He is not afraid of trouble even if others provoke him. For the fairness of the exam, all mobile phones are managed uniformly. But George gave up and is now eligible to get his phone back. Teacher Lee left quickly and soon came back with George's cell phone and handed it to George. After George got his phone back, he played a video. It was the scene where Jang Tianan put his pen into his pen bag. It was also the video that Chi-don sent to him. There was only one pen in my pencil case, but after Jang Tianan took it, two appeared, and the other one was blue. George played the video on his phone for the teacher. Look, everyone, in the video, the pen that Jang Tianan put down is indeed blue, and the pen that contains the cheat sheet is also blue. From this angle, the shot is crystal clear. It's really Jang Tianan. When everyone saw the video, they exclaimed, "It wasn't me. It really wasn't me." Fuck you, George. Jang Tianan wanted to explain, but George showed him the video on his phone. The evidence was irrefutable, and he had no way of defending himself. All he felt was a burning anger. Moreover, 10 minutes before the exam started, all the teachers receive an email. If we check where the email came from, we will know who is behind this. I think the police department can crack it. If that doesn't work, our group also has technical personnel in this area. George continued, "You fucking bastard." Jang Tianan was so angry that he sat down on the ground, his teeth grinding. He originally thought that with the power of the Jiang family, it would be easy to deal with George, but who knew that George was actually on guard in advance, and he used the same trick against him and got the better of him. When the education department leader saw the evidence, he immediately issued a serious warning. Jang Tianan, your test score will be canceled, and what you did must be reported to all universities across the country to combat this bad practice. Jang Tianan's face suddenly turned dark. He felt both uncomfortable and angry. He had promised his dad that he would win first place in the math competition, but who knew his results were canceled, and he got a 0, just like George. But George had no intention of getting a ranking, and even if George wanted to get a ranking, he would only be in the top 10 at most. And he, Jang Tianan, is one of the championship pursuers. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Teacher, this exam is nationwide. In order to be fair, in addition to canceling the results, you should also call the police. George said again at this time, "Call the police?" Jang Tianan's mood hit rock bottom. Not long after, this national university mathematics competition came to an end. The math genius with the highest score was Fong Yiming from the University of Science and Technology, who won first place. He is also considered a dark horse. Of course, the main reason was that Jang Tianan's score was canceled. Otherwise, Fong Yiming would only be second. After the exam, the story of Jang Tianan framing the examinee spread. Lucas, Liu Yuanbin, and others were extremely surprised when they heard the news. Isn't it to embarrass George? How did Jang Tianan end up embarrassing himself? Not only did he make a fool of himself, but he also lost all his achievements and was directly put on the pillar of shame. Lucas was so angry that he broke out in a cold sweat. What kind of young master of the Jiang family is this? He is just like a waste and can't even do a small frame-up. Even so, he is still a math genius with a high IQ. Still want to pursue his sister Ella? Soon, the education channel of National News Channel 10 also broadcast this incident, which attracted a lot of attention. Tsinghua College has also been affected. Others will think that it is very unfair here. Those with good grades will be suppressed, and competition must be done through unfair means, etc. Back in the southern provincial capital, the Jiang family members also saw the news, and they were all so angry that their faces turned black. What is Tianan doing? He had a good chance of winning first place, but he framed George and got himself into trouble. He was also taken away by the police and has a criminal record. Can Tianan still study now? Does he still have a nerve to stay in Tsinghua? Isn't he destroying his own future? When did George have any grudge against Tianan? Jang Tianan's father and grandfather were so angry that they were about to die. Inside Tsinghua University, students were chatting in groups of 3 or 4 and were also talking about Jang Tianan. At this time, a police car drove up and took Jang Tianan away in full view of everyone. George was also in the crowd, watching the scene coldly. However, Jang Tianan seemed to have seen George. He said something to the policeman, then walked over to George and said, "George, because of a small thing, you destroyed everything I have. Wait till you destroy me." George said with a half smile, "Just wait. I will take revenge on you, just wait." Jang Tianan did not become hysterical. Instead, he showed a sinister smile and followed the police away. He can control his emotions instantly. which shows that his IQ is indeed not low. Such people are the most difficult and terrifying. Of course, George didn't take it seriously. He was already at a deadlock with the Liang family. So what if there was one more Jang Tianan? Moreover, he had no grudge against Jang Tianan. It was Jang Tianan who took the initiative to play a trick on him. After failing, he treated it as a trivial matter, while his counterattack against Jang Tianan became a big deal. These sons of wealthy families are really unreasonable. Of course, if this happened in his previous life, George would have just let it go and thrown away the pen early. But in this life, George will not let himself suffer again. He doesn't provoke others, but he is not afraid if others provoke him. Afterwards, George walked out of the campus, and Chi Dan and other bodyguards immediately came over and protected George from all angles. "George, wait a minute, can we talk?" At this time, Ella ran over from a distance. She seemed to have been waiting for George. George glanced at Ella with a cold expression. Although he was not afraid of Jang Tianan, Jang Tianan's troubles were definitely caused by Ella. He didn't believe that Ella didn't know about it. Ella must have acquiesced. Now, Ella actually has the nerve to look for me. Just talk about Grandpa's inheritance. It only takes 5 minutes. Ella knew that George hated her, so she got straight to the point, hoping to impress George. "I know what Grandpa's legacy is. Even Mom and the others don't know about this. I tell you, the legacy is 30 billion, and there are several funds. These funds are the most valuable. You should know that for rich people, charitable funds can avoid taxes and are the final storage place for property. And Mom and Grandpa's family won't let you go. After Grandpa's inheritance arrives, and they solve the debt crisis, they will definitely come after you again. I tell you this because I hope you know that I am on your side. And I regretted what I did in the past, so I never helped the family, but was helping you secretly." George heard this. He couldn't help laughing. Do you really think he knows nothing? Back then, Ella kept getting closer to her grandfather and asking for information, so she did know some things. But what Ella didn't know was that she had been reborn and knew the details of the inheritance better than anyone else. In fact, the inheritance is divided into 2 parts. One part is the Yi group, which belongs to David, Angela, and others. The other part is 30 billion and several funds, which belong to him, George. Ella had no idea of the actual inside story, and neither did Maria and the others. Everyone thought they could get a lot. It was ridiculous. Chapter 198. Everything I have done can be forgiven. In addition, Ella said that she stood by me and helped me secretly. Haha, when has she ever helped me? She has been waiting for me to get into trouble, just like a sinister villain, hiding behind and watching the fight between tigers from afar. Jang Tianan's story explains everything. George laughed and said, "Ella, you are saying this because you hope I won't deal with you. If you have any grudges or conflicts, just go to Maria and the others, right?" No. I just want to tell you that I am with you." Ella's eyes panicked for a moment, and she pretended to be calm and said, "Besides, this time Mom sacrificed Yuki and Lucas went to jail. I think she is too ruthless and cold-blooded. I have always been dissatisfied with her. Of course, Ella, to protect yourself, you can even sell out your mother." George's face was full of admiration and ridicule. "Yuki is hypocritical, and you are insidious. You seem kind and peaceful on the surface, but in fact you are very dark inside and like money more than anyone else. I guessed right. Grandpa's inheritance will be used to help the Liang family. You are very unhappy, right? Because you have always wanted to get the money in the inheritance, then fly away, go abroad, and live a carefree life, leaving all the nightmares to the Yi family." No, I don't think so. You misunderstood me. You are too extreme. Not everyone is so dark." Ella's voice became panicked. George sneered and took out his phone to look for the video. "Remember the time when your little Nwomi was sick and you forced me to kneel down and apologize to her? Remember when I left the Yi family and you admitted your mistake and I asked you to choose Lucas or me? By the way, this video should be of great interest to you." After that, he played the video on his phone. It was the moment when George was facing Wu Yuanliang, and the Yi family thought he was killed in a bomb. In the video, Maria and others pretended to cry, and then began to distribute the inheritance of Tianqian Group. Ella in the video just cried for a bit, and then had a relieved expression, exactly the same attitude as Maria and the others. George said sarcastically, "When you knew I was dead, you must have been very happy. Your sadness lasted only 5 seconds. Tell me, how did you stand with me?" Ella didn't expect George to have this video. At that moment, she was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. I was really sad at that time, but I don't know why. I couldn't cry anymore later. You have to believe me. You really have to believe me. I'm your sister. I'm a big star that everyone loves. You can't hold on to me when I make a small mistake. All the things I did are forgivable. Ella blushed and anxiously defended herself. George immediately looked disgusted and said coldly, Ella, don't think that you can be fine if you cut off your relationship or abandon the Yi family. I know many things, so I have seen through your dirty heart a long time ago. I said before, the Yi family will be dragged into hell. You are a member of the Yi family, so of course you are included. George was too lazy to talk anymore and turn away. George, why do you keep holding on to the past? Ella stood there, tears continuously falling, not only with sadness, but also with fear. Now, Lily and Yuki are both in jail, and even Lucas has been in jail for more than 10 days. It will be either her or Angela next. Moreover, her grandpa's family had failed in dealing with George, so she was very panicked. That was why she came to talk to George today, hoping that George would let her go. What hurt her the most was that she was indeed waiting for her grandfather's inheritance and was planning to immigrate abroad after getting it. Who knew that the inheritance would be left to the Leong family? She is now at her wit's end. George got in the car and drove towards the airport. He knew about Ella in her previous life, and she ended up marrying Jang Tianan. The marriage between the Yi family and the Leong family was the talk of the town for a while. Because of Ella, the Leong family also showed a lot of respect to the Yi family. But in the end, Ella was still made miserable by Lucas. Because of Lu Rian's presence, Lucas was instigated and wanted more, which ultimately harmed Ella. Of course, Ella herself was not very good either. It seemed that she had man outside. Jang Tianan eventually found her and beat her up severely. Of course, Jang Tianan really loves Ella, and even so, he did not divorce her, he just kept a closer eye on her. If things continued as they had done in the previous life, Jang Tianan's deep love for Ella would definitely cause a lot of trouble for George. Wait a moment. Suddenly, George asked the driver to stop the car and look at the roadside. I saw a man leaning against a car on the side of the road, looking in the direction of Tsinghua University, smoking a cigarette. Is it him? George remembered that this man was Jang Tianan's half-brother Jiang Yunzhong, and also the eldest son of the Jiang family. Notify that person and ask him to come to the park to talk. George instructed his bodyguard, then got out of the car under Chi Dan's protection and walked into a quiet park. At this time, Jiang Yunzhong was leaning against the car, smoking a cigarette, with a gloomy look in his eyes. He just found out that something happened to Jang Tianan. He was expelled from Tsinghua University, and his results in the mathematics competition were canceled. He was completely puzzled by this. After all, his brother's IQ is not low. It is impossible for him to do such outrageous things. Master Jiang, hello, our boss Yi wants to see you. At this time, a bodyguard came over. What, Mr. Yi? I don't know him. Jiang Yunzhong threw away the cigarette in his hand and said impatiently. The bodyguard was not surprised and took out a business card. Boss Yi said that you will agree to go when you see this business card. Jiang Yunzhong took a quick glance and saw that the business card was made of gold. He couldn't help but look up to it. When he saw the name on it, he was even more surprised. George, isn't this the person who caused his brother to ruin his own future? He thought about it and finally left with the bodyguard. Next to an artificial lake, George was standing there in a neat suit, surrounded by a dozen bodyguards on guard. Jiang Yunzhong looked at the back from afar, feeling a little curious. He had heard about George. It was said that Wu Yuanliang and Jiang Hongqi from the provincial capital had both fallen into his hands, and that he had a very bad relationship with the Liang family. It seemed that they were fighting over something. Mr. Yi, do you know me? Jiang Yunzhong walked over slowly. What about you? Do you know me? George looked back and smiled gently, but gave Jiang Yunzhong an inexplicable sense of oppression. No. Jiang Yunzhong suppressed the shock in his heart and said calmly, Of course, I am different from you. You became famous at a young age and are a rising star in the business. You are well known in the South, while I am just an unknown junior. George shook his head. You are not an unknown junior. You are the eldest son of the Jiang family in the provincial capital, in charge of many of the Jiang family's businesses and trade, but because you don't dare to be too sharp, you keep a low profile. Suddenly, he changed the subject and said with a smile, Besides, you're not in good health and have some heart problems. Jiang Yunzhong's face darkened. You're investigating me? He said seriously, "My brother. You are the one who harmed him." "What do you mean? Why do you want to offend the Jiang family?" George did not answer his question, staring into Jiang Yunzhong's eyes. "Your brother ruined his own future. Are you happy or angry?" Chapter 199. Jiang Yunzhong. Are you angry or happy? What do you mean? Jiang Yunzhong was furious. George knew that Jiang Yunzhong was hiding his hostility towards Jang Tianan and said calmly, "The reason why your brother is against me is because of a woman named Ella. Let's talk about you first. You have paid a lot in the Jiang family, but your status is not as good as your two brothers Jang Tianan and Jang Hongyuan. That's because you were born to the first wife, and your two younger brothers were born to the second wife. Your mother has passed away, and the mistress of the Jiang family is your stepmother, who is currently the second wife. So the future of the Jiang family's business will definitely have nothing to do with you. Because of your existence, your brothers will always feel threatened and will try to deal with you." Jiang Yunzhong's face suddenly changed, and he said anxiously, "You are trying to sow discord between us brothers. What is your purpose?" George said calmly, "I have made it very clear. Do you still want to hide your hostility towards Jiang Tianan and others? So, your brother ruined his own future. Are you happy or angry?" After saying that, he looked into Jiang Yunzhong's eyes with a smile. Jiang Yunzhong felt his entire body crawling with fear when he was stared at. This kind of look shouldn't exist on a college student. Moreover, George knew a lot about the Jiang family. If George was Jiang Tianan's man, he would not need to see him at all. He only needed to tell Jiang Tianan about his hostility towards him. Jiang Yunzhong thought for a full minute, and finally said coldly, "I'm happy." "That's right." George smiled calmly. "Ella is my enemy, and she will definitely get close to the Jiang family in the future, which will lead to Jiang Tianan definitely dealing with me. So we can cooperate. Also, your mother also died of a heart attack, but her illness was caused by someone else. Go back and find a woman named Wang Fong. She should have been fired, but she knows the inside story. Besides, you will definitely die. Jiang Tianan and Jiang Hongyuan will not let an outsider be their brother. You may die in a car accident or a heart attack." These words made Jiang Yunzhong's whole body tremble. Was his mother murdered? He knew who the murderer was without having to guess. It must be Jiang Tianan's mother, his current mother Luo Jia. This news shocked him greatly, and the hatred in his heart soared to the sky. Of course, to see whether what George said was correct, we just need to find Wang Fong. Remember, this Wang Fong used to be a servant of their Jiang family. Jiang Yunzhong gritted his teeth and said, "I know that Tianan and Hongyuan will definitely deal with me, so I've been prepared for a long time. I have secretly withdrawn from the Jiang family's companies, stocks, etc. Although I can't take charge of the entire Jiang family, it will not be easy for them to deal with me. Besides, they wanted to kill me by accident. Humph, did they think that I, Jiang Yunzhong, was unprepared?" After saying that, he looked into the distance. In the distance, I saw sanitation workers, passers-by, practicing Tai Chi, and so on. These people are actually bodyguards secretly arranged by Jiang Yunzhong to protect him at all times. I have a physical checkup every year. Although my heart condition is not good, it is still within the controllable range. Jiang Yunzhong said again, "Change your doctor. These doctors are also their people." George reminded lightly, overheard by George when Ella was secretly talking to Maria in the previous life. At that time, Jiang Tianan had already married Ella, and Jiang Tianan was even fighting with Jiang Yunzhong. In the end, Jiang Yunzhong was defeated and died in an accident. My doctor is one of theirs too? Jiang Yunzhong was shocked again and looked at George in disbelief. He didn't expect that he would get so much useful information from talking with George today. He took a deep breath and said seriously, "I agree to the cooperation you just mentioned. Your enemy is Ella, and my enemy is Jiang Tianan. When needed, we can help each other and pass on information to each other. Make a deal." George smiled. With Jiang Yunzhong restraining Jiang Tianan, it won't be so easy for Jiang Tianan to deal with him. Jiang Yunzhong said again, "To be honest, I have checked your situation. Your situation is a bit similar to mine. You are not welcome in the Yi family, and you are also targeted by the wealthy Liang family. However, you are very capable. In a short period of time, you have become the richest man in Yuhai City and even expanded your business to the provincial capital. Logically, the Liang family would not agree to this, but they seem to be helpless about this matter, which shows that you have a powerful backer. Working with you, I believe I can achieve twice the result with half the effort." There was admiration on his face. He didn't know how many connections George had or how much financial support he had, but his contact today made him realize that George was extremely cunning. While thinking about it, he also took the initiative to extend his hand. I hope that we will always be partners, not enemies. George also shook hands with Jang Tianan. Our goals do not conflict, so we can only be friends, not enemies. The two looked at each other and smiled. Jang Tianan added, Jang Tianan has ruined his future this time. His family must be very angry with him. He dropped out of school and is staying at home. He must want to join the Jiang family's business. I will find a way to cause trouble for him. That's good. George nodded, and then looked at Jang Tianan and said, in fact, for your heart disease, you should go to Shaoqing in the south and find an old Chinese doctor named Guli. The prescription he prescribes can conservatively allow you to live to 70 years old. Are you serious? Jang Tianan was overjoyed. Just try it and you'll know. George smiled. In the previous life, after Jang Tianan died, Ella accidentally said that the Jiang family found an old Chinese doctor named Guli who could cure Jang Tianan's heart disease. At that time, Jang Tianan actually wanted to find this old Chinese doctor, but because Jang Tianan interfered, accidents happened again and again, and in the end he never met Guli. In addition, Jang Tianan did not believe that traditional Chinese medicine could cure heart disease, which led to the missed opportunity. An hour later, George was on a plane back south. After cooperating with Jang Tianan, although Jang Tianan cannot control Jiang family enterprises in the short term, he can bring trouble to Jang Tianan and provide some intelligence. And now, in addition to Jang Tianan, George also has Wei Mingfei from Quanqing Group and Hu Baosher from the provincial capital as partners. Of course, Hu Baosher cannot be considered a partner. He is just a partner with whom we have a vested interest. On the contrary, concubine Wei Ming is a true partner. We all have the same goal and will never show mercy to the Liang family. After getting off the plane, the weather in the south was slightly warmer than in Beijing, but it was also winter and it was raining heavily, so the temperature was also very low. A row of cars were already waiting outside the airport. After George got in the car, he drove towards Tiansheng Group. Mr. Yi, I don't know if it's an illusion, but I feel like someone is watching us. At this time, Qidan looked out the car window and said seriously, when did it happen? George frowned. It's been there since I got off the plane. As soon as Qidan finished speaking, George received a text message with a video on it. Olivia and Johnson were caught, with white cloths in their mouths to prevent them from speaking. They kept shaking their heads and struggling hard. The message also read, if you want to save them, ask your bodyguard to go to Ziwei Rock immediately. Johnson is there. This message made George's face change drastically. Without time to think, he immediately ordered, check the whereabouts of Olivia and Johnson, quickly. Chapter 200. Emergency, Olivia and Johnson are missing. When Qidan saw George's expression, he knew something big had happened. Moreover, he had followed George for a while and knew that the most important people to George were Olivia and Johnson. They were all there for George in the orphanage, just like his beloved relatives, brothers, and sisters. Wang Wei Yugong, check immediately. Qidan quickly called Tianqin Group. 5 minutes later, Wang Wei called back. Olivia and Johnson were indeed not in the group. Usually, they had bodyguards, but this time they did not bring bodyguards with them. They left on foot and disappeared into the underground garage of a shopping mall. Because there was no surveillance system in the underground garage, and there was a lot of traffic, Wang Wei and his team couldn't find their whereabouts. Boss Yi, don't worry, we'll find it soon. After Qidan learned about the situation, he hurried to comfort her. George's face looked very ugly and uncertain. He asked Wang Wei and others to check to confirm whether the news was true. Now, Olivia and the other person are indeed missing, which means someone has kidnapped them. Is it the Yi family, the Liang family, or Jiang Tianan? But no matter how he thought about it, he felt that it was unlikely. Although they had torn their faces with the Yi family and the Liang family, they were not yet at the point of being desperate and throwing the broken jar into pieces. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that they are hysterical and crazy and want to die together. If anything happens to Xia and the others, the murderer and everyone else will be buried with them. George uttered these words coldly, causing the temperature in the car to drop by 7 or 8 degrees. Parking. Then George yelled, Mr. Yi, let us handle it. Qidan said immediately. Qidan, take all the bodyguards and go to Ziwei Rock to rescue Johnson immediately. Go now. George got out of the car and gave the order. Qidan must be worried because it would be very dangerous for Mr. Yi to be without bodyguards. However, under George's mandatory order, he had no choice but to set off with the convoy. He hopes to rescue Johnson as soon as possible and then help Mr. Yi. George walked along the road, letting the cold rain from the sky pour down on his body, holding the phone tightly in his hand. He was now doing what the text message instructed, waiting for the other party to indicate the next step. It seemed like someone was watching George in the dark. Seeing that there was indeed no bodyguard, a new text message came. Just find a car and drive to Shidu Bay right away. George immediately stopped a car on the road. The driver almost hit George and was about to curse him when he heard George said urgently, "Give me your car and I'll give you money, quick. You're a fucking lunatic." The driver was so angry that he started cursing. George took out his mobile phone and asked the driver to take out the payment code. The driver was stunned for a moment and subconsciously took out the payment code. Unexpectedly, George directly transferred 5 million. Oh my God. The driver's eyes almost popped out of his head when he saw the numbers soaring in the change. Nowadays, crimes such as money laundering and cyber fraud are not very rampant. So there are no restrictions on services such as money transfers. So the 5 million really belongs to the driver. His second-hand car was used to run Didi and was only worth about 50,000 or 60,000 yuan. Brother, no, Dad, this car belongs to you. I just filled it with gas. There is everything in it, including the window opener and the glove box. If you're hungry, there are instant noodles and mineral water in the car. Oh, and there are things to make tea in the trunk. The driver quickly got out of the car and politely invited George to get in. 5 million, it's not too much to call me Dad. George got in the car, ran through red lights, and headed straight for Shidu Bay. When the driver saw the car ran a red light, he subconsciously thought of the fine and felt a little sad, but soon he didn't care anymore. 5 million yuan, let alone running a red light. Even flying a plane is no problem. The rain in the sky is getting heavier and heavier, and the temperature continues to drop. George drove the car with a cold face, thinking of his childhood in the orphanage, and became even more anxious. Since his grandfather passed away, Olivia and Johnson are his only relatives. He is also the only person who cares about him and is sincere to him. So, nothing can happen to them. Just as I was thinking about it, suddenly, a bus came towards me at an incredibly fast speed. George's pupils narrowed. This area was already in the suburbs. Was the other party going to start killing people to silence them? It was too late for him to dodge. The car was hit hard, and the airbag exploded, hitting George. George felt as if all the bones in his body were falling apart, and his head was hit hard. Click, click, click. The bus was still stepping on the accelerator frantically, pushing the car because they were already close to Snakehead Bay and were located close to the sea. The bus wanted to push George into the sea. The bus driver was wearing a mask, and his eyes beneath the mask were crazy and bloodthirsty, like a cruel executioner. Boom! The car could not withstand the impact of the bus and finally fell into the sea. The cold sea water quickly submerged the car. At the same time, the bus driver got off the bus and looked at the car gradually disappearing on the sea. His eyes on the mask became even colder. George, I didn't expect to have such an opportunity. Since it is arranged by God, I can only act according to God's will. You are not as amazing as everyone says. You are just an ordinary person and you will still die. I know you've suffered a lot, but for her, I have to do this. So don't blame me. Blame yourself for not letting go. He gradually disappeared in the wind and rain. At this moment, the cold sea water rushed into the car frantically. George was in a coma. Memories and scoldings echoed in his mind. George, you haven't cooked yet. What are you doing? You're not allowed to eat tonight. George, you stole your sister's jewelry again. When can you be as obedient as Xiao Xiu? You are hopeless. These voices included Maria S., several sisters, and of course David S. They were like demons haunting George and spitting out curse-like voices at him. The picture in my mind was like layers of haze spreading to both sides, and a childish and familiar voice came. Mom, where are you? Don't leave me. Don't leave me. In the crowded train station, 3-year-old George was standing in the crowd. He looked around blankly and called for his mother in fear. However, there were unfamiliar faces all around him, all looking at him coldly, as if they were wolves that wanted to tear him to pieces. Moreover, George vaguely saw Maria's cold face in the distance, but she was getting farther and farther away. This is when Maria loses George. Maria, as if stimulated by this memory, George suddenly opened his eyes, His eyes were full of coldness and anger. Then the sea water rushed into his throat. The cold stimulation made him cough continuously, and blood came out of his mouth, dyeing the surrounding sea water red. Chapter 201. Xia Xia. I'm doing this for your own good. George gradually came to consciousness, held his breath, and looked around. He realized that he was at the bottom of the sea and in a car. His strong desire to survive made him react, and he saw that the entire car was submerged. If he couldn't find a way to escape, he would definitely be drowned. Fortunately, the car window had cracked due to the violent impact. George immediately used his arm to hit it, but it didn't work. Suddenly, he remembered what the driver said before he left. There are instant noodles, mineral water, and even tea-making supplies in the car. Oh, and there's a window opener in the glove box. George quickly opened the glove box and found the window opener. He held it tightly, smashed the window open little by little, and then swam out. Just when George was about to suffocate, he finally surfaced, then greedily took in the fresh air and swam towards the shore. It was dark on the shore, and I didn't know if the murderer was still there. But when George climbed up, he found that the bus had been driven away, with only the traces of the wheels left. At this moment, there was a vibrating sound in my trouser pocket. It was another text message from my cell phone. George took out his phone, looked at the message on it, and his expression changed slightly. The message read, "Why is it taking so long? If you don't come after 10 minutes, wait for your body to be collected." George felt something was wrong. The murderer who was driving the bus just now didn't seem to be the same person as the murderer who sent the text message. Otherwise, why would he continue to send text messages to him? Shouldn't he have thought he was dead? Let's find Xia Xia first. George gritted his teeth and ran towards Snakehead Bay. Fortunately, Snakehead Bay was not far away. 15 minutes later, he saw a boat on the beach. The people on the boat seemed to be getting impatient. Here it comes. One of them saw George. He ran over quickly, took his phone, and then handed him a piece of black cloth. Blindfold your eyes and get on the boat. We will take you to your destination. Don't try any tricks, or you will bear the consequences. George did as he was told, blindfolded and boarded the boat. Feeling the biting sea breeze blowing in his face, about half an hour later, the boat finally docked. George was taken off the boat, and the black cloth covering his eyes was untied. I saw that I was on an island, and there were many people standing around. Go into the cave. One of them pointed to a cave in the distance of the island. George did as he was told immediately. After entering the cave, he saw that it was very large, with many oil drums placed around it and electric lights for lighting. It should be powered by a generator. There were also quite a few people in the cave. All of them were tall and muscular men, and most of them were foreigners. Mr. Yi, don't say we don't give you a chance. If you want to save Olivia, hand over your Tianjin group. Here is a contract. Sign it immediately. The man in the lead was a foreigner who spoke unfluent Chinese and walked over with a pen and a contract. George received the contract. He signed it without thinking. Scream, Mr. Yi, the assets under your name are worth more than 50 billion, and they are all Sunny Enterprises. The projects are all making huge profits. How dare you give them away? The foreign leader was shocked, and the people in the cave were also surprised. They saw George signing with their own eyes, without any hesitation at all. You have to know that 50 billion placed abroad is enough to buy many lives, and even buy an entire country in a poor small country. And George just wanted to save one person. Where's Olivia? George asked coldly. At this time, a voice came from the intercom next to the ear of the leading foreigner. After listening, he looked at George with a sneer and said, "The last condition is to fight with all of us. If you die, you can only blame your bad luck. If you win, Olivia will be returned to you." After saying that, everyone came over ready to fight. They had solid muscles and strong bodies. Some were retired Special Forces soldiers, some were boxing champions, and so on. Each of them was capable of fighting 100 battles. Of course, you can choose not to fight, kneel down and beg for mercy, and then leave the cave, and we will let you go. Of course, if you leave, Olivia's life or death will have nothing to do with you. The foreigner who was in the lead continued to sneer. Let's fight. George didn't know the other party's purpose, but he had no choice. Young man, you are a warrior, and I admire you. The foreigner in the lead was slightly surprised, nodded in appreciation, and rushed over with everyone. Bang, bang, bang. A dull sound was immediately heard in the cave. What surprised these masters was that they thought George was a young man and could easily deal with him, but they didn't expect George to be so skilled. It's hard to imagine that he is just a college student. Of course, no matter how powerful George was, he couldn't hold on under the siege of so many masters and continued to be injured. There was a tent on the other side of the island, and the rain and sea breeze were hitting the tent madly. In the tent, Olivia was being held by several women. She looked at the surveillance footage and kept crying, "Stop! That's enough! That's enough! George is already injured! Stop it!" There were several other people watching the surveillance footage, one of whom was Xia Yao. She looked helpless. "Brother, that's enough. I saw George was injured when he came here. Don't play too big. Besides, you want to test whether he is deceiving Xia and whether he is after the Xia family's money." But George gave up Tianqin Group for Xia. Moreover, he clearly had the opportunity to leave just now. He only needed to kneel down and beg for mercy, but he still chose to stay. He knew that he could not win and might even die, but he still chose to save Xia. All this shows that George is sincere to Xia. The other person watching the surveillance footage was Xiao Lingyun. He was the one who caused all the trouble in order to test George. Of course, he also wanted to take the opportunity to teach George a lesson. After all, he didn't believe that with George's ability, he would not be unaware of Olivia's identity. He must have found out clearly, but George pretended not to know and was deceiving Olivia in order to become the son-in-law of the Xiao family. Xiao Lingyun thought that under the test of money and life, George's true colors would be exposed, and then Xia would see through it clearly, so she stayed away from George from then on. Who knows? George has passed the test, and his feelings for Xia are real. This was like giving Xiao Lingyun a hard slap in the face, and it also further widened the distance between Xia and George. "I don't believe it." Xiao Lingyun took a big gulp of the wine, like a gambler who had lost all his money. He had seen too many people who sold out everything for money. He didn't believe that George was an exception, not even if he was beaten to death. Of course, what he didn't want to admit was that his most beloved sister belonged to George. "Brother, stop it. If you do this again, I won't recognize you." Olivia was still being held by the female bodyguard and was struggling desperately. Xia, I'm doing this for your own good," Xiao Lingyun replied fiercely. Looking at George, who was beaten violently in the video, he gritted his teeth and said, "It's not easy to be my brother-in-law and the son-in-law of the Xia family." Chapter 202. Xia, I will hate you forever. Xiao Lingyun, enough is enough. Xia Yao couldn't help but remind him. "You said you wanted to test George, and I agreed. But your test is beyond my control. 10 minutes. If he doesn't surrender or admit defeat after 10 minutes, I will admit defeat." Xiao Lingyun took another sip of wine. In the video, George's condition was very serious. His suit was covered in blood. He was 1.8 meters tall and was already shaky on his feet. He was kicked away by the foreigners several times, but George got up every time. Even Xia Yao saw that George's hands and legs must have been broken. This situation also made Xiao Lingyun stunned. It was the first time he saw such a crazy and reckless man. Could it be that he really saw it wrong? Bang! At this time, Olivia took advantage of the distraction of several bodyguards, broke free from their restraints, and rushed out of the tent. Xiao Lingyun and Xia Yao noticed the accident behind them. Their faces changed drastically, and they hurried to chase after her, but when they got outside, the wind was strong and the rain was heavy, and they could no longer see Olivia. "Hurry up, chase them. If anything happens to my sister, I will arrest you and make you fill the sea." Xiao Lingyun anxiously yelled at the female bodyguard. As soon as he finished speaking, a slap landed hard on Xiao Lingyun's face. It turned out that it was Xia Yao who hit him. Her face was full of anger. "Xiao Lingyun, you've gone too far. Don't think I don't know that you're actually seeking revenge. You're jealous of George, and you're afraid that George will snatch Xia away from you." After being drenched by the rain, Xiao Lingyun sobered up a little. "If anything happens to George, Xia will hate you forever." After Xia Yao finished speaking, she quickly went to find Olivia. Xiao Lingyun's face turned pale, and he felt a little frightened, fearing that things would turn out badly. Yes, he doted on his sister and would not allow any man to have improper thoughts about her. So when he found out about what happened between George and his sister, he was so angry that he couldn't sleep and wanted to kill George. I vaguely remember that when he was a child, he took Olivia out to play, but he lost Olivia because he was too playful. He blamed himself for this for many years until he found Olivia. When he saw Olivia at that time, he could sense that Olivia had suffered a lot. He secretly swore at that time that he would never let Olivia suffer any more in this life. Not even a little bit. Master Xia, it's bad. The weather forecast says there's an earthquake on the seabed in this area. There will be a tsunami, and the rainstorm will turn into a heavy rainstorm. We must leave immediately. At this time, a bodyguard came running over anxiously. Oops. Xiao Lingyun's face changed drastically, and he finally realized that he had messed up. He rushed into the woods like a madman. Everyone, find Olivia immediately, quickly, 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 and take George away. At this time, Olivia ran in the dark woods with the flashlight on her mobile phone, but the sea water had already submerged her ankles. She remembered that the cave was in the low-lying area of the island, so she ran downstairs. When I saw the cave from afar, I saw that the sea water had already submerged up to my thighs. She didn't know why the sea water flooded the island, but she knew she had to find George immediately. Brother, brother. Olivia ran towards the cave with tears in her eyes. My brother has suffered enough in this life. We can't let him get hurt again. We can't. After rushing into the cave, we saw that the foreigners had already run away. They were just hired people, not bodyguards or anything. Seeing that the cave was about to be flooded, they naturally fled. Elder brother. Olivia soon saw George lying on a big rock, and she swam over quickly. Because the cave is located at a lower level, more sea water flows in here, and the speed of rising is very fast. After Olivia climbed up the big rock, she saw George covered in wounds. She was so heartbroken that she quickly picked him up and kept shaking him. Brother, wake up! Wake up! George was in a coma, but after hearing the voice, he opened his eyes with difficulty, and then saw Olivia. Xia Xia, are you okay? I'm fine. I'm fine. I'll get out of here right away. Olivia helped George up and was about to jump off the rock to leave, but the sea water poured in too quickly, and after a few minutes, the entire cave was flooded. George looked at the cave and knew that the situation was very troublesome, so he immediately asked Olivia to swim to a higher place. Then, looking at the increasing amount of sea water, George knew there was no way out. Xia Xia, the seawater is flowing in too fast now. We can't get out at all. When the seawater reaches our chin, we take a deep breath, then dive and swim out from the bottom of the water. George held Olivia's hand tightly, fearing that Olivia would be washed away by the water. There are many dark holes in this cave, which creates suction. Once you are sucked in, there is no hope. Olivia nodded, then looked at George affectionately. Brother, what if we die this time? Don't talk nonsense, you won't die. George said firmly. I mean, what if? For some reason, Olivia didn't feel sad or reluctant. She felt that being able to accompany her brother was enough. She smiled and said, This situation is so familiar. I remember when we were stealing things when we were little, I fell into the river, and you saved me. Yeah, I saved you when we were little, and I can definitely do it now. Okay, get ready and take a deep breath. George nodded, and when he saw that the water had reached his chest, he knew it was almost time. Brother, there is one thing. If I don't tell you, I'm afraid I won't have a chance anymore. Olivia said suddenly. Take a deep breath, and get ready. George is already giving instructions. Brother, I love you. Olivia yelled at George. I don't want to be your sister. I just want to be your bride. George didn't know if he heard it or not, and kept shouting, take a deep breath. Olivia pouted in grievance, but finally took a deep breath. When the sea water reached her chin, George pulled her under the water and swam towards the exit of the cave. The seabed is pitch black, and there are undercurrents surging. The two couldn't see anything and could only swim forward based on their intuition. As time passed, Olivia became more and more panicked. Because it was dark all around, it seemed like there were many monsters hiding there, and they were huge monsters. Olivia has a slight fear of the deep sea, and it's starting to flare up now. George was fine, but he was seriously injured. His swimming speed slowed down a lot, and he could hardly hold his breath. Suddenly, he vaguely saw a little light in front of him, twinkling like stars. Logically speaking, it was nighttime now, and it would still be pitch black even outside the cave. But George didn't have time to think too much, and pulled Olivia to swim towards the light. After another 10 seconds, the oxygen in the two people's bodies was exhausted, but the light was still very far away. Suddenly, George pulled Olivia over, held her slender shoulders, and kissed her little mouth. Chapter 203. You must admit that he is better than you. Woo woo woo. Olivia's heartbeat instantly quickened, and before she could savor the taste, suddenly, a new stream of oxygen rushed into her mouth. She instantly understood what George meant. No wonder he kissed her. It turned out that he was leaving the remaining oxygen for her. But brother must have felt very uncomfortable as well. There should be little oxygen left in his lungs. Before she could think about it, George pushed her away again, went around behind her, and pushed her towards the light. Just like when she was drowning as a child, George kept pushing her to shore. The light ahead was getting closer and closer, as if it was the way out of life. But at this moment, Olivia felt that the thrust behind her had disappeared. She looked back and saw nothing but darkness. She could only guess that her brother had run out of oxygen and was sinking to the bottom of the water. Brother, don't go, don't go. Xiao Xiao hasn't told you yet that Xiao Xiao loves you very much. Xiao Xiao wants to die with you. Olivia kept scratching around with her hands and feet, trying to catch George, but there was only cold sea water all around her, and her George was no longer there. Just as Olivia was screaming in her heart, the light in front of her became more and more dazzling, and then several figures approached. It turns out that these lights are flashlights. At the same time, a hand grabbed her and pulled her toward the surface of the water, while a respirator was stuffed into her mouth. Of course, several figures passed her and swam quickly downwards. At this time, the wind was howling on the sea, and it seemed that God had thrown all the water into the sea. On the rolling sea, several yachts were moving back and forth. There was a cruise ship in the distance, and there were 3 helicopters flying in the sky. A large number of spotlights fell on the sea, illuminating the area. We must find them. Xiao Lingyun was on a helicopter, looking at the sea below. His eyes were red, his whole body was shaking, and he wished he could jump into the sea to save his sister. Xia Yao, who was standing next to him, also had pale lips and kept cursing, "It's all your fault, it's all your fault, it's all your fault." Xiao Lingyun inserted his 10 fingers into his hair painfully. "Master Xia, I found the young lady. I found her." At this time, a voice came from the intercom. Xiao Lingyun and Xia Yao looked down quickly and saw a yacht slowing down, and then several people rescued Olivia. "The young lady is in good condition. She just fainted. Fortunately, we found her in time." The voice continued to come from the intercom. "When we found the lady, a man kept pushing her towards us, and then the man fell into the sea." When Xiao Lingyun heard it, he guessed it was George. At this moment, his eyes were red, and he felt extremely guilty. "Find him for me at all costs. If you can't find him, no one is allowed to go back. Hurry, hurry, find it. He's my brother-in-law, George." Xiao Lingyun yelled into the intercom, a heart-wrenching yell. There were tears welling up in his eyes. George at first, so he tested George. Who knew that George passed his test again and again? Especially the last time, when he sacrificed himself to save Olivia. Even in this situation, could Xiao Lingyun still not trust George? He regrets it very much now, blaming himself for being too impulsive and going too far. "Xiao Lingyun, is there anything else you can say?" Xia Yao continued to look at Xiao Lingyun angrily. "If something happens to George, I wonder how you will explain it to Xia Xia." Xiao Lingyun suddenly felt like he had fallen into hell. "Found it." At this moment, a life-saving voice came from the intercom. Xiao Lingyun was shocked and overjoyed. "Quick, send him to the hospital for rescue. Quick, quick, quick." After saying this, he wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and smiled. "We must rescue him. We must. Everyone who participates in the rescue tonight will be rewarded 1 million. And the person who saves my sister and George will be rewarded 5 million. The helicopter flew quickly towards the mainland. After a long time, in the provincial hospital, Xiao Lingyun and Xia Yao both arrived. Their clothes were wet, but it was too late to change. The attending doctor had been waiting for them and said with a smile, "Don't worry, the injured are not in danger of life. The female injured just caught a cold and was frightened. She will be fine after a rest. The male injured is in a more serious condition. His arms, fingers, and calves are all broken, and he has a mild concussion. It will take a long time for him to recover." After hearing this, Xiao Lingyun and the other man finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then they sat in the corridor. Xia Yao stared at Xiao Lingyun, but finally she was too lazy to beat him up, so she asked someone to bring a towel to wipe her hair. George had a miserable childhood. He was abandoned by his mother when he was 3 years old. He was lucky that he was not taken away by human traffickers, but was sent to an orphanage instead. What were you doing when you were 3 years old? You were still under the protection of your parents. His family treated him very badly, to the point of abusing him. He begged his family again and again to be pampered, but was disappointed time and time again. In the end, he left home and severed ties with his family. Xia is the last and most important relative in his life, and the only light in his life. You have to use this light to torture him. Don't you think it's cruel? I know you are jealous of him. You are jealous that he took away your beloved sister. You are jealous of his achievements, talents, and everything else. But are you worthy? If you were in George's situation, could you be reborn from the ashes? You have to admit that Xia is not only your sister, but also his sister. She is also better than you. When Xiao Lingyun heard this, he could only smile bitterly. In the past, he refused to accept it, but now he is convinced. Even though he was once the most outstanding young man in the provincial capital, with an outstanding family background, extraordinary academic qualifications, and superior IQ. But, apart from his family background, George is no worse than him in every way. Most importantly, George, like him, is willing to give his life for Olivia. That night, both of them did not rest and waited in the hospital. In the early morning, Olivia finally woke up and went to find George first. After learning that George was not in danger of life, she was finally relieved. Then he found Xiao Lingyun and slapped him in the face. Xiao Lingyun, you tricked me into going to the underground garage with Johnson, and it turned out you were doing these bad things. Fortunately, my brother is fine. Otherwise, I would never forgive you in my life. Olivia was very excited and cried and cursed. I'm sorry, brother is wrong. Xiao Lingyun bowed his head and admitted his mistakes. In this world, there are only two people who can make him bow his head and admit his mistakes. One is Dad. The other one is Olivia. I admit that I did have some personal grudges when testing George, but I never intended to kill George. This was an accident. I won't object to your affairs in the future, okay? Xiao Lingyun is like a child who has done something wrong. This is my business. When is it your turn to object? I'm grown up now, and I have the right to choose my own love. Olivia continued angrily. Chapter 204. Let men solve their own problems. Xiao Lingyun quickly smiled and said, what I mean is, not only do I not object, I am even trying to bring you together. In my heart, he is my brother-in-law, a qualified brother-in-law, and he will also be my relative in the future. Xia, he has been abused by his relatives since he was a child, and he has been psychologically injured, but I am definitely a qualified relative and a qualified big brother. After saying that, he patted his chest and said, if anyone dares to bully my brother again, no, my brother-in-law, in this place in the south, I will beat him to a pulp. Olivia was still angry, especially when she heard the word brother-in-law. Her face turned red like an apple. Anyway, if George doesn't forgive you, I won't forgive you either. Olivia left a message and went to the ward to accompany George. Xiao Lingyun and Xia Yao looked at each other and understood each other. It seemed that if they wanted Olivia to forgive them, the most important person was George. Of course, although George's life is not in danger, the situation is still a bit troublesome. In the early morning, George started to have a high fever and kept shouting, don't leave me. Olivia held George's hand heartbrokenly and kept wiping his sweat and body. She knew that her brother must have dreamed about being thrown away as a child. When Xiao Lingyun and Xia Yao saw this scene, they felt very heavy and of course very nervous. Fortunately, George had good physical fitness due to regular exercise, and his fever finally subsided after 2 days of high fever. Later, under Olivia's careful care, George gradually woke up and his face regained color. George, there is something I have always wanted to confess to you. That evening, Olivia looked at George with guilt and uneasiness on her face. Speak. George recovered these few days. He was also thinking about what happened that night. There were too many things that puzzled him. Actually, what happened that night was caused by my brother. His name is Xiao Lingyun, and I'm also a child of the Xia family in the provincial capital. My father is Xiao Mingfeng, my mother is Dong Chule, and my sister is Xia Yao. My brother has always thought that you approached me because you were after the Xia family's assets. He doesn't trust you, so he wants to test you. Your transfer of Tianqin Group's assets and so on are all fake. Olivia lowered her head, rubbed her hands, and told the story as if she had done something wrong. Finally, she said, of course I was against it, but I was caught at that time. Brother, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have concealed my identity from you. George's eyes widened after hearing this, and his mind became even more confused. Is this a sequela of his fever? Is he hallucinating? Or is it a mild concussion that hasn't healed yet? Well, what about Johnson? George asked quickly. He's fine. In fact, he should have been fine from the beginning. Olivia said. George rubbed his temples. Isn't your father a driver for someone else? Last time your sister came, she borrowed the boss's car, and then I gave her a few cars and gave your family 100 million for household expenses. I actually have a lot of cars at home, hundreds of them, Olivia whispered. I later secretly put the 100 million back into Tianshan Group. George, I have absolutely no idea what to say. Brother, the reason I hid this from you is because I was afraid that you would not want me anymore, thinking that I was the daughter of a wealthy family, and then distance yourself from me. Olivia burst into tears after she finished speaking and cried very sadly. Okay, don't cry. How could that happen? George quickly comforted her. No matter whose daughter you are or how much money your family has, in my heart, you are still the little Xia Xia, and you will always be my sister Xia Xia. Then, actually, now that I know your identity, I won't distance myself from you, and I won't have any prejudice against you. No matter what, I, your brother, am also the richest man in Yuhai City. Although I am not as rich as the Xia family, I will not feel inferior when I meet the Xia family, right? Olivia stopped crying when she heard this and was very happy. If she had known George didn't care, she would have said it earlier. Xia Xia, where is your brother? George asked again. He's right outside. I'll let him in now. He's the one who caused all this. You can beat him up or scold him however you want. Speaking of Xiao Lingyun, Olivia became very angry and ran out to call Xiao Lingyun in. After Xiao Lingyun entered, he frowned at George, then said to Olivia, Xia Xia, please go out. I want to have a good talk with George. Xiao Lingyun, George is still recovering from his injuries. You are not allowed to bully him. Otherwise, I won't let you go. Olivia put her hands on her hips and pretended to be threatening fiercely. I know. Xiao Lingyun felt helpless towards this sister. As soon as Olivia left, he frowned and looked at George, while George also sat on the hospital bed and looked at the handsome man in the burgundy suit. After the two of them stared at each other for 5 minutes, Xiao Lingyun finally spoke. First of all, I'm sorry. I didn't expect it to become such a big deal. Secondly, the reason I'm testing you is for Xia Xia. I won't allow any man with bad intentions to get close to him. Perhaps you find it hard to understand, but the rich are like the deep sea. When you become a real rich one day, you will understand that for money, many people can do anything. Of course, I confess that when I was testing you, I also added my own selfish motives because I was jealous of you, and even more so because you stole my favorite sister. The last thing I want to say is that any resentment and anger you have is directed at me. It has nothing to do with Xia Xia. She was totally unaware of this from the beginning to the end. After Xiao Lingyun finished speaking, he frowned and looked at George. George looked at Xiao Lingyun coldly, with murderous intent in his eyes, but it gradually disappeared, replaced by indifference. He stretched out his finger. Come here, there is something I can only say to you. Xiao Lingyun walked over immediately, but the next moment, George punched him. George before and knew that George was very skilled, but she did not expect that George, who had just recovered from a serious illness, would still be so strong. The punch made his teeth bleed, and he fell on the chair. Fuck, you dare to hit me. George angrily. I can't hit you. You almost killed me, and Xia Xia. Hitting you with one punch is a light punishment. If my legs weren't in good condition and I couldn't walk over, I would punch you again. George didn't give any face at all. You. Xiao Lingyun was speechless. After thinking for a while, he continued to walk towards George. Okay, for my sister's sake, I will beat you again until you vent your anger. Come on. Bang. George continued to beat him, punching Xiao Lingyun so hard that his nose felt sore and hot, and tears started to flow. He bared his teeth and cursed. Fuck, I was being polite, but you really beat me up. Outside the ward, Olivia heard the sound and almost wanted to rush in, but was stopped by Xia Yao. Don't worry, your brother wouldn't dare do anything to George. Let them solve their own men's affairs. Olivia heard this. She finally held back. Chapter 205. George, don't be ungrateful for what you have. At this time, Xiao Lingyun was punched twice in a row, but he still walked towards George. Since I was born, you are the second man who dares to beat me. My father was the first. But for Xia Xia, this young master will endure it. Come again. He walked closer to the bed, ready to take George's third punch. However, George did not fight back, shaking his wrist. You are so shameless. You hit my hand so hard that it hurts. Xiao Lingyun was furious. Stop it. My face didn't even say it hurts. What qualifications do you have to say it hurts? Do you still want to hit me or not? Don't wait for me to regret it. You won't have the chance to hit me again. Lucky for you, I'm too lazy to fight. George said calmly. Although you almost killed me in Xia, your purpose was for Xia, so I will forgive you this time. If there is a next time, I will make you pay the price no matter if you're Xiao Lingyun or Xiaoing. Xiao Lingyun opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, no words came out. George glanced at the oranges on the table and said to himself, I'm thirsty. Please open an orange for me. Xiao Lingyun glared and thought to himself, I have become a servant now, and reluctantly picked up the orange and peeled it. George continued, Anyway, I am actually quite happy for Xia to see her family love her so much. So, although you seem to be testing me this time, it is better to say that I am also testing you. Otherwise, I would not be able to hand Xia over to you with confidence. Xiao Lingyun stopped what he was doing and looked at George deeply. He knew that George and Xia were from the same orphanage, but George had a miserable life since childhood, so he was worried that Xia would suffer the same fate. Of course, he was still very moved when he heard these words from George. After all, he almost took George's life, but George was happy for Xia because Xia had a brother like him. Can I drink? Xiao Lingyun handed the orange to George, locked the door, and then took out a bottle of Matai from his trouser pocket. You locked the door, and you still asked me if I could drink. George rolled his eyes at him. Xiao Lingyun chuckled, found a cup, and poured a glass for George. We have finally gotten to know each other this time. From now on, we are a family. I am relieved to leave Xia to you. Stop. Don't take advantage of this opportunity. You are a family. What kind of family are you? You are doing this. George frowned. Ah, you kid. Xiao Lingyun was so angry that he even forgot to drink. In the South, how many people want to establish a relationship with the Xiao family? Even just becoming Xiao Lingyun's friend is something that many people dream of. George was so good. He took the initiative to build relations, but this guy still refused. Xiao Lingyun said angrily, Why? Do you want to dump Xia and leave my sister alone? What a mess. George was puzzled. Xiao Lingyun was furious at this innocent expression. You must know that my sister is always like you. You kid. That's enough. My sister is a beautiful girl. She actively pursued you. Don't be ungrateful for what you have. George gasped and was in disbelief for a moment. You must have been in love before, right? You don't even notice this. My sister doesn't even want a brother for you, and she's willing to sacrifice her life at any time. Xiao Lingyun looked George up and down. You are a wealthy man with a net worth of 50 billion. Have you never played with a woman? Have you ever kissed her? Have you ever driven a car? You are such a freak. Xia, she's just my sister. George's heartbeat suddenly quickened, and it felt unreal. Sister what? Xia has always had a crush on you, and it's been like that for a long time. Xiao Lingyun said again. George fell into deep thought. In his previous life, he had never contacted Olivia because of Angela and the others. Although he had been exposed to it early in this life, he had never thought about it in this regard. What are you thinking about? Isn't my sister pretty? Does my sister have a bad personality? Does my sister's family have no money? If it were any other man, he would have smiled until his mouth cracked. Why don't you say a word? Don't you like my sister? When Xiao Lingyun saw that George didn't say anything, he suddenly became anxious. No, it's just that this happened too suddenly. George shook his head. Actually, I also like being with Xia. She is kind, considerate, and well-behaved. In addition, she and I grew up together, so I'm used to having her around. But my biggest wish at the moment is to make the Yi family pay the price. These are two different things. Xiao Lingyun spread his hands disdainfully. It's just the Yi family. Even if they have the support of the Liang family, it doesn't matter. I will help you to bring them down. You and Xia should get married soon and give birth to a big fat son. My father and I will be very happy. George was speechless. This was developing too fast. He said helplessly, We are still in school. Besides, I don't want anyone to interfere in the affairs of the Yi family. I want to deal with them myself. In short, I like Xia too. We should solve the problems between us ourselves. Xiao Lingyun smiled when he heard it. That's good. I've been waiting for you to say this. To be honest, I'm quite optimistic about you because you have money but have never been in contact with a woman. I like loyal men because your brother, can't do that. What brother? Are you taking advantage of me again? Get lost. George said unhappily. Don't be angry. I'll tell Xia now that you two should communicate well with each other. Of course, you can kiss after you start dating, but you must wear a condom when driving. And you can only have children after you get married. Xiao Lingyun was very confident in handing her sister over to George, and even treated George as a relative. George rolled his eyes after hearing this, thinking that Xiao Lingyun was an unpredictable tyrant. Soon, Olivia walked in with a red face. She is wearing a long floral dress today and an exquisite necklace on her fair neck. She looks youthful and beautiful like a fairy. If Xiao Lingyun hadn't reminded him, George wouldn't have felt anything. But now, he was not only embarrassed, but also felt that Olivia was very beautiful, really very beautiful. Much more beautiful than Lu Ruyan. George. Olivia was also a little afraid to face George. Me. To be honest, this is George's first time in love. In his previous life, although he was pursuing Lu Ruyan and they had even discussed marriage, even on the day before their wedding, he and Lu Ruyan had only held hands. As for the feeling of being in love, none at all. Olivia was familiar with George's personality and knew that George was a blank slate when it came to love. She stopped talking and took a step forward, only 3 centimeters away from George's face. The long eyelashes, the rosy white skin, and the constant fragrance made George's heart beat faster. Xia. He just opened his mouth to say something, but the kiss sealed his mouth. They are too familiar with each other, and some things are hard to say. So, it is better to take action than to confess. But what George didn't expect was that it was Olivia, not him, who took the initiative. Chapter 206. George has nothing but hatred towards us. With Olivia, the two did not love passionately, but lived pretty much the same as usual. Of course, there will be some more intimate actions, but they will not exceed the limit. And this kind of Olivia and sweet love also makes both of them like it. Maybe this is the first love, or maybe it's because they are still students. In addition, Johnson, Xiaoqi, and others also came and stayed with George for a few days. George also inquired about the group and learned that the group was developing very well in the provincial capital. By cutting ties with Duo, real estate, mobile phone OEM, and other businesses, George's net worth is heading towards 60 billion. And this is just the beginning. Based on George's experience in his previous life, it won't be long before these assets increase several times, or even 10 times. Looking at the Liang family, they are still waiting for Yhandong's inheritance, but after the debt matures, they are under pressure and can only sell some industries and projects. Of course, the Liang family is indeed stingy. They have hundreds of billions of assets, but they are reluctant to use them to pay off debts. Instead, they are eyeing Yhandong's inheritance, which makes David and others very unhappy. The Yi group has been performing well in recent times. In the competition between Lucas, and Angela, Lucas has undoubtedly achieved better results. George did not take any action against the Yi family and the Liang family for the time being. He was investigating what happened that night. He also asked Xiao Lingyun, and Xiao Lingyun said that he did not send anyone to hit George's car, and there was no need for that. George had sensed something was wrong a long time ago and asked Wang Wei and others to investigate. This is also the most important thing at the moment. As long as the murderer is not found, both he and Olivia will be in crisis. At this time, the Chinese New Year is approaching. Angela, Ella, and Lucas took their servants to the mall to buy New Year's goods. But Maria was obviously not going to spend the New Year at home this year, but at the Liang family. They also want to go to the Liang family to celebrate the New Year and to show their love. They picked out the New Year gifts and goods themselves. I heard from the mayor yesterday that George had an accident and was hospitalized for half a month. He almost died. Angela seems to be in a good mood. Sister, is this true? Lucas couldn't believe it. Of course, it is said that many people went to visit the patient, including the mayor. Angela smiled and nodded. So, George also got his comeuppance, ha ha ha. So cool. What a pity. It would be a relief if he died. Ella didn't say anything. She looked to the other side and saw a 3-year-old child crying in the mall. He seemed to have lost his mother and was crying very sadly. Mom, where are you? The child is also very cute. So people on the street are helping him. What a poor child. Angela also saw the little boy at this time and subconsciously rubbed her belly and walked over with a bit of heartache. Let's go. Let's help him. After saying that, she pulled Ella over to help, bought some candy to amuse the little boy, and then accompanied the little boy to wait for his parents. Fortunately, the mall's radio was still playing, and the child's parents finally came, holding their child and crying. Angela looked at the child's parents and couldn't help but scold them. You are such a fool. As parents, you don't even take care of your child. What if he gets lost? Sorry, it was our negligence. Thank you. The child's parents kept apologizing and took the child away. Angela watched the family leave, with reluctance and unusual tenderness in her eyes, and she kept complaining. Every child is an angel given by God. How can there be such irresponsible parents? Ella and Lucas next to them found it very strange. With Angela's personality, she is definitely a cold queen. So why is she so gentle to a little boy? The child just now is probably 3 or 4 years old. I remember when George was abandoned by his mother. He was only 3 years old. Ella said suddenly. Angela, who was still watching the family, suddenly froze and her eyes focused. In fact, she was pregnant recently, but she ended up having a miscarriage, and this was the third time. Every failure made her feel more precious about the child, and her desire to be a mother became more urgent. So, she subconsciously felt that the child was very pitiful just now. But George was also abandoned at the age of 3. Maria thinking at that time, why was she so cruel? Let's go see George. Ella said again. Angela took a deep breath and said, I'm most afraid of another quarrel. George only hates us. Her tones softened a lot, and for the first time she showed some sympathy for George. Yes, my brother, and we are like this. He won't welcome us. Lucas also shook his head. Ella opened her mouth, but ultimately gave up trying to persuade him. At this time, Lucas answered a phone call. After hanging up, he looked at Angela and the others in surprise. Mom just called. The Leong family also knows about George. It is said that George had a car accident and almost died. But now he is ready to be discharged from the hospital and is treating people to dinner at a hotel in the provincial capital. Mom and my aunt are planning to go visit him. Lucas, what is Mom thinking? They're going to quarrel. How should I know? But I guess my brother almost died because of an accident. Maybe after this experience, he will change his mind, realize his previous mistakes, and then bow to Mom and return to the Yi family. George would never think so. I guess Mom doesn't want to give up Tianshan Group and hopes George can help the Leong family overcome the debt crisis. Oh, they will definitely quarrel. I'm most afraid that Mom will be furious again. Angela and Ella both guessed what Maria was thinking. This time, if George still stubbornly refuses to come back, Maria plans to make fun of George. After all, it has always been the Yi family that has been unlucky. This is the first time that George has suffered retribution. Oh, my mother is so stubborn. Illesite. She knew Maria was the kind of person who would not give in easily. She had always wanted to laugh at George, vent her anger, and save face. But what I am most afraid of is that Maria will be severely angered by George again. Let me call Dad. Ella turned around and made a phone call. David has been very busy recently. When he heard that George almost died in a car accident, he was quite worried. He asked a few more questions, but stopped talking after learning that George could be discharged from the hospital. Of course, David had no plans to visit George, as he also had important matters to deal with. Ella also knew that David had something against George. At first, when she said George had been in a car accident, David's tone was quite happy. But when he learned that he almost died, he started to worry. It was not until he learned that George could be discharged from the hospital that he fell silent. I guess I was happy at first, then worried, and finally upset. In short, the whole family wishes George to be unlucky. Only in this way can they put aside their past grudges and care about George. But if George becomes better and better, they will hate him, curse him, and resent him. Perhaps this is the mentality of being afraid of your brother's hard life, but also afraid of your brother driving a Land Rover. Chapter 207. Betting for 1 month. In the provincial capital's Dynasty Hotel, David was sitting there with a serious expression on his face, looking at the hotel door from time to time, waiting for the distinguished guest to arrive. At this time, a middle-aged man came with a woman. The middle-aged man was wearing a suit and had an extraordinary temperament. The woman next to him was about 30 years old, looked very ordinary, and was dressed like a noble lady with many jewels. Cousin. When David saw the two men, he quickly stood up to greet them. Okay, you're here, Liju? Call me uncle. The middle-aged man was very happy and came over and asked the woman to say hello. Liju has grown up so much now. It's just a blink of an eye. David smiled politely at the woman and asked them to sit down. The middle-aged man is Yi Yaoxiang, David's cousin, while Yi Liju is of the same generation as Angela and is Yi Yaoxiang's second daughter. Yi Yaoxiang's father is Yi Zhinan, who is a brother of Yi Yhandong. He made his fortune by smuggling along the coast. Later, because of accidental killing, he fled to Jincheng. After hiding his identity for a while, he started a coal mining business. It is said that he made a lot of money. At the peak of his career, his family was even better off than Yi Yhandong. Nowadays, coal mining is banned, So Yi Jianan turned to other investment industries, and his business is doing well. After Yi Jianan retired, Yi Yaoxiang took over his father's business. How is uncle's health? David asked. Not bad. I'm already 90 years old. I take a walk every day, play with birds, and am in good shape. Yi Yaoxiang smiled, and then talked to David about what had happened over the years and so on. After some polite conversation, Yi Yaoxiang took a sip of tea and said meaningfully, I heard that the Yi group is not doing well now. Okay, this business belongs to the Yi family. You can't let the hard work of the older generation go to waste. David's eyes flickered slightly. In fact, when Yi Yaoxiang called him a few days ago to reminisce about the past, he guessed from a few casual words that Yi Yaoxiang was heading for the Yi group. Of course, there's also the legacy left by Yi Hndong. David poured a cup of tea for Yi Yaoxiang, sat down, and said with a smile, Don't worry. Although there was an accident, it's stable now. Yi Yaoxiang said politely, My father meant that the Yi family's industry cannot be buried, so he wants Li Zhu to assist the Yi group. We are all family, so there is no distinction between you and me. As long as the Yi group can be prosperous, it'll be fine. This is not only what my father meant, but also what the ancestors of the Yi family meant. David's heart sank. How shameless. When Yi Jianan was a coal boss, he made a lot of money, but he never helped his father. Of course, although he was dissatisfied in his heart, Yi Jianan was his uncle after all. Since his uncle had spoken, David couldn't object openly. The main reason was that his father, Yi Hndong, passed away in a hurry and did not leave any last words, saying that the Yi group belonged 100% to him, David. This gave his uncle an opportunity to take advantage of it. Once the two sides fall out and go to court, although David seems to be a sure winner, his uncle made his fortune in smuggling, and he has all kinds of shady tricks, which would cause a lot of trouble for the Yi group. I checked. The original market value of Yi group was 50 billion, but it is currently hovering around 30 billion. Alas, Angela doesn't really know how to do business. Yi Yaoxiang said with a bit of heartache, as if the Yi group also belonged to their family. Li Zhu is different. She is calm and composed, and has a high talent for business. Letting her assist Angela will definitely achieve twice the result with half the effort. The so-called assistance is to enter the door of Yi group. Once in, it is no longer assistance, but seizing power. David naturally understood this and found an excuse to refuse. Yi Yaoxiang narrowed his eyes slightly and said pleadingly, Akai, my father is afraid that the Yi group will become more and more decadent. One day in the future, he will be too embarrassed to see Uncle Yi Hndong. You should just fulfill his wish. He brought up Yi Jianan in every sentence to pressure David. I understand what uncle means, but the Yi group once encountered a financial crisis, and it was the Leong family in the provincial capital who helped it through. Now it is considered the Leong family's property. Moreover, the group is managed by Angela and Lucas at the same time. I have already handed over the power, so I have no say. David sneered secretly and continued to make excuses. Yi Yaoxiang and Yi Lizhu looked at each other and were both secretly shocked. Of course, they knew the Leong family in the provincial capital. They were the local tyrants in the south, and it would be very troublesome if they messed with them. Of course, they still don't want to give up. Yi Yaoxiang smiled and said, It will definitely be good to have the Leong family to help, but the group also needs a smart leader. Obviously, Angela and Lucas are not good enough, and Lizhu has to come in to help. I think this way, for a period of 1 month, if the group's profits increase, it means that they are good. If it decreases, Lizhu will go to help. He knew that no matter whether the Leong family had support or not, as long as Lizhu joined the group, he would be able to erode it step by step and eventually seize power. Yi Yaoxiang firmly agreed on David's behalf. I'll agree on this matter for you. It's not that your cousin doesn't think highly of Angela and the others. It's that Akai, your children are not cut out for business. David smiled on the surface, but his heart sank. It seems that my uncle's family is planning to rob us openly. Of course, David is not worried, because there is one of his children who is better than Yi Yaoxiang's children. No one can compare to him. Not even Yi Yaoxiang's generation, or even Yi Jianan's generation. This son is so outstanding indeed. He is the true dragon of their Yi family. If the Yi group is really desperate in the future, as long as Yi Yaoxiang and his men hand over the group to this son, they will inevitably fail. Of course, this is David's last trump card against his uncle's family. He hasn't said it out loud yet, and he hopes he won't have to use it. Okay, let's make it a month. David knew that his uncle's family came prepared, and he also had a plan to deal with it. So he agreed for the time being. Yi Yaoxiang and Yi Lizhu looked at each other and smiled. Yi Yaoxiang took a sip of tea and asked casually, I heard that Uncle Yhandong left a legacy. I wonder if the legacy has taken effect. What else? David also took a sip of tea and sneered in his heart, knowing that Yi Yaoxiang's real purpose was actually Yi Zhendong's inheritance. They want to control the Yi group and then take control of the inheritance. He nodded. Yes, there is, but it's not due yet, probably this month. Okay. Yi Yaoxiang and Yi Lizhu were both very happy. Next, the two parties agreed to a bet. It would depend on Angela and Lucas' business abilities to see if they could make the group profitable within a month. David continued to make a few polite remarks and then left. After walking out of the hotel, his face darkened, knowing that the next biggest opponent would be his uncle's family. If not handled properly, the Yi group would have to be integrated into the Yi family. However, when he thought of his trump card George, he knew that he would definitely not lose this bet. And in the hotel, Yi Yaoxiang and his daughter were still eating. Dad, Uncle Akai agreed too quickly. Is there something fishy going on? Yi Lizhu said cautiously. Chapter 208. See, George is shining. Maybe, but we have checked Angela and Lucas, and their background is just like that. They have average business talent. As for Yuki and Lily, they are in jail, and Ella is just a star. Akai's children are not a big threat to us. Lizhu, you are the most capable of this generation. As long as you join the Yi group, you will be able to handle any situation. The Liang family will be helpless. You can also use the group to indirectly manage the inheritance left by Yi Zhendong. By then, everything will belong to us. Yi Yaoxiang is very confident in his daughter. Yi Lizhu was of course confident in herself, but still very cautious. I know all of David's children, but he also has a son named George. George, the son who disappeared when he was a child? Huh, it seems he just came back a few years ago. He shouldn't be able to cause any big waves. Yi Yaoxiang also had some impression of George, but not much. Regent Hotel, one of the most upscale hotels in the provincial capital. Today is also the day George is discharged from the hospital. Xiao Lingyun specially set up a banquet here to congratulate George on his discharge. Of course, this is actually a banquet to make amends and apologize. George didn't want to come at first, but Olivia said it was to bring good luck and get rid of bad luck, so he had to come. Xia, your brother is discharged from the hospital. Xia, can I ask your brother for his prestige? It's like this. I have a friend who wants to meet him. Siki, you are making friends out of nothing. In the hotel lobby, Olivia's college classmates also came, as well as some of Johnson's friends. Of course, they didn't know the relationship between Olivia and George and thought they were brother and sister. Many of them were George's fans, so they hoped that Olivia could help them get together. While chatting, George also saw a few familiar people and immediately became interested, because they are Maria's family, as well as Leong Yi and Leong Hauren. They come at a time like this, either because they think we will bow our heads, or they come to gloat over our misfortune. Now it's interesting. Maria brought Angela and the others in. She asked someone to put down the fruit basket and other things. Then she looked around and saw George in the crowd. At this moment, she immediately gritted her teeth, and all kinds of past events flooded into her mind. Her beloved Lucas was sent to jail by George. And Lily and Yuki are also in jail. She divorced David. My second brother's path to promotion was blocked, and my parents' family encountered a debt crisis. Too many. George is just a beast, an utterly tame bastard. Mom, my brother is there. Seeing George, Lucas and Ella were also in a bad mood because they heard that George was almost dead in a car accident. But in his current condition, he didn't look like he was about to die. He is chatting and laughing with others, full of energy and vigor. They found a table and chairs to sit down, but just after they sat down, George took Olivia, Johnson, and Shi Xiaoqi to sit down. Brother, there is someone here. Lucas immediately expressed dissatisfaction. Haha, I am the host of tonight's feast. I can sit wherever I want. George smiled at Lucas and said, Haha, Lucas, you can't even tell the difference between the host and the guest. It seems that being in jail has made you stupid. Lucas was furious. He had recently put aside the 10 days he had spent in the detention center, but he didn't expect George to bring it up again. He wanted to argue, but Ella pulled him back, and he finally endured it. George with hatred. Of course it wasn't just him, Maria, Leong Hauren, and others as well. Their eyes seemed to be spitting fire. George arrived today. He would feel a little guilty and ashamed because of the car accident, but who knew that he felt no different from usual. George didn't care about their hateful looks. He even enjoyed it a little. After the top-notch dishes were served one by one, George immediately stood up and brought all the dishes on the table to himself, in front of Maria and the others. Boston lobster, abalone, shark fin, foie gras, caviar, and more. Xiao, this is delicious. Not only did he eat by himself, he also picked up food for Olivia, Johnson, and Xiao, making their bowls full. Moreover, the waiter placed several plates of matsutake truffles in front of Maria and the others several times, but they were all snatched away by George. Especially Lucas, who loves truffles the most, smacked his lips eagerly. As the saying goes, those who survive a great disaster will be blessed in the future. After you recover, you should take some supplements. And Xiao, you should eat more too. And Johnson, this big lobster is for you, so don't be polite. George acted as if he hadn't seen Maria and the others. Sure, Xiao glanced at Maria and the others, only to see that there was nothing in front of them and their eyes were as big as bells. She immediately found it very funny. Indeed, Maria and the others felt very uncomfortable when they saw George eating vigorously with his mouth full of oil. They wanted to eat George alive. They just couldn't understand why George, who had just escaped death, didn't look shocked. Is this Mr. Yi? Oh, it's you. Your duo is so fierce now, aiming for a market value of 100 billion. You are young and promising. You are indeed a rising star in the business world of the South. I heard that Mr. Yi is an investment genius and has a very advanced business mind. At this time, a large number of people gathered around. They were all entrepreneurs and businessmen from the provincial capital, invited by Xiao Lingyun. Although George is well known in Yuhai City, not many people have seen him in the provincial capital, and most people have only heard of his name. Luck. George looked at the people around him and smiled. What kind of luck is this? Mr. Yi, you are too modest. Everyone around was very enthusiastic and kept talking to George. Of course, in the Southern business community, George is truly a legendary figure. He has long been a business leader and idol for the younger generation, and many entrepreneurs of the older generation are learning from George. Moreover, not only in the South, but also in China, many people have learned from George's business acumen and vision, and have also achieved some success in other fields. Of course, some of these people are here for cooperation. I'm Yhandong from Brilliant Films. Nice to meet you. If Mr. Yi wants to develop in the entertainment industry, we can cooperate. I am Liang Jianfeng from Weiguang Building Materials. Our company's steel prices are very attractive. I hope to cooperate with Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, Dongshu Electronics Factory looks forward to cooperating with you. We mainly produce high-end mobile devices. George's table was twice as busy as before. It was packed. Even Maria and the others were squeezed here and there, and some people glared at them, thinking that they were occupying seats and wasting space. Soon, George had a stack of business cards in his hands. Finally, it was Olivia who stepped forward and said that George had just been discharged from the hospital and needed to rest, and that they could discuss the cooperation slowly when they got back to the group. Finally, everyone dispersed. Lucas and Ella were the ones who witnessed this scene. Their faces turned as black as the bottom of a pot. They came here today to see George in misfortune, but unexpectedly they saw George glowing right in front of them. Of course, Maria felt even worse than them. The more successful George became, the more painful it became for her. Chapter 209. Let me give you a word of advice. God is watching what you do. I heard that you were in a car accident and nearly died. Luckily, you survived. How dare you be so high profile? Maria couldn't help it any longer and cursed sarcastically. Be careful. Retribution will continue to explode on you. The tone is like scolding a child who has made a mistake. Don't worry. God will not let me die so soon because he sees that your retribution has not yet ended. George also looked over and said, Before I die, I will definitely watch you die first, Maria. You're already old, and you keep sulking and suppressing your emotions. You won't live long this way. Maybe in a few years, you will die of a myocardial infarction or cancer. You stinky mouth. Maria was so angry that she almost stood up. No. I'm not talking nonsense. Everything I said has become a reality. Look, Lily is in jail, Yuki is in jail, and so is Lucas. Aren't these retributions? Everything I said is accurate, right? George laughed and said, Besides, if it happens once, there will be a second time. Lucas might even go to jail. You dare. Maria was furious. George sneered. Maria, what am I afraid of? Not to mention Lucas. Even if the Leong family dares to intervene, they will have to pay the price. By the way, the Leong family's debts have not been settled yet. They must be frowning every day. George, that's enough. Angela couldn't help it anymore. Not long ago, Ella said that George was abandoned when he was 3 years old, and her attitude towards George had changed a little, but George's current attitude angered her again. Aha, Angela, you really stood up again. George also looked at Angela. Everyone in your family has had an accident. Only you and Ella are safe for the time being. Who will be the next one? You or Ella? As soon as these words were spoken, Ella was the first to feel scared because she had been thinking about this problem for a long time. I guess it could be you. George ate the shark fin in the bowl and said with a smile, Yi group, maybe I don't need to do anything. It's in a mess now. Angela, you have to work harder, otherwise Yi group will have nothing to do with you. Angela heard this. She fell silent unexpectedly. She felt that something was wrong with George's words. Was he reminding her that Lucas was going to take over the Yi group? Or was the Yi group going to face a new crisis? Haha, look at you. You just wanted to stand up for Maria, but I said a few words to sow discord between them, and you turned your attention to other people. You have so many bad intentions. George suddenly smiled, as if teasing Angela. Of course, people in high positions have no choice. Besides you, Ella is in the big dive vat of the entertainment industry, and she should have been dyed black by now. George, you said it's okay for me. Don't say it about my sister. Angela couldn't help but speak again. Haha, you said you can, right? You're a mistress and you dare to speak so loudly? Maria hates mistresses the most. So, Maria hates you very much now. George continued to argue with her. Destroying other people's families is a sinful thing. Even God can't stand it. So he punishes you and makes you have nothing you want. George, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll kill you. Angela suddenly got excited and grabbed the water cup on the table and threw it at George. Because George's words pierced her heart. She wanted a child, but God never gave her one. Bang! Of course, Chidon grabbed the water cup immediately. He also wanted to attack Angela, but George stopped him. This is a high-end place. People there are vulgar and barbaric. We can't do this and continue to watch them go crazy and have no place to vent their anger. Ha! You wanted to laugh at me, but you got yourself into trouble. Then he looked at Ella and said, Ella, have you been tainted by the entertainment industry? Ella shuddered and gritted her teeth and said, George, you guys can just have your quarrel. Do you have to drag me into this? Ha! Do you want me to tell Maria and the others about the time you came to me to beg for mercy? Believe it or not, I have already recorded what I said that day. George smiled but didn't smile. Please don't do that. Otherwise, I will never forgive you and will no longer recognize you as my brother. Ella screamed anxiously, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. That day in the capital, she begged George for mercy and even betrayed the Yi family and Maria in order to protect herself. If Maria and the others knew about this, they would break her legs. You don't recognize me as your brother? I'm so scared, Ella. Why are you still so high and mighty? Do you really think you are a big star, a little princess, and everyone gives in to you? George smiled sarcastically. I can tell you, if you forgive me, I will not be happy. I just like the way you don't forgive me and can't do anything to me. You. Ella was so angry that she started crying. Angela also stared at George, so angry that she couldn't say a word. They are regretting so much now. They are asking for trouble. They should have known not to come. George, you still refuse to repent. You will regret your actions today, sooner or later. Maria almost pounced on George and started fighting. She really didn't expect that George, who escaped death, hadn't changed at all. Every time she wanted to scold George, she was severely provoked by him instead, which made her so angry. Maria, look at you. You're like a shrew. This is a high-end place. You can't be so rude and barbaric. George didn't even look at her. He lowered his head to eat the lobster. You are old. Your face is full of wrinkles. Plus, you are always angry. Your eyes are bulging like a devil. No wonder David divorced you. Any man can't stand you. David is miserable enough. He was deceived by you to marry. And then he had to endure your bad temper and bad face every day. If time could go back, he would never marry you. Shut up. Speaking of David, Maria's emotions are out of control. Am I wrong? Look at your appearance. How can you be pretty? David, I would rather have Lin Huashan, who is in jail, than you. George added insult to injury. Of course, David still wants to remarry you. Not because you are beautiful and have a good temperament, but because you have the support of the Leong family. Perhaps This is your only advantage. Actually, I did have a car accident this time and almost died, but I survived. Now I'm in good spirits, eating well and sleeping well. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Besides, my business has already reached the provincial capital. I can't do anything to the Leong family. They can only watch me grow stronger and finally defeat you. Haha, I won't say any more. I'm in a good mood today. I just got out of the hospital and someone is here to vent my anger on me. Ha ha ha. George finished speaking. He stood up and wanted to leave with Xia and the others. Maria and the others were all so angry that they were about to explode. Ella wiped her tears, stood up and said, George, we have come to this point and paid such a heavy price. Why are you still unwilling to let us go? Do you have to destroy our family to feel comfortable? How can you be so cruel? Haha, you're pretending to be a victim again. Let me tell you something. God is watching what you do. George didn't even look back and left a cold sentence. Chapter 210. The survival of the group depends on this moment. Mr. Yi, do you want to leave? If you don't kneel down and apologize today, you won't be able to continue this dinner. Stop right there. At this time, Leong Yi and Leong Haoran, who had been silent, stood up, threatened coldly, and cursed. George just mentioned the Leong family. They actually couldn't help themselves, but they still held on to hope that Maria could suppress George. But who knew that they failed in the end? Swish! The two of them turned the table upside down, and all the dishes and fine wines spilled all over the floor. Mr. Yi, this is the provincial capital. I want to see whether your business is bigger or the Leong family has a longer reach. Leong Yi pointed at George and yelled, Get back here. Oh my, someone dares to mess up the feast Xiao Lingyun, put together. At this moment, a cold voice sounded, and then the crowd parted, and a young man wearing a burgundy suit and with a feminine appearance walked over. Leong Yi glared. Xiao Lingyun. Of course she knew Xiao Lingyun, the eldest son of the Xia family in the provincial capital, the boss of the circle of rich young men, a terrifying figure with outstanding abilities and a well-off family. You know, all the rich second generation from the wealthy families in the provincial capital, including the descendants of the Leong family, are afraid of Xiao Lingyun. This alone shows how terrifying Xiao Lingyun is. But why is Xiao Lingyun here? Oh, it's Aunt Leong. I remember you gave me a red envelope at a party when we were little. We know each other. Do you have such a big opinion about me? Xiao Lingyun stared at Leong Yi with a smile, his eyes as cold as a poisonous snake. It's a misunderstanding. Wasn't this banquet hosted by George? Leong Yi quickly explained. Xiao Lingyun sneered. Who said that? I hosted this banquet. Of course it was for George. It's called an apology banquet. Aunt Leong, I respect you as an elder, so I won't punish you. But you have to clean up the overturned table. Leong Yi, Maria, and the others were secretly shocked. Was this an apology banquet held by Xiao Lingyun for George? What's going on here? Leong Yi didn't dare to offend Xiao Lingyun. She raised her hand and said, Okay, Annie will take care of it. Waiter! Xiao Lingyun interrupted immediately. Aunt Leong, you are so insincere. You asked the waiter to clean up the table that you knocked over. Do you think I can't call the waiter? Or do you treat me as an ordinary person? Aunt Leong, I am so polite because I respect you as an elder. If it were someone else, this matter would not be so simple. Leong Yi was immediately frightened. She didn't dare to let the waiter clean the room. She found a broom and a garbage shovel and cleaned the room herself. No matter how you look at it, she was in the wrong in the end. Even if Leong Yi came to take charge, it wouldn't make sense. Maria and the others saw this and had no choice but to help. A group of people were cleaning with their heads down, not daring to say a word, feeling extremely ashamed. George has already sat down, holding a glass of wine and enjoying the scene. Of course, although Maria lowered her head, she couldn't help but steal a glance at George. Then her hands holding the broom were shaking, and her knuckles turned white. George was actually watching her show. How abominable. Xiao Lingyun, look, the floor has been swept clean. We can go now. After a busy period, Leong Yi finally let out a sigh of relief and looked at Xiao Lingyun. Of course, Xiao Lingyun nodded slightly. However, let's drink a bottle of wine before leaving and pretend that this never happened. Still want a drink? Leong Yi frowned, finally a little dissatisfied. Mr. Xia, you're going too far. I respect you, and I hope you can give me some face. I understand, but Aunt Leong, I asked you to clean up because you overturned the table. I asked you to drink because that's the drinking culture. People who are late have to drink 3 cups as punishment. Don't say you're on my territory and overturn my table. I, Xiao Lingyun, at least have to save face. Xiao Lingyun said with a smile. Of course, you don't have to drink if you think it's too much. At worst, I'll go to the Liang family's old man's birthday party and expose his banquet. You do it on the first day, and I do it on the 15th. You are totally unreasonable. Liang Yi stomped her feet in anger. She believed that Xiao Lingyun dared to do this, and he really dared. This guy, no one can deal with him except Xia Mingfeng from the Xiao family. If this really happened, and the Liang family was angry, Xiao Lingyun would tell them about her affairs, saying that it was tit for tat. At that time, the Xiao family would not blame Xiao Lingyun, but would scold her, Maria, for being ignorant. Okay, I'll drink it. Liang Yi walked over, picked up a bottle of Matai, and started drinking. Gurgle. After drinking a bottle, she almost vomited. After finishing, she threw away the bottle and said, Master Xia, is that enough? Brave and generous. Aunt Liang, I, Xiao Lingyun, admire you. You are a heroine. Waiter, send Aunt Liang home for me. If something happens on the way, I will hold you responsible. Xiao Lingyun clapped his hands and said, No need. We have our own car. Liang Yi took advantage of the fact that she was not yet drunk and left with a few people, then left in a car. In the car, Maria, Liang Haoran, and others were naturally unhappy. In this provincial capital, someone actually dared to bully the Liang family. This is outrageous. When we get back, let our second brother stand up for us. Maria punched the seat and said fiercely, Even George will be punished. Liang Haoran also nodded. I have never suffered such a loss when I was abroad. After returning to China, I suffered losses again and again. The first time was the charity gala led by George. The second time was the jewelry design competition, and the third time is now. We must not let them go. Don't. At this time, Liang Yi, who was vomiting nearby, hurriedly stopped them. Xiao Lingyun is the eldest son of the Xiao family, the number one son of the provincial capital. Their background is no worse than that of the Liang family. Besides, we were in the wrong for exposing someone's drinking table. Let's just let it go. After saying that, he vomited again, and it was extremely painful. Moreover, he was already drunk and started talking nonsense and acting crazy. However, no matter how drunk she was, she didn't dare to say a word about fighting to the death with the Xiao family. George, I won't let you go. Liang Yi had no choice but to vent her anger on George. When the Liang family gets through this debt crisis, I will make you bankrupt. Don't think we can't do anything to you. If you really piss off the Liang family, we will send someone to assassinate you or run you over with a car, and we won't be in any trouble. Vomit. After saying that, he vomited again. Lucas, Angela, and the others kept shaking their heads as they watched. Ella secretly sighed. She had known this would be the result. She couldn't understand why her mother was so optimistic and thought that they could take advantage of George after his car accident. That night, everyone rested in the Yi family villa. David saw Liang Yi and Liang Hao. He nodded slightly as a greeting. However, when he saw Maria's gloomy face and constipated expression, he knew that he had not gained any advantage tonight. That's what happened. George, it doesn't look like he was hit by a car. I suspect he deliberately spread the smoke screen to embarrass us. After sitting down, Lucas told what happened. God is blind. Why didn't he kill him? Angela is still upset about what George said tonight. Chapter 211, what he did must be because of Ella. Okay, let's put George aside for now. The most urgent thing is that someone from your uncle's family has arrived. At least before your grandfather's inheritance arrives, they are the most important enemy. David also told about the bet with his uncle's family at this time. As expected, Angela and Lucas were shocked. Angela even thought about what George said tonight. Even without George's help, they would be in trouble. That's indeed the situation now. But how did George know that? Did he guess it based on nonsense? This month, you must make the Yi group profitable. All investments must be cut off now. Make profits the priority. Whoever does better in the shipping business or the furniture business can return to the group headquarters and take charge of more authority. David also issued a final ultimatum. The survival of the Yi group depends on this moment. Angela and Lucas nodded immediately. If it was just about making a profit, they still thought it was very simple. Ella listened to their conversation for a while, but was not very interested. She went back to her room and sent a message to her boyfriend, telling him about her frustration tonight. Her boyfriend seemed surprised to learn that George was not dead. Maria and Aunt Wong were taking care of Liang Yi because Leong Yi kept vomiting and had blacked out from drinking so much, so they had no choice but to call a doctor. Afterwards, Maria called Leong Yi again and told him what happened tonight. Xiao Lingyun, this guy's indeed a bit difficult to deal with. He has a high IQ and strong skills. He looks easy to talk to, but he is extremely cruel. He once made your sister's son, Leong Yi, very embarrassed and even beat him up. As a result, your sister couldn't find an excuse to stand up for Leong Yi. He has let this matter go. After all, Cayenne was the one who caused the trouble first. Now that it's over, let it be over. Don't mention it again. Just take good care, Cayenne. Maria was very worried after hearing this. I heard that Xiao Lingyun prepared the feast tonight for George. It was for apology. Brother, do you think George will climb up Xiao Lingyun's thighs? Leong Yi understood what Maria meant. Xiao Lingyun is a very cold-blooded person, the most typical symbol of a rich family's child. In his world, there are only valuable people and worthless people. He apologized to George this time, probably because he almost hit George to death while driving. Don't worry about this. Even if George gets close to Xiao Lingyun can sell George as a bargaining chip at any time as long as the benefits are high. There is some trouble at the Yi family. Someone from David's uncle's family has come to settle in the Yi group and take away Yi Yhandong's inheritance in a roundabout way. This inheritance is like a sweet potato, attracting wolves from all sides. At this critical juncture, let's put George aside for now and focus on the head of the Yi family. George's side was still going on, and Xiao Lingyun toasted and apologized to George in front of everyone. This surprised many people. Of course, people who are familiar with Xiao Lingyun feel very scared, because Xiao Lingyun is moody and no one knows what he is thinking. The more polite he is to others, the more cautious they should be. Many people speculated that Xiao Lingyun was going to take action against George. Swallow Tianqian group. Of course, when toasting, George's attitude was also very unhappy, and he kept cursing a few times. In his opinion, he punched Xiao Lingyun twice, and what was done was done. Xiao Lingyun had to organize a grand apology and confession feast, wasting everyone's time. And George's attitude undoubtedly made more people pray for him. After the banquet, George finally returned to Tianqian group. Wang Wei, Huang Xiaobing, and others rushed over after hearing the news and reported their work. Wang Wei and his team also found out about Yi Yaoxiang's contact with David. Of course, this was also something George specifically asked them to pay attention to. In the previous life, Yi Yaoxiang and his people did come, but ultimately failed in the fight for the inheritance. Later, Yi Yaoxiang's family became angry and humiliated, causing a lot of trouble for the Yi family. At that time, Lucas was assassinated and Uncle Chun died to save him. The assassin was arranged by Yi Lizhu. Yi Lizhu looks like a woman, but she is actually more cruel and ruthless than any man. Of course, the more ruthless Yi Yaoxiang's family is, the more beneficial it will be for George, as it will bring trouble to the Yi and Leong families. Boss Yi. As for the car accident, we checked the surrounding surveillance and identified 3,000 identities. After continuous screening, we finally left 10 people who are the most suspicious. However, these 10 people currently have no contact or association with the Yi family, the Leong family, or even the people around us, which makes it difficult for us to identify the final murderer. Wang Wei said again. George narrowed his eyes slightly. Show me their identities. Huang Xiaobing immediately took out the tablet, and George looked at the names one by one and finally landed on a man named Fong Yiming. It's him. George was filled with icy, murderous intent. Fong Yiming, 33 years old, registered in Beijing, handsome, tall, and handsome. But unfortunately, he has no capital to support him and is just a third-tier celebrity in the entertainment industry. Reason why George was sure it was him was because in the previous life, although Ella had married Jang Tianan, she was secretly having an affair with other men. This person is Fong Yiming. George had never met Fong Yiming in his previous life. He had heard of this name, so it must be Fong Yiming who was assassinating him. Originally, with Fong Yiming's ability and the bodyguards around George, Fong Yiming could not assassinate him at all. But Fong Yiming was lucky, as he happened to meet Xiao Lingyun who was testing him. George said coldly, I have no grudge against him. What he did must be because of Ella. Ella? That big star? Is she so cruel and ruthless? Huang Xiaobing has also listened to Ella's songs. In her impression, Ella is very sweet, pure, and kind. Ella is not aware of this, but she often confides in Fong Yiming. In order to prevent Ella from suffering, Fong Yiming wants to kill me to help Ella escape from the sea of suffering. George narrowed his eyes with a cold light in his eyes. Ella, Ella, you always say that you are innocent, but behind my back you often let people harm me. The first one was Jang Tianan, and the second one was Fong Yiming. Okay, then I will deal with Fong Yiming. Mr. Yi, I'm here to kill him. After Chi Dan found out who the murderer was, he was extremely angry. There were hundreds of ways to assassinate Fong Yiming, but the police could not find any evidence. George shook his head. Killing him like this is too easy for him. Let him be ruined first. After that, he asked Olivia and Johnson to come in, and then expressed his idea. I plan to enter the entertainment industry. George, the entertainment industry is a very complicated place, and the profits in this field don't seem to be very high. Johnson is a little pessimistic. George smiled and shook his head. No, the entertainment industry is very profitable, including movies, TV, songs, variety shows, etc. Moreover, I invested in online novel IPs a long time ago, and now I can also activate these IPs. In addition, our short videos are beginning to emerge, and we can use short video promotion to attract more traffic in the future. Johnson, you should set up a film and television company right away and call it Tianjin Entertainment. I'll give you a list. Go find these people in the next few days, as well as some works and so on. Chapter 212. Tianjin Group is mine. After assigning the task to Johnson, George also went to rest. Early in the morning of the third day, Johnson had completed George's task. Not only did he set up an entertainment company, he also found many new talents, including composers, lyricists, singers, actors, directors, etc. These people were collected by George according to his memories of his previous life. They will become first-line or superstar level in the future. For example, Xiao Lily, Reba, etc. Now George has to sign a contract before they become famous. These people will continue to lay golden eggs for him and bring him huge profits until the contract expires. In the conference room, George looked at these newcomers and gave his opening remarks. Everyone, some of you are newcomers, some are frustrated extras, and some are singers whose songs are popular, but they are not famous. If you don't have the right opportunities and exposure, your life will be like this. Now, Tianjin Entertainment has chosen you and given you a stage to display your talents. You will have the opportunity to become famous. And what you need to do is to work harder and harder. Everyone looked at each other, and their reactions were very indifferent. To be honest, if Tianjin Entertainment hadn't covered their air tickets, hotel rooms, and appearance fees, they wouldn't have come here at all. However, when they entered the Tianjin Group, they found that the group's office building was very grand and gorgeous. But it is very likely that it was rented. Besides, although they are newcomers, they have debuted after all. The name Tianjin Entertainment has never been heard of in the entertainment industry. Therefore, they were also wondering whether Tianjin Entertainment was a shell company or that its capital was not very strong. You have to know that in the entertainment industry, if the signing company behind the scenes is not powerful, no star or singer can stand out. The water in this line is too deep. Well, Mr. Yi, I just want to ask, how many TV shows has Tianjin Entertainment produced? Or how many movies has it invested in? Do you have your own recording studio, photography studio, etc.? A handsome young man asked. To be honest, we don't have any. As for the recording studio, photo studio, etc., they haven't been built yet. But we will build a film and television city in the future. George said. The disappointment on everyone's faces was revealed without any concealment. To put it bluntly, it's a new company that doesn't have any money at all. It prefers to brag and make big promises, and even talks about building a film and television city. Moreover, George's next words made them extremely disappointed, because George told them that Tianjin Entertainment was decided to be established only 3 days ago. Oh, is the entertainment industry just a game? Anyone who wants to sign a contract with Tianjin Entertainment can take a step forward. George said again at this time. However, no one took a step forward. The reaction was muted, and everyone just wanted to take the appearance fee and go home. George was not surprised by everyone's attitude and said with a smile, "No one, of course. I can understand that. After all, it's the establishment of a new company. What I want to say is that you don't seem to have a choice. Many of you are newcomers, without connections, without capital chasing. Do you have the opportunity to be exposed? Maybe you could be a bit player in Hongdian for 10 years, and you can become famous if you're lucky. But can you afford to gamble? Can you afford to wait for 10 years? Although Tianjin Entertainment is a new company, It at least provides you with a platform to perform and at least gives you a chance to be exposed. The most important thing is that you can still get paid. These words finally moved a few of them, and they came out to sign the contract, but the rest were still hesitating and waiting. Moreover, several people with bigger plans did not think highly of Tianjin Entertainment. They smiled at George and turned away. George didn't stop them and continued to look at the rest of the people. Mr. Yi, when you set up an entertainment company, what area do you plan to focus on? What area do you plan to focus your investment on? Someone asked. Songs, movies, TV, variety shows, everything. But if we go all in, it will require a huge investment. Are there many major shareholders behind the company? No, the company's shareholders are all here, so it's just the three of us. George's words made those who had not signed the contract even more disappointed. With only 3 shareholders, this company's capital strength is not strong enough. Next, we plan to invest in 10 movies, 8 TV series, and 200 songs a year, with an investment amount of between 8 billion and 10 billion. George continued. The remaining people who had not signed the contract originally wanted to leave, but after hearing this, they could not move at all, and all stared at George with wide eyes. Moreover, the few people who had just walked out of the door also stopped. Mr. Yi, did I hear you right? 80 to 100? This is a huge investment. A very cute girl with her mouth wide open. That's right, 80 to 100, not a dollar, but 100 million. George nodded. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Everyone gasped and felt their blood boiling. If this much money were spent on them, even pigs would become famous. But your company doesn't even have a studio. I don't think you even have an office address. The current conference room must be rented, and it's rented from Tianjin Group. Where did you get the money to invest 8 billion? Another young man who looked like Hugo asked cautiously. Tianjin Group is mine. George smiled and said, as for the company address of Tianjin Entertainment, since we just decided to enter the entertainment industry 3 days ago, we were in a hurry and naturally didn't prepare an office address. As expected, there was a burst of exclamations. This Tianjin Group is yours. Mr. Yi, how old are you? You seem younger than us. Let me check. Scream. The market value of Tianjin Group is over 50 billion. Most of these actors, singers, and directors come from all over the world, so they're not very familiar with Tianjin Group. Now that they know George is a capital tycoon, all their expressions have changed. Now that you have capital, what about a new company? What about a company that was just created 3 days ago? Having money can really carve out a path for you. Whether Tianjin Entertainment can make money in the future and how long it can last before bankruptcy is not something they consider. As long as they sign the contract, they will have the opportunity to be exposed and make more money. Mr. Yi, I was in a hurry and wanted to go to the bathroom. I had a craving for cigarettes, but then I thought it was not good to smoke in public places, so I held back. We agreed to sign the contract. The few people who had just walked to the gate ran back and wanted to sign the contract with a smile. George naturally didn't bother with them and asked Olivia to prepare the contract. After they signed it, they successfully became the first batch of artists under Tianjin Entertainment. Of course, the entertainment industry not only needs capital, but also needs hit works, otherwise it will inevitably suffer losses in the long run. George had already thought about this aspect and asked Johnson to bring up the works and scripts he had prepared a few days ago. Chapter 213. The dream script has nothing to do with him anymore. This is good. Lost on Journey and Crazy Stone can all become hits, the dark horses of the year. As for TV series, The Myth, The Legend of Zhen Huan, Beauty's Rival in Palace, and The Journey of Flower. Johnson, I put more resources into the songs I circled, such as No Makeup, This Is Love, and so on. George knew that with these new directors, artists, stars, etc., plus the works he selected, they would definitely shine in the entertainment industry. The rest of the matters, such as the company address of Tianjin Entertainment, were left to Johnson. Then, George called Wang Wei over and said, Wang Wei, I asked you to check Fong Yiming's situation. How is he doing? Wang Wei immediately said, Boss, he is lucky. He finally got a chance to be the protagonist. He's going to shoot a TV show called Battle Flag. The producer is Sunlight Films. The shareholder behind this entertainment company is Tianjin Group, and I also found a lot of negative information about Fong Yiming. This person is a hater of the country. He has posted some insulting comments on Weibo and other places many times. His family is in the clothing business with down jackets as the main product, but we found that their down jackets are fake and inferior. Good, very good, he's finished. George felt a chill through his body, and then he called Wei Ming Fei. At this time, in the Demon City, Yiming, you have been a supporting actor for so many years, and finally you have your chance. This time, you're the male lead in Battle Flag. Moreover, the male lead of Battle Flag is very suitable for your temperament, calm and intelligent. You should know that many people are optimistic about this script, and it will definitely be a hit. You will also become a first-line star because of this drama. The director of Zhanxi has worked with Fong Yiming before and likes Fong Yiming very much. This time, he was the one who recommended Fong Yiming as the protagonist, and investors and others also agreed. Director Wong, I won't let you down. I will study the script carefully and try to bring out the essence of the character. Fong Yiming was naturally very happy. Work hard. I've always believed in you. After the director finished speaking, he went back to work. Okay, it's finally my turn. As soon as the director left, Fong Yiming clenched his fists excitedly. He has been playing supporting roles for many years and has watched helplessly as actors of the same period became popular, while he himself is still not very famous. It would be a lie to say he is not jealous, but he knows that he just needs to keep working hard, and God will not bury his efforts. Sure enough, he waited for it. Ella, I'm going to be the male lead, and it's not a bad movie. It's the hit drama Battle Flag. As for film contracts, I'm casual about it. I just want to become famous in China through this drama. Ella, you're a first-tier celebrity, and I am just a third-tier celebrity. Our relationship has always been hidden in the dark, but when I become a first-tier celebrity, I will be able to marry you, and I will have enough qualifications and status to be with you. Fong Yiming was also telling Ella the good news. Ella burst into tears immediately after hearing this. She knew Fong Yiming's hard work and talent better than anyone else, and she had always felt unfair for Fong Yiming. Fong Yiming told Ella the good news. His family also called. Fong Yiming naturally told his parents the good news as well. His family is pretty well off. His brothers and sisters all run companies with annual profits of tens of millions, so they're considered a wealthy family. Of course, compared to Ella's family background, it's still far from comparable. His parents have retired and are living a happy life. The only thing they can't let go of is him. After all, he is still unmarried at such an old age. He also promised his parents that he would get married before he turned 40, no matter whether his career improved or not. After hanging up the phone, Fong Yiming picked up the script and started studying it. Memorizing lines is the basic operation. He needs to play the leading role with flesh and blood and leave a deep impression on the audience. Maybe he can become the dark horse in this year's Golden Eagle Awards. Yiming, you're reciting your lines. At this time, the director came over again. Director Wong, you're here just in time. There's a scene here, and I feel like the protagonist's emotions aren't quite there yet. I'm going to change the lines and the actions a little bit. Change it to this. Fong Yiming is also a veteran actor, and he really likes to delve into the details of filming with the director. Director Wong looked embarrassed. Let's talk about this later. I'm sorry, but I just received a call from the investor saying that the male lead of this TV series will be replaced by a newcomer named Wang Lei. Fong Yiming's face changed drastically, thinking he had heard it wrongly. Director Wong, what's going on? Wasn't this agreed upon? Director Wong said helplessly, there is nothing we can do. The other party is the investor and specifically asked for Wang Lei. Moreover, they are not only the investor, but also the producer. If our crew does not agree, they will replace the crew at any time. Fong Yiming almost fainted with anger. This is my first time to be the protagonist. Although I am not very famous, I am better than a newcomer anyway. Besides, what does a newcomer know about acting? Director Wong, you should try harder. It doesn't matter even if it's zero pay. I really like this play. Fong Yiming, I've already told the investors that you won't get paid, and I'll pay for you out of my own pocket, but the investors won't agree. They'd rather pay a newcomer $3 million than take you on. Wang Daoyan sighed. Maybe. Wang Lei has a strong background. Yiming, don't worry. Next time there's a good script, I will think of you first. Just wait a little longer. You will be famous. Wait, Director Wong. I've been waiting for so many years. I've seen actors of the same period become famous, but I'm still a supporting actor. I've seen newcomers become famous, but I'm still not popular. Fong Yiming was so emotional that he was about to explode with rage. You said I didn't work hard. I admit it. You said I didn't have the professional ethics of an actor. I also admit it. You said I didn't have acting skills. I admit it even more. But I have all of these. Why? Capitalism has buried so many talented people. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Director Wong can only keep apologizing. After venting for a while, Fong Yiming's eyes were empty and he said disappointedly, Director Wong, I understand. I don't blame you. I just don't have a backer. No connections, no relationships, that's all. This damn world. When will ordinary people be able to make a breakthrough? After saying that, he left the crew, but after taking a few steps, he put down the script in his hand. He knew that this dream script had nothing to do with him anymore. After returning to the dormitory, he opened a refrigerator and drank a lot of wine. The more he drank, the more uncomfortable he felt, and the angrier he became. He opened his computer and started to curse, smear, and slander in many forums and Weibo. On the other side, Ella didn't know that Fong Yiming had been replaced as the protagonist yet, and was still very happy. She hummed a song and thought, Yiming always thinks that the world of capital is dark and society is unfair, but after this incident, he will definitely change his mind. Well, good days are slowly coming, and things in the Yi family will slowly get better. She was so happy that she wanted to find someone to talk to, but she didn't dare tell Maria about her relationship with Fong Yiming. Finally, she went to find Yuki. Chapter 214. Great, Yiming has hope. Yuki has been in good spirits recently and has adapted to prison life. She even likes this regular and peaceful life. After listening to Ella's words, she was happy for Ella, and she could see that Ella's face was full of rosy glow, and she no longer looked depressed as before. Ella told her a lot, including, of course, George's car accident, the current crisis of the Yi family, and so on. Yuki was so angry that she laughed. Ella, why did Mom go to George? You want to get angry? After so many things happened, did Mom still think George would change his mind? Ella shook her head. Of course not. Mom actually wanted to take advantage of others' misfortune and gloat over their misfortune. Who knew that George recovered so quickly and didn't look like he was hurt at all? He is like an indestructible cockroach. Yes, he is very strong, but this strength was cultivated by his mother. Yuki sighed and shook her head, then said in silence, Ella, George's revenge on our family always hits the mark, which makes us very tired and emotionally broken. It's as if he understands the weaknesses of human nature. I have to remind you that everyone in the family has been tortured by George, but you are the only one who is still fine. I'm afraid that George will target you next. Ella was a little scared when she heard this. No, although I treated him badly in the past, I never hurt him after he left home, not even once. Even you, my second sister, dealt with him, but I didn't. Besides, you, Dad, and everyone else in the family have given up on George, but I still want him to come back. I don't believe that George has lost his humanity and can kill innocent people. Maybe. Yuki didn't comment and smiled. Let's talk about something happy. After Yiming finishes filming this drama, remember to remind me to watch it. I also want to see how handsome my brother-in-law is and how he can attract my sister. Well, he's excellent. Speaking of Fong Yiming, Ella becomes happy again. Lily again, but Ella knew that Lily still hadn't met Maria and the others. I heard that the only person they saw was George, which made everyone confused. Ella also asked Yuki if she was still angry with Maria. Yuki smiled bitterly and finally shook her head. Late at night, Ella finally returned home and called Fong Yiming. Yiming, how about the script? Do you want me to discuss the play with you? Ella, I was kicked out of the theater by the crew. The investors would rather have a newcomer than me, and I don't even want any pay. I'm so angry. I cursed a lot on the internet. I became a hater of the country again. Ella, I have never done anything bad in my life, nor have I hurt anyone. Why is God so unfair to me? Ella heard this. She felt like the sky was falling. Then she held back her tears and kept comforting Fong Yiming. In fact, when she saw Fong Yiming in so much pain, she felt the same pain, even more painful than if she were not famous. After comforting Fong Yiming, she called her secretary again, intending to secretly help Fong Yiming. In fact, she knew that Fong Yiming was a very proud man and didn't want Ella to help him, so she always refused Ella's help. But this time, Ella wanted to fight for him, and she must get the opportunity. Ella Ishika. The production company of Battle Flag is Sunlight Films, and the largest investor is Tianjin Entertainment. This means that even if you invest money, it will be useless. You must get their consent. The boss behind Tianjin Entertainment is called Johnson, a mysterious rich man in the South. The secretary replied, Johnson? George's friend. That's right. George has invested in many fields, and entertainment companies must be among them. That's great. Yiming has hope. Ella was very happy after hearing this and planned to go find George tomorrow. She really didn't expect that there would be a silver lining after all the difficulties. Just think about it. When Fong Yiming finds out tomorrow that he continues to be the protagonist, he will be so happy. Early the next morning, Ella ran to find George. Sorry, you can't enter. When she arrived at Tianshan Group, Ella was stopped by the security guard at the gate. Why can't I? I'm Ella, George's sister. Please move aside. I have something urgent to tell George. Ella is very anxious. You can't enter unless you have an appointment. The security guard stopped him expressionlessly. No matter how good-natured Ella was, she couldn't stand it anymore and said angrily, I'm George's sister. I'm the big star Ella. Get out of here right now. If George knows you're trying to stop me, you'll all be fired. Sorry, no one without an appointment is allowed to enter unless the manager or leader informs me. The security guard coldly refused. Ella stamped her feet in anger and wanted to say something, but at this moment, several figures came in front of her. It was George, but he was also surrounded by many bodyguards. George, it's me, Ella. Ella immediately yelled, but George seemed not to hear her, walked out the door, got in the car and left. George, don't leave. My third sister wants to talk to you about something. Ella hurriedly chased after it, but could only watch the car driving further and further away. She was so frustrated that she couldn't help crying. She then called George, but couldn't get through. There was no way to get off. She could only wait at the gate. At this time, it started to rain heavily, and as it was approaching the new year, the temperature was very low. But the security guard refused to let her in and asked her to wait at the gate. I don't know if he was deliberately making things difficult for her, or because of the rules. Ella's lips turned purple from the cold, but she was afraid of missing George, so she had to endure the cold and wait. Fortunately, the front door could barely block the heavy rain. Otherwise, she would have been soaked. However, looking at the heavy rain outside, coupled with the howling cold air, she felt that this scene was a little familiar. I remember one year, she and Yuki played a trick on George. They tricked George into going to the garden, and then locked the door, causing George to be outside in the rain for a whole night. I remember that day was close to the Chinese New Year, and the temperature was very low. Now, it was her turn to endure this torture, and she suddenly felt a little ironic. It was not until the evening that George's car slowly drove back. Ella from a distance and reminded her with a smile. Mr. Yi, she is still here. Haha, she is so patient. George smiled. He had seen Ella in the morning and guessed that Ella would come to see him. After all, Ella didn't know that Fong Yiming had assassinated George, and she thought that George was not aware of the relationship between Fong Yiming and Ella. After the car stopped, he got out under the protection of bodyguards and entered through the gate. Ella was half asleep, and when she saw George coming, she was suddenly shocked and ran over and shouted, George, where have you been? I called you, but you didn't answer. Do you know I waited for you for a whole day? A new employee from our company participated in a singing competition, so I went to see it. George stopped and looked over calmly. Why? Do I have to report to you where I'm going? No, you misunderstood. Third sister wants to talk to you about something. She didn't dare to lose her temper with George. Come to my office and talk. George left a message. He walked down the hall into the elevator room. Chapter 215. But getting excited all of a sudden. Not long after, in the office, Ella drank the ginger soup brought by her secretary. Finally, she felt less cold and less hungry. George sat in the boss chair and looked at her with interest. George, there is something you must help me with. Ella put down the bowl, looked at George expectantly, and said, Has your group entered the entertainment industry? It's called Tianjin Entertainment. Are you investing in a TV show called Battle Flag? The male lead has been replaced by you. Can you help me replace him with Fong Yiming? George immediately laughed. Ella, you know so much. It's true, but you waited for me for a whole day just for this. This is not like your character. What is your relationship with Fong Yiming? We are just colleagues who once worked together. Ella didn't dare to tell the truth. I don't care. You have to help me no matter what. Just think of it as my third sister begging you. Besides, my third sister is also a big star. I can cooperate with Tianjin Entertainment once, so you won't suffer any loss. Ella, I invested 100 million in this TV show. Is your cooperation worth 100 million? Of course, if you sell yourself to our group and sign a contract, it is enough. Otherwise, it is not worth the price for just a one-time cooperation. George smiled but didn't smile. Ella was so angry that her face turned red. After all, She was a big star and George's sister. She said angrily, "George, don't joke with me. This matter is urgent, otherwise I wouldn't have come to you. Anyway, you solve it for me. This is just a small matter for you. Third sister? If you need help, call me third sister. I've never heard you call yourself third sister before." George leaned back in his boss chair and said with a sarcastic smile, "This matter is very urgent for you. But what does it have to do with me? I am a businessman, and I will not do business that loses money." Ella was almost mad and explained, "You spent a lot of money to support a newcomer who doesn't even have acting skills. How can your business not lose money? Fong Yiming is a veteran actor with good acting skills. He will definitely make the TV series you invest in a big hit. Believe me, the newcomer doesn't know how to act, but he can learn. Most importantly, he is handsome enough. Although Fong Yiming is a veteran actor, he is out of fashion." George shook his head. "Come to think of it, why do you support Fong Yiming so much? Tell me the truth. I don't like people lying to me. Don't think too much. I just admire him and can't bear to see him being buried." Ella would not tell the truth. He is honest, kind, hardworking, and a very good person. Just believe me. Ha ha ha. George couldn't help laughing. Integrity and kindness? George had no hatred or grudge against Fong Yiming. Yet Fong Yiming was cruel enough to kill him. Is this called integrity and kindness? Most importantly, he knew that Fong Yiming must know what happened to George and the Yi family. But Fong Yiming still wanted to kill him for Ella, which showed that he was actually a selfish person. George finished laughing. He said lazily, Okay, he is honest, kind, and hardworking. Unfortunately, this world is not short of hardworking, honest, and kind people. So I can't help every such person." Ella was furious, but for Fong Yiming, she held back. "George, please help me once. Fong Yiming will be grateful to you. He is a grateful person, and so am I. In the future, I will repay you well." "Ella, listen to what you were saying. Do you think I'm a fool?" George interrupted her, his expression becoming even more sarcastic. "Repay? Be grateful? Tell me, who saved you in the mountain torrent? How did you repay your lifesaver? If I remember correctly, apart from talking a few words, you didn't do anything. Besides, you didn't do anything, but you were so shameless that you came to me like a victim and said you admitted your mistakes. I still refused to let you go and called me cold-blooded. Haha, you are too shameless." Ella heard this. She was speechless. When the family was traveling together, it was George who saved her and gave her a new life. But when did she ever repay George? Even though he had been humble to George, it was only for self-protection. Her face was burning and she felt very complicated, but she still pleaded, "George, we are brother and sister after all. Sister shit. How many times have I severed ties with the Yi family? Are you deaf? Let me say something unpleasant. If I had left the Yi family and was still a poor man, you, Ella, would definitely not have said the word sister or brother. So you said sister or brother because of the money, right?" George didn't give her any face and didn't bother to talk anymore. "Someone, send Miss E back. George, stop joking. This is really urgent." Ella waited for a whole day, and there was no way she could leave without getting the results she wanted. "I'm not kidding you either. Your anxiety is none of my business." George's face turned cold, and he waved his hand impatiently. Several bodyguards dragged Ella away. Ella was so angry that she cried and kept shouting, "George, help me once. The Yi family has dealt with you before, but I have never dealt with you. Even though Dad, Yuki, and the others have given up on you, I'm the only one who still wants you to come home. For this sake, please help me." George smiled jokingly. "Ella, if you really want to help Fong Yiming, you might as well tell me the truth about your relationship with Fong Yiming. Otherwise, I can't help you. Of course, I can show you a way out. The Leong family also has a company in the entertainment industry, which is managed by Leong Saijia's son Leong Yi. Maybe he can help you." Ella's eyes lit up instantly, and hope rose in her heart. She did not resist the bodyguard pulling her. Her pleading attitude changed, and she said to George coldly, "George, I have looked for you and begged you today. If you don't help me, it's fine. But if I ask Cousin Wei for help, I will inevitably tell you about your Tianjin entertainment. After Cousin Wei knows about it, he will definitely suppress your Tianjin entertainment." "Haha, you're so excited all of a sudden. You were begging me just now." George laughed jokingly. "You got angry because you failed to ask me for help? That's right, this is the real Ella." "You." Ella stamped her feet in anger and said angrily, "I will never beg you again in my life. I will no longer speak for you at home. I will also learn from Yuki and the others and will no longer have any hope for you. I will even team up with them to deal with you. You will regret it later. I thank you. George spread his hands indifferently and said to the bodyguard, "Kick her out." Ella left angrily. She has always pretended to be a good person in front of George. But this time, for Fong Yiming, she and George have torn off their masks a little. Of course, George knew this day would come. Originally, he had no plans to deal with Ella first, but Fong Yiming came to kill him. So he had to disrupt his plan and suppress Ella first. Moreover, he can guess where things will go next. Ella, your final destination is to marry into the Jiang family. Chapter 216. Even if he is not famous, he still has a heavy idol burden. At this time, Ella left angrily, cursing as she walked. George is so heartless. I'm the only one in the family who still wants him to come back, and now he has offended me too. Yuki is right. George has lost his humanity. She asked her assistant to take her to the provincial capital and made an appointment with Leong Yi. At 11 o'clock in the morning, she met Leong Yi in a restaurant. Ella, why are you in such a hurry? What's the matter? Leong Yi asked after he sat down. Cousin, I have a friend who wants you to help him get the leading role in the drama Battle Flag. Ella got straight to the point. Leong Yi frowned slightly. In fact, what he hated most was dealing with these things. If you don't help, your relatives will say you are cold-blooded and heartless. Please help. If this sets a precedent and every relative comes to him for help, will the company still be able to make a profit? Who is it? If he's not a relative, this will be quite troublesome. Leong Yi smiled and said, After all, the male lead is not a supporting role, not a bit player. Moreover, the TV series Battle Flag is not produced by our brilliant films. We need to cooperate and negotiate with other companies, which required a lot of investment in time and money, and there is no guarantee that the other party will agree. Ella, if it's your business, your cousin will definitely help you. If it's someone unimportant, I think you should just forget it. Of course, it's still possible to get him some supporting roles or something like that. Ella heard this. She sighed secretly. In fact, she was just holding on to her last hope and was mentally prepared for failure. At present, Fong Yiming obviously cannot be the male lead in Zhanqi, so he can only start with other TV series and movies. Afterwards, Ella told the story about Tianji Entertainment. George doesn't give her face, so she doesn't have to give face to George. Let her grandmother's family deal with George. George actually wants to enter the entertainment industry. He doesn't know what's good for him. Sure enough, Leong Yi sneered after hearing this. Don't worry, after my family has dealt with the debt crisis, I will definitely suppress Tianjin Entertainment. George wants to make a name for himself in the entertainment industry with a new company. He's dreaming. Ella was very happy after hearing this and continued, What about Fong Yiming? Leong Yi immediately took out his phone to check, and 10 minutes later he looked up and said, Fong Yiming is not an artist under our company, but from Dongshu Entertainment. Of course, Fong Yiming is not famous, but his acting skills are online, so we can still invest in him. Let's put it this way. Our company is planning to shoot The Temptation of Divorce, Snake Disaster, The Deaf-Mute Man Outside the Village Fence, and He and the Dog. He can choose one of these TV series to be the male lead. Ella frowned after hearing this. It sounded like these TV series were not big productions, but rather shoddily made ones. Not only were the plots not good, they were more likely to be off the mark. If Fong Yiming had accepted the role, he might not become famous, but instead get criticized, and his acting career would eventually become narrower. Ella shook her head and said, Cousin, these are not good. Listen to The Deaf-Mute Man Outside the Fence and Him and the Dog. These are art films. Aren't there any better ones? Ella, you are also an insider. You know that big productions will not choose small stars as the protagonists. Even the supporting roles have very strict requirements. So let's put it this way. My company is launching a variety show, and the current ratings are not bad. He can give it a try. Leong Yi didn't expect Ella's requirements to be so high. He sighed and said, Variety shows are very popular now, and they can help Fong Yiming overtake others, such as Happy Camp, and If You Are the One. Ella thought about it, and finally nodded happily. Although variety shows do not test acting skills, they can help accumulate popularity, increase exposure, and prepare for the leading role in the next drama. After the two parties finalized the agreement, Ella also agreed to help Huiwang Film and Television shoot a few movies as a reward. Then he asked about the situation of the Leong family. At present, the Leong family's debts are still under control, but they have sold many high-quality assets and projects, and are just waiting for Yhandong's inheritance to come to the rescue. My mother said that George's business is getting bigger and bigger. If the Leong family hadn't been in a debt crisis, they would have dealt with him long ago. We can only wait. Confrontation. Ella chatted with Leong Yi for a few more sentences and then went home. She had been running around for Fong Yiming all day, and although she was tired, there was finally a good result. After she went back and removed her makeup, she called Fong Yiming. Fong Yiming was still in a state of depression, but he apparently answered the invitation call from Hui Wong Film and Television. Ella, Brilliant Films invited me to participate in If You Are the One and Happy Camp. Fong Yiming said with a depressed tone, If You Are the One is a large-scale dating platform. If I join, I will be laughed to death. Ella suggested, then join Happy Camp. It's pretty good. The stars who have been there have been many film offers later on. But I'm an actor. I don't know how to entertain the public. Don't worry. You don't need to entertain the public. Even if you act cool, the audience will be impressed and you can gain popularity. In short, just be yourself. Okay, I'll try. Although Fong Yiming is very resistant to variety shows, he also knows that this is a rare opportunity for exposure. On the other side, George and Olivia are dealing with Tianjin Entertainment's affairs. With the secret help of Quanqing Group and the support of capital, Tianjin Entertainment is developing rapidly. Most importantly, the actors, scripts, songs, etc. chosen by George are all hits. Especially the songs, the feedback is the fastest, and several singers under its brand have become famous. George also found out about Fong Yiming's participation in the variety show, and he almost died of laughter. Brother, this Fong Yiming is a hater of the country. He blames the heavens and the earth, but never himself. How can such a person be successful on a variety show? Moreover, he is not popular, but he has a lot of idle baggage. He can't see his own position clearly. No wonder he hasn't become popular for many years. Olivia was also laughing. She already knew George's plan. Entering the entertainment industry is only one of the goals. Dealing with Fong Yiming is the most important thing. And of course it is also dealing with Ella. Especially when Olivia found out that Fong Yiming almost ran over and killed George with his car. She almost went berserk and asked her brother to kill Fong Yiming. You know, no matter how much George hated the Yi family, he didn't do such vicious things as murder and arson. No matter whether it was Wu Yuanliang or Jiang Hongqi, their deaths were all their own fault, and they were dealt with through legal means. What Fong Yiming did obviously crossed the red line, and he and George had no grudges against each other. Don't worry, variety shows are useful to others, but they are probably harmful to him. George sneered. We just need to watch the show slowly. I have a hunch that Ella will come to me for help. That night, Happy Camp was broadcast as usual, and the invited stars were announced in advance. However, because of Fong Yiming, the ratings dropped a lot compared to usual. Most of the audience have seen Fong Yiming, but they can't remember his name. He is definitely the type of person who is famous for his roles, but not for himself. During the filming session, Fong Yiming spoke relatively little and acted very cool, which made the host very embarrassed. In order to avoid a dull moment, he racked his brains to come up with a solution. I was cursing the investors in my heart. Why hire Fong Yiming, who seems to be a bigger star than the first-tier stars? Ella was also watching TV. Seeing Fong Yiming acting cool and not interacting much, she felt very nervous. Chapter 217. I feel that I'm not wrong, but everyone is wrong. Don't worry, Ella. Maybe the audience will like his cool look. The assistant could only comfort him. Sometimes, things get hot for no apparent reason. Don't worry. Ella nodded and continued to be full of anticipation. During the following interactive session, Fong Yiming seemed to be in high spirits, mainly because the host asked Fong Yiming where he liked to travel most. Fong Yiming talked freely and said that his favorite places were Paris, Sweden, and the Chicken Country. He felt that the people here were very well educated, and in a country like this, talented people could be given important positions. When talking about the living environment, he said he liked Jiaobin, saying that it was clean and the people there were polite and easy to talk to. His face was full of longing and admiration. He had no idea that his words had caused such a huge uproar. Fuck, do you look down on us Chinese? Why do you like Chicken Country when there are so many other countries you can like? His ancestors were killed by Chicken Country. Yilin has seen too much of this Fong Yiming. He is being polite, but his words are full of contempt. What rubbish! In front of the TV and on the internet, a lot of curses were heard. Fong Yiming didn't realize that he had gotten into trouble. He had already let go of the nervousness of being on a variety show for the first time and was talking as freely As usual, there is light in his eyes. I was traveling abroad and saw a dog giving birth on the roadside. All the cars on the road stopped and waited for the dog to give birth. Wow, it was so touching. This is the virtue of human nature. Everyone exudes love. After returning to China, I saw that all the dogs on the roadside were caught. Here, people like to eat dog meat. Ha! There's no love at all. When the host heard this, he was so anxious that he could only laugh dryly. But Fong Yiming continued. Once, I went to the United States to film and came back. At the airport, I saw a soldier who was late. Everyone gave way to him. The order was very good. I was moved at the time. They are indeed the world's largest country, civilized, open, and fair. Who in the world can go to war with them? The host couldn't help laughing and said, "This kind of situation won't happen here." Of course Fong Yiming's eyes were full of contempt and disdain. The host immediately hit back. "I mean, we don't see late soldiers here." Fong Yiming's face froze, but he didn't care and continued to beautify the world in his mind. Ella was still watching TV. Seeing Fong Yiming's interaction with the host, she was very happy. You see, Yiming's performance is getting better and better. He gives people the impression of being knowledgeable and knowledgeable. His acting career has been expanded. The assistant held a different view and was extremely anxious. "Ella, it's over, it's over." How can Fong Yiming say these things in public? He is a fair person and his every move has a great impact. Ella turned to look at the assistant in confusion. "I think what he said makes sense. We should have freedom of speech. We can't not even be allowed to speak. It's nothing. This is nonsense." The assistant was so angry that he almost fainted. If this continues, he will not only be banned, but he may even face a lawsuit. Public figures should pay attention to their words and actions. Ella finally felt something was wrong. There are many things that are okay to say in private, but they must never say them in public, as it will cause public outrage. Sure enough, a phone call came in. It was from Leong Yi. He was drinking in the nightclub just now, but his phone was flooded with calls, so he quickly called Ella. "Cousin, what's up with Fong Yiming, the person you recommended? Is he deliberately causing trouble? Because of him, the ratings of our happy camp dropped by a few percentage points, and he even dared to say those words. The radio and television department has called us and asked us to stop broadcasting immediately and to rectify the situation. You've killed us. We invested so much money in happy camp, and it was all going well. But because of Fong Yiming, the entire program was killed. Even brilliant films was affected. I finally know why he's not popular anymore. This guy's a bastard, a beast, cousin, because you recommended him, we didn't review him, and now you're killing us." Leong Yi scolded Fong Yiming so badly that Ella was also scolded badly. Ella's face turned pale as paper. She didn't expect it to turn out like this, so she quickly took out her cell phone to check. All I saw on the internet and in the forums was a barrage of curses. "If you look down on us, then run away. Why would you want to make money in China? Check him, he must be unclean. I will not watch or buy any TV dramas or commercials starring Fong Yiming from now on." In addition, many negative information about Fong Yiming was dug up. It turned out that this was not the first or second time that he had satirized China. He also said the same thing in several interviews with reporters. It's just that he wasn't famous before, so not many people knew him. This time, Happy Camp had a very high viewership, which led to his exposure to the public. It can be said that based on what he said, his career is over. Not to mention a small 18th-tier star like him. Even if a first-tier star dared to say these words, he would be doomed. At this time, Fong Yiming was getting more and more excited, but the program was forcibly interrupted, and then the host and others stared at him angrily. Fong Yiming didn't know what was going on, so he quickly slipped away. After walking out of the studio, he called Ella again. Ella had just been scolded by Leong Yi, so she quickly explained, "Yiming, those words you said have caused a great negative impact. Now there are public opinions everywhere scolding you. Don't worry, I will use my connections to help you kill these public opinions." Fong Yiming was very angry after hearing this. "You don't even give me a chance to speak?" As soon as he finished speaking, the company called him and of course scolded him. Fong Yiming hung up the phone angrily and called Ella again. "Ella, you can tell me how wronged I am. I was just telling the truth, but they actually want to ban me. Just now, my company Dongshu Entertainment called me and said they wanted to terminate my contract. They also wanted me to pay compensation because I defamed their film and television company. If you want to pay, then pay. I heard that they also want me to apologize in public. Tell me, is this bullying? I am Fong Yiming, an actor. I have backbone. I'm not a dog. Why should I apologize?" Fong Yiming didn't think he was wrong at all. It was everyone who was wrong. Chapter 218. Some things need to be revealed. Yeah, you've worked so hard, but people still misunderstand you. It's really unfair. Don't be angry. It will be bad if you get sick because of them. Ella kept comforting Fong Yiming and then discussed with her assistant how to deal with the matter. Finally, the assistant told him that the only way was to kill the rumors on the internet. Besides that, Fong Yiming must stand up and apologize in public, saying that it was a misunderstanding and that he stood for being a Chinese. Ella thought it was impossible when she heard it. Fong Yiming was upright and proud. So how could he bow his head and apologize to the secular world? He is not the kind of man who would sell out his integrity and bow his head for money. Let's try to stifle public opinion and try to handle the matter calmly first. Ella frowned and thought about it, then paid out of her own pocket to buy headlines and internet trolls in an attempt to cover up the incident. But it didn't work, and instead there were more and more negative news. At this moment, Ella felt very tired and had a headache. Ella, your brother George can control the power of the internet. The public opinion has been amplifying your cousin's car accident. Wasn't it him who did it? If you want to cover it up, you still have to find your brother. The assistant thought of something and immediately reminded Ella. Ella's eyes lit up, and then she sighed. George refused to help her yesterday, and she was already very angry. She even had a quarrel with George. Now, she's going to find George again. George will definitely continue to laugh at her and humiliate her. The assistant was still watching the news. His face changed drastically. Ella, things are getting more and more troublesome. Someone found Fong Yiming's family company and discovered that the down jackets they made were made from expired clothes from abroad. There was no down at all. It was a combination of technology and hard work. There's also video evidence that many of these expired clothes from abroad came from funeral homes and crematoriums. His company is expected to be investigated. If any violations are found, not only will he go bankrupt, but he will also have to pay a lot of money. Now, even if Fong Yiming came out to apologize, it is estimated that this storm will not be suppressed. He will be sued. Ella, go find George as soon as possible and kill the public opinion as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be out of control once the situation gets out of hand. Ella's heartbeat suddenly quickened. She didn't expect that troubles would come in waves, and each wave was bigger than the last. This is going to destroy everything Fong Yiming has. At this time, Fong Yiming also called. Just recently, he was arguing with everyone on the internet, in forums, and even in the comments of the Happy Camp program. He didn't seem to admit his mistake at all, and instead looked very proud of himself. He even cursed the audience for being vulgar, ignorant of art, etc. Many of his messages and comments were screenshot and posted online and in videos, causing an even bigger stir. Then his parents, brothers, and sisters called. Because my house was searched. Not only was it sealed on the spot, but they were also prepared to face a lawsuit. This time, Fong Yiming finally felt afraid. He is not afraid of any personal problems. The worst that can happen is he can emigrate abroad. Anyway, he has been filming for many years. Although he is not very rich, he still has a net worth of tens of millions. But he can't remain calm when something happens at home. His parents are retired and enjoying their old age. His brother and sister all have families, children, husbands, and wives, and the family lives a very happy life. When his brothers and sisters called, they were all crying, but they didn't dare to blame Fong Yiming. Those words, those voices, were like needles piercing Fong Yiming's heart. Ella, it's over, it's over. These people are too unreasonable. They actually attacked my family. It turns out that China is full of darkness. I feel like someone is secretly dealing with me. Have I offended some powerful person? I did nothing wrong. Why are you targeting me? And even more so my family. Fong Yiming also cried this time. Ella, you know I'm a proud man and I never ask you for help, but this time, I beg you to help me. I'm really scared. I promise to apologize in public. I promise. Ella was even more panicked than Fong Yiming, as if the incident happened to her. I know. I also feel that someone is targeting you, but it's too late for you to apologize now. My cousin said that the radio and television department has issued a notice that no entertainment company can hire you. You have been banned from the entire industry. And the higher-ups will continue to hold you accountable and convict you for your insulting words. But don't worry, I will definitely help you. Let's find a way to calm down the public opinion first. Wait for my call. She went to Tianjin Group without stopping. At this time in Tianjin Group, George and Johnson were watching the news, and they were laughing so hard. I had long suspected that Fong Yiming would make a mistake, but I didn't expect it to be so outrageous. It's bad enough that he insulted me in public, but he even had the guts to argue with netizens. How proud he is. He has wanted to be famous all his life, and now he is finally famous. The whole internet knows him. Ella is also an idiot. She is blind. How dare she call a man like this who always complains about everything an upright, kind, and hard-working man? George found it very interesting. For some things, he secretly fanned the flames, but for some things, Fong Yiming brought his own death upon himself, and George only needed to further magnify these things. Ella must be panicking right now. George looked out the window again. It was still raining heavily outside, and the weather was getting colder. The weather forecast for tonight says that the temperature will be below 0, which is very cold for the south. Mr. Yi, Miss Ella wants to see you. At this time, the bodyguard came in and said, she came here in such cold weather, which means she has nowhere else to go. Haha, I really admire this woman. George smiled and said, some things need to be brought to light. Let her come in. Soon, Ella ran in wearing high heels. Her lips were purple from the cold, and she looked very bad. Obviously, Fong Yiming's matter made her exhausted, both physically and mentally. My big star, if you continue like this, I'm afraid you will collapse. George smiled at Ella and said, that's strange. Nothing major has happened to the Yi family recently. Why do you look so tired? Ella could hear George's sarcasm, but she didn't dare to lose her temper. She smiled and said, George, there is something I need your help with. I really need your help. I mean it. I'm not kidding. Ella, you came to beg me last time, and when you left, you were still making harsh remarks, trying to kill me with the help of Leong Yi's brilliant film and television business. George said casually, what? You come to beg me again? Do you have any shame? Ella gritted her teeth and said, I was wrong. Okay, George, please help me this time. I really know I was wrong. I will kneel down and apologize to you. George deeply, her knees softened, and she knelt down with a thump. Then she looked up at George and felt that George was like a noble and majestic prince, and she was just a lowly slave. What a humiliation. Chapter 219. Are you surprised? Very pleasantly surprised. Bang, bang, bang. George clapped his hands, looking very interested, and said with a smile, who is this Fong Yiming to you? Remember when you pleaded for the Yi family, you didn't kneel down to apologize. For Fong Yiming, you knelt down without thinking. Don't ask anymore. Just help me. I need your power on the internet. Ella said anxiously. Ella, why are you the same as Yuki and the others? First you keep trying to deal with me and cursing me, and then when you fail, you say I was wrong, and then you think I will help you. George took a sip of tea from the cup and said sarcastically, are you all princesses? No matter how big a mistake you make, as long as you admit your mistake, everyone in the world will forgive you. Ella's face froze, but thinking of Fong Yiming's urgent situation, she continued, you can laugh at me, scold me. As long as you are happy, you can do whatever you want, but you must help Fong Yiming. He is already in a miserable situation. Someone is secretly dealing with him. He is very considerate, caring, and a hardworking man. I remember the first time I met him, he was not intimidated by me because I was a big star. He treated me the same, like a good friend. The entertainment industry is a big dye vat, but he is untainted by the mud. Ella kept crying and recalling everything that happened with Fong Yiming. George listened with interest, but with a look of disgust on his face. After Ella finished speaking, he smiled and said, it seems that you and Fong Yiming are a couple. No wonder you are so miserable. It's just that, for those things he said on TV and those people he satirized, don't you think he deserved it? The audience is his bread and butter. Everything he has now is given by the audience. He eats at 100 houses but rips off 100 tables. Such a person is ungrateful. His business is about selling inferior goods as good ones. He breaks up the clothes of dead people and passes them off as down. He has indirectly harmed so many people. This is a heartless act of wealth. How can you say that a man like this is just, kind, and hardworking? In your eyes, everyone in the country is bad. Only the people you like and care about are good, right? Ella became a little angry after hearing this. She could understand why George said these things when Fong Yiming was already so miserable. It was like adding insult to injury and was not considered at all. George's expression was like a magician revealing the answer to a mystery, and he continued, you just said that someone was secretly dealing with him. You're right about this, because the person dealing with him is me. I asked people to spread the news on the internet that defamed him, including the fermentation of public opinion. Haha, aren't you surprised? Very pleasantly surprised. Ella suddenly raised her head and looked at George in disbelief. It's you? It's you. How could you be so cruel? Is it cruel? It's just a routine operation. George smiled faintly and said, of course, if he had no stains, my public opinion would have no effect on him. Unfortunately, he has too many stains. Even if I didn't mobilize public opinion, he would have been hopeless. I just accelerated the incident a little bit. George, do you still have any humanity? Don't you have any moral bottom line when doing things? Ella stood up suddenly, her eyes red, and after staring at George for a minute, she rushed over crying. Maria now, as if she's going to fight to the death. Bang! Ella approached. George grabbed both of her hands and pushed them away hard. Ella stepped back in her high heels, finally hitting her, but on the ground. She gritted her teeth and said angrily, you even dared to hit me. You are so crazy. You are hopeless, hopeless. Understand. You know Fong Yiming is my lover, so you're targeting Fong Yiming. You want me to pay the price and suffer. Yuki reminded me that everyone in the Yi family had paid a price, and you would target me next. I didn't believe it at the time, thinking that you still had some conscience and some kindness in your heart. Who knew I was wrong? I was so wrong. You don't have any. You succeeded. You made me very miserable, very miserable. Her fair face was covered with blue veins like fangs. George looked at her madness, pain, and hysteria calmly, with only a sneer in his heart. Whether it is Ella or Maria, their personalities are the same. They are the ones who bully others. If others dare to resist, they are inhumane and have no conscience. This is moral kidnapping. Ella, if he hadn't done anything bad, I wouldn't have dealt with you so quickly. Maybe the next one would be Angela, Lucas, or even David, but definitely not you. Unfortunately, he is the one who speeds up my ability to deal with you. George put away the smile on his face and said coldly, I told you last time that God is watching what you do. You can't hide anything. You farted. Ella yelled excitedly. Fong Yiming is a good man. Apart from what he said, what bad things has he done? Okay, do you dare to confront him? Do you dare? If he has done anything bad, I will be the first to send him to the police station. I, Ella, swear to the heavens here, do you dare? Good. George nodded coldly. I will make you die with a sincere heart. Then, I will see how you send him to the police station. If he has not done anything wrong, I will clear his name and clear all the public opinions on the internet for you. This is what you said. You wait for me. You must wait for me. Ella got up excitedly, picked up her bag, and left. She wanted George to be convinced and to wash away the online public opinion with his own hands. George dared to say that Fong Yiming did something bad. No matter how bad Fong Yiming is, he can't be as bad as George. Fong Yiming is a just, kind, and hardworking man. She rushed to the capital overnight, found Fong Yiming's dormitory, and wanted to take Fong Yiming to the south. Fong Yiming had drunk a lot of wine, looked lonely, and had a haggard face with stubble. Seeing Ella, he was in great pain and hated himself for being useless. This also broke Ella's heart. She couldn't imagine that the man who always comforted and enlightened her could be so decadent. Yiming, I'm sorry. I have implicated you. Everything is a lie. It was made up by someone in order to deal with me. The murderer behind this is George, my brother George. He deliberately wants you to be ruined and have nothing just to make me suffer. Come on, now follow me to the south to confront George. Ella is still very excited. Fong Yiming was also furious after hearing this and immediately agreed to go with Ella. He never expected that George was so cruel that he would target him and his family just to make Ella suffer. This is too overbearing. We must clear our name. Early the next morning, the two arrived in the south and rushed to Tianshan Group with bated breath. George had just returned to the office when his bodyguard called. George asked Ella and the others to come up. Chapter 220. So, God is watching what you do. Ella and Fong Yiming rushed into the office in a hurry. They both looked haggard, with bloodshot eyes. They must have not slept all night. The other party rang. Although George saw him for the first time, he had seen photos of him. When he saw this person in person, there was a chill in his eyes. George, just deal with me. Why deal with Ella? Why deal with my family? If you're a man, just deal with me. Hit me, come on. George, who was wearing a brown suit and looked as noble as a prince, a surge of anger immediately burned in his heart, and he rushed over impulsively. He obviously blamed George for his downfall, especially when he thought of his parents and his brothers and sisters. He couldn't control his emotions and anger. Bang! Just as he approached George, George slapped him so hard that he took a few steps back, leaving a clear slap mark on his face. Hit you? Do you think I wouldn't dare? George just looked at him coldly. George, you still dare to hit Yiming. You are crazy. You are too heartless. Ella didn't expect the two sides to start fighting as soon as they met, so she quickly ran to support Fong Yiming and angrily said, George, Fong Yiming is here. Come and confront him. Come on. I'll help you. George gave a playful smile and then snapped his fingers. The projector in the office immediately projected the video. The video shows a man in black clothes and a mask sneaking away from the road late at night. He walked all the way to the hotel, rested for a day, and then took a plane back to Beijing. Then the scene in the video changed, and it was a dilapidated bus. At this time, George's voice rang out in the office. I think Mr. Fong Yiming should be very clear about what these videos represent. The moment Fong Yiming saw the video, he knew that the truth had been exposed. In fact, he dared to come to the South today because he was confident that George didn't know what he had done. Who would have thought that George had such great connections that he could find out everything? At this moment, he also understood why George was against him, because this was revenge. George, stop being so mysterious and just speak up. Ella obviously didn't know what was going on. George sneered. The mysterious man in the video is your lover Fong Yiming. He came to the South on January 3rd and hit me with his car. By the way, I have a video from an eyewitness. Although the distance is far, I can still make out what happened. He snapped his fingers again, and the video was taken by a fisherman at sea. He vaguely saw a bus pushing a car towards the sea frantically. Do you remember the car accident I had? It was caused by Mr. Fong Yiming. George continued. If you don't believe me, let me show you his flight ticket on January 3rd and the evidence of his entry and exit from the hotel. In fact, you should have guessed that Fong Yiming came to the South. Why didn't he tell you? There must be something fishy going on here. Now, do you know why I'm against him? Now, do you still dare to say that he is just kind and hardworking? George walked up to Ella and lifted her chin with his fingers so that Ella's eyes met his. Ella, this is why I deal with him. Ella stared at George's eyes. Her eyes were full of fear and confusion. It seemed that she had not yet accepted the reality, but she felt that it was very likely, and shook her head. Impossible. Yiming would not do this. He has no motive to kill you. George said coldly. Do you often talk about the Yi family in front of him? He knows the source of your pain. So he wants to kill me for you and let you regain your former happiness. This is the motive. His tone rose quietly, majestic and cold. Ella, I have no grudge against him, and he wants to kill me. Tell me, should I deal with him? Yes or no? Answer me. The consecutive sentences made Ella feel guilty and uncomfortable. She couldn't speak at all, just when she didn't know what to do. George continued. By the way, you said yesterday that if he did anything bad, you would be the first to send him to the police station. You also swore. Now will you do it? Ella was even more speechless. How could she possibly send it? So, in your heart, no matter you or him, or even what the Yi family did badly, they're all worthy of forgiveness. If others fight back, then they're inhumane and immoral, right? George pinched Ella's chin, his voice as cold as the underworld. Ella, stop pretending. This is not the first time you have dealt with me. You knew about Jang Tianan's frame-up of me at the Tsinghua mathematics competition. So, I say, God is watching what you do. Ella's brain, causing her mind to go blank and her whole body to tremble. She knew everything. No wonder Fong Yiming was supposed to be the male lead, but his role was changed halfway through. It turns out that George had been targeting him from the very beginning. And the reason George took action was because Fong Yiming wanted to kill George. Speak up. Why don't you say anything? Seeing Ella in a daze, George asked coldly, How dare you bring Fong Yiming here for a confrontation? I admire your shamelessness. But where is your momentum? Where is your toughness? Do you want me to call the police to arrest Fong Yiming for you? Or do you call the police yourself? Ella, answer me directly. George's words were like thunder, causing Ella's ears to hurt and her heart to tremble. No, no one can take Fong Yiming away. The next second, Ella finally reacted. With red eyes, she rushed to Fong Yiming and hugged him, as if she was afraid that Fong Yiming would be taken away by someone. Then he looked at George and cursed. Fong Yiming wants to kill you because you often deal with the Yi family and often make me sad and tired. If it weren't for you, how could Fong Yiming kill people? So you're the one who is wrong. George, stop your crazy behavior and stop smearing Fong Yiming quickly. The last sentence, she was furious, like giving an order. As for what she had vowed not long ago that if Fong Yiming did something bad, she would send him to the police station personally, she had completely forgotten it. Is it my fault again? George was not surprised by what Ella said, and said coldly, Ella, do you still think it was like before, that I am the only one in the family who can be sacrificed at any time? I can tell you that my life is not that cheap. If he dares to kill me, he will definitely pay the corresponding price. Ella immediately became angry and said, Come on, who's afraid of who? Do you think you can convict someone based on just a few videos? Go call the police, go. After that, he took Fong Yiming away. George, if you dare to harm Fong Yiming, I will retaliate against you. Just wait. This sound is much crazier than before. She used to be very afraid of George and hoped that he would not deal with her. But after this incident, her mind became more and more twisted, and she even wanted to die together with George. Chapter 221. No. The one who judges you is the devil. After leaving Tianshan Group, Ella continued to comfort Fong Yiming. Yiming, don't be afraid. He has no evidence. He can't do anything to you. He is just threatening you. Fong Yiming saw that the truth had been revealed and sighed. Ella, if I kill him, don't you hate me? No, not at all. Everything you did was for me. Besides, if George hadn't bullied the Yi family, why would you kill him? George brought all this upon himself. Ella shook her head and said firmly, Don't worry. After my grandmother's debt crisis is resolved, we will deal with George together. He is dead. Yeah. Fong Yiming was very touched. Okay, don't say anything. Try to avoid it now. I think it will be difficult to go abroad, but I will hire the best lawyer for you to win this lawsuit. Ella took Fong Yiming's hand and left. George looking down from one of the windows. He guessed that George would definitely not let him go. George, I will definitely call the police. As soon as the two got into the car, Ella's assistant called. Ella, something big has happened. Your date with Fong Yiming has been exposed. There are many secretly filmed videos and photos of you two circulating on the internet. Also, your participation in the Crazy Horse show half a year ago was exposed, and it caused a huge response. The company wants to cancel all your schedules and ask you to stay at home and recuperate. Ella heard this. Her delicate little face was filled with ferocity. Cancel all her schedules? Of course she understood what was going on, which meant that she was banned and her career was most likely over. Obviously, all of this must have been done by George. She had just said she was going to deal with George, but who knew George would take action immediately? It was a cruel method that not only killed Fong Yiming, but also killed her without considering the relationship between siblings at all. Ella, what's going on? At this time, Maria and others also called one after another. Yiming, I'll ask my assistant to make some arrangements for you. Find a place to rest first. I'll find you later. Ella had no choice but to say hello to the other party and go to the provincial capital after that. Crazy Horse Show is not recognized by the public because of issues such as values. The incident of being in a relationship with Fong Yiming, because Fong Yiming insulted China, caused the audience to doubt Ella's position. So Ella's reputation was also ruined. How could this happen? Fuck. Fong Yiming cursed hysterically, his eyes red, and the first person he thought of was George. It's night. Somewhere on the beach in Yuhai City, a mysterious man wearing a mask was hiding in the grass, looking into the distance. At this time, with the rise and fall of the waves, a fishing boat slowly approached, and the man immediately ran over when he saw it. Are you a buyer? On the fishing boat, a man dressed like a fisherman asked. It's me. I placed an order on the dark web. Have all the items I wanted arrived? The masked man asked. Here we are. The pistols, grenades, and explosives you need are all in the box. The man dressed as a fisherman threw down the 2 boxes and then drove away in the fishing boat. The masked man was very happy. He dragged 2 boxes away, crossed the beach, and arrived in an abandoned brick house deep in the coconut grove. He also took off the mask on his face. It's Fong Yiming. George, I want you to die, and I want to die with you. You have a lot of bodyguard around you, so I will assassinate you and blow you up, haha. As long as you die, Ella will be happy forever. He excitedly opened the box, but found that there was no explosives, pistols, or other items inside, but a pile of broken stones. What's going on? I spent 5 million to buy it on the internet. Fong Yiming stared with his eyes wide open. He was about to go crazy. No, everything you bought has actually arrived, but it has been replaced. Suddenly, a cold voice was heard, and under the dim light, The fisherman walked in and took off his hat. That's right, Cheaton. Mr. Yi has been keeping an eye on you for a long time. He knows your every move very well. He knows that you will definitely break the jar and come to assassinate again. If you dare to kill Mr. Yi, the end is death. Cheaton's voice was erratic, and he rushed over quickly, hitting Fong Yiming's neck with the syringe in his hand. Fong Yiming was unable to react at all. He wanted to resist, but after the needle entered his body, he instantly became powerless. He was then carried up by Cheaton and walked outside. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Fong Yiming shouted weakly. You can't do anything rash. Even if I broke the law, it's the police who will convict me. No, no, no. The one who judges you is the devil. Cheaton's voice was very cold. Not long after, at a beach, Fong Yiming was thrown into a car, and a bus pushed his car slowly towards the beach. I have never seen this scene before. That was how he killed George in the first place. No, no, no. Fong Yiming felt so exhausted that he sat in the driver's seat, wearing his seatbelt, and could only feel death approaching him. He panicked, was scared, and regretted. The next day, a headline appeared on major websites. A drunk man was found driving his car into the sea at a beach somewhere in Yuhai City. He was dead when he was rescued. After identification, it was found that the man was none other than Fong Yiming, who had been making headlines recently. Moreover, after investigation and the evidence left at the scene, it was proved that Fong Yiming committed suicide. There were also reports showing that Fong Yiming suffered from depression. As soon as this news came out, it caused a huge sensation. You deserve it. I guess he felt he couldn't escape and couldn't handle the pressure. So he committed suicide. So God is watching what you do. No one sympathized with Fong Yiming, and everyone felt that he deserved it. At the Yi family, Ella was scolded by Maria and others. After all, they didn't expect that Ella would lower her status and fall in love with an unknown supporting actor. That's fine, but this supporting actor was also caught up in a public opinion storm, which affected Ella. Ella, you're the most reliable person in the family. How could you make such a mistake? Your bright future is gone, just like that. That Fong Yiming is a bastard. Not only did he harm you, but your cousin's film and television company was also implicated. Tell me, in order to become a big star, you have put in so much effort and your family has invested so much resources, and all of this is gone just like that. Maria Ascoldi de Hostility. Ella was in a daze, sitting on the sofa with empty eyes, thinking about the past. She has loved singing and dancing and being a star since she was a child. In order to become famous in China, she participated in various singing competitions, released albums, and took one step at a time, putting in countless efforts and hard work, and finally reached her current status. But from a day on, she had nothing, and her dream was strangled. George, you are so cruel. Chapter 222. Very cold-blooded, very powerful. At this time, there was a sound from the mobile phone. Ella saw that it was a call from the secretary and answered it immediately. Ella, Fong Yiming is dead. He committed suicide. Please come to the police station as soon as possible. Bang! Her cell phone fell to the ground, and she ran out like crazy, ignoring Maria's scolding. Ella, where are you going? Come back here. Maria didn't know what was going on and kept cursing. Ella rushed out of the Yi family. Tears kept flowing out. She hoped that this was all a misunderstanding. You know, she and Fong Yiming were fine when they separated yesterday morning. After arriving at the police station, the police learned the purpose of Ella's visit and immediately let Ella see the body. The corpse was seen turned white by the sea water, and its expression was hideous and terrifying, as if it had endured some kind of pain before death. Ella screamed and rubbed her mouth tightly. Fong Yiming had comforted and enlightened her many times, which was a solace to her soul. She could even feel that among so many people in the world, only Fong Yiming and her heart could connect. But now, Fong Yiming is dead, and from now on there is no such man anymore. Yiming. Ella, a full 10 minutes to admit the reality. She rushed to the corpse and lay on it crying. It's all my fault. I killed you. If I had been nicer to George, if I hadn't bullied him, if I hadn't gone after Grandpa, George wouldn't have taken revenge on me. George saved me once, but I didn't thank him or repay him. Instead, I wanted to kill him. God couldn't stand it. He is punishing me. I was wrong. I regret it so much. God, can you let me turn back once more? She cried so sadly that she was on the verge of collapse. 10 minutes later, she raised her head and looked at the police behind her fiercely. Fong Yiming was killed by someone. The murderer is George. George, hurry up and catch him and sentence him to death. The police looked at the excited Ella and understood the family's feelings. From all the evidence, Fong Yiming committed suicide. We checked the surveillance on the road and found that Fong Yiming was driving at the time. He had alcohol in his system and was probably drunk driving. In addition, we asked the doctor and he had depression. Maybe because of the onset of the disease, he had thoughts of suicide. Nonsense, all of this was done by George. He deliberately created the illusion that Fong Yiming committed suicide. You are deliberately shielding him. Ella is going crazy. The police officer said calmly. Ms. Yi, we investigate cases based on evidence. I hope you will respect judicial justice. Ella wanted to say something, but the assistant quickly pulled her away. George, it's George. Hurry up and catch him. After walking out of the police station, Ella was still screaming like crazy. The assistant comforted Ella and told her that Fong Yiming's funeral would still be handled by Ella, so she asked Ella to calm down. After hearing these words, Ella had to hold back her emotions no matter how excited she was. Originally, she wanted to confront George, but she realized it was useless and ended up not going. She was also afraid that after seeing George, she would not be able to control herself and kill him. Finally, she went to Yuki to complain and told her everything. Yuki was also shocked. She knew that Fong Yiming and Ella were banned, but she didn't expect that Fong Yiming was dead. George, are you killing people? Yuki feels terrible. Yes, he has changed. He is very cold-blooded and very strong. Ella's eyes were swollen from crying, and she said resentfully, Second sister, you once said that George's revenge is aimed at our inner weaknesses. Now, I finally understand, completely understand. I would rather George kill me or burn down this house than have him deal with the person I love the most. I will take revenge. I will definitely take revenge. Yuki remained silent after hearing this. After dealing with Fong Yiming's funeral, Ella also returned home. In the room, she looked at the cute Xiao Lingyun. Her eyes became very cold. She pounced over and grabbed Xiao Lingyun's neck. No matter how the dog moved its body or wagged its tail, she ignored it. Sister Ella, Mom is calling you. Lucas just happened to enter the room and saw this scene. He was so scared that his pupils congealed. Xiao Lingyun is Ella's favorite dog and has been with Ella for 10 years. Ella loves Xiao Lingyun even more than her own family. After he finished shouting, he found that Xiao Lingyun had been crushed to death by Ella. Ella nodded indifferently, walked out of the room, and passed by Lucas as if nothing had happened. Lucas was so scared that he dare not breathe. It seemed that Ella had gone through a lot of ups and downs, and her mood changed drastically. In the living room, Maria started scolding Ella again after seeing her, but Ella sat there with a cold expression, seemingly not caring. At this time, David and Angela also came back. Seeing Maria cursing and speaking rudely, their moods suddenly became very bad. Okay, stop scolding your kids all day long. David couldn't help but say. Maria didn't give David any face at all. It's all because of you. You never taught the children, so they ended up in this situation, especially George. It's because you didn't care about him that he went astray. Have you dealt with George now? Don't be soft-hearted. David was too lazy to argue with Maria and said calmly, the more important thing at the moment is the Yi group. Maria, you don't want your own group to fall into the hands of others, right? When you return to the Leong family, how will the Leong family look at you? Humph, relatives, no money. Who will give you face? Maria became a little nervous when she heard this. How? Is Yi group? David lit a cigarette and smoked it, frowning and saying, the situation is very bad. I made a bet with Yi Yaoxiang that the Yi group would make a profit within a month. It was supposed to be a simple thing, but it turned out to be very difficult. Yi Yaoxiang and his team have manipulated the furniture market, causing many suppliers to stop supplying us with goods. In addition, many new furniture brands have emerged in the market with lower prices and better quality than ours, and they have quickly eaten into our furniture market. Although the furniture market has been able to hold up its business during this period, when comparing profits and losses, we are actually losing money. Maria glared at him and said, how is that possible? If they offer lower prices and better quality than us, they will lose money. Even if it means losing money, Yi Yaoxiang has supported many furniture brands and would rather lose money than let us make a profit. David said coldly, this old fox is really well prepared. Maria said angrily, just wait and see. He will not be able to hold on sooner or later. Our bet is for a month. After a month, he will recover his investment in the furniture market, and the loss will be a few billion. By then, they will win, and Yi Liju will join the Yi group. Even if we sideline her, she will find a way to seize power, just like inviting a wolf into the house. So they only need to hold on for a month. Look at our Yi group. We are currently short of cash flow and cannot spare the money to fight a funding war with him. There is also the shipping business. Due to pirates overseas, several of our ships were forced to change routes. In addition, the transportation of soybeans, iron, ore, and other goods in Australia was also delayed for some reasons. If shipping is delayed for one day, it will result in a loss of hundreds of thousands or even millions, David said in a heavy voice. This old foxy Yaoxiang actually has connections overseas. This is beyond my expectation. Chapter 223. Two roads. One is George. The other is the Leong family. Maria finally realized the crisis. What should we do now? The month is getting closer and closer. There are only two ways. First, hand over the Yi group to George. This is my last trump card. Then I will win, David said lightly. No. Maria, Lucas, and Angela all spoke up and refused at the same time. Ella did not express her opinion, but her expression was cold, and it was obvious that she refused. I would rather hand over the Yi group to Yi Yaoxiang than to George, David. Give up on this idea. Maria yelled hysterically again. David secretly sighed. Maria was determined to die with George. He said, the second way is to ask the Leong family for help. Are you still asking my parents for help? Maria was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, almost bursting with fury. My parents' family has suffered so much because of our family. My second brother's promotion was blocked, and there's also a debt crisis. Oh, and Ella SMS has also affected my parents' film and television company. I can't even raise my head when I see my relatives now. And you still want my parents to pay? Do you have a conscience? David sneered when he heard this. Then hand over the Yi group to George or Yi Yaoxiang. By the way, Yi Yaoxiang's goal is my father's inheritance. Doesn't the Leong family want this inheritance? Humph, they want the inheritance, but don't want to contribute. That's a nice thought. That's how it is, Maria. You can do whatever you want. Maria looked very ugly, very ugly. She feels guilty whenever she sees Leong Quan now. The old man should be enjoying his old age, but he worries about her troubles every day. She felt guilty when she saw the Leong family's relatives, as if they were talking about her behind her back. I finally managed to make amends to my mother's family and use Yhandong's inheritance to make up for it, but I didn't expect that this money would be so difficult to get. Okay, I'll call home, Maria said unhappily. David reminded with a sneer, you'd better hurry up. Besides, Yi Yaoxiang doesn't know about George yet. If he knew, it would be troublesome for him to cooperate with George. At this time, Yi Yaoxiang was also chatting with his daughter Yi Liju. From the current perspective, everything was developing as they expected. Be careful of David. He may do something desperate. Yi Yaoxiang crossed his legs, smoked a cigarette, and looked deep in his eyes. The time for the inheritance to be announced is approaching. The more critical the moment, the more careful we must be. Dad, Uncle David agreed very readily at the beginning, and he must have a backup plan, so I have been looking into it, and I actually found something interesting. Yi Liju smiled and said, do you remember George? Remember, David, his son, doesn't seem to have much future. Yi Yaoxiang said indifferently. No, George is the most powerful one in the Yi family. I checked the news in Yuhai City. Many scandals caused by the Yi family were caused by George. Yi Liju was a little excited. Moreover, George is currently the richest man in Yuhai City, with a net worth of 60 billion. He owns many industries, including real estate, clothing, catering, electronics factories, etc. What? Yaoxiang was shocked and sat up straight. I've heard of this duo. It's very famous. It's said that it will be listed soon, and its market value will reach 100 billion by then. Yi Liju nodded. I was also very surprised when I found out. Not only can duo, but also several industrial parks and popular real estate projects in the provincial capital are related to George. He holds a large number of high-quality assets. In the future, he will definitely be among the top 50 richest people in the South. Wow, my cousin is amazing. Even Angela and the others can't compare to him. Yi Yaoxiang suddenly thought of something, and his face was filled with worry. This George started from scratch and became a capital tycoon. There must be someone helping him behind the scenes. Perhaps this is the backup plan left by David. Yi Liju knew what her father was worried about and smiled. Not necessarily. I have found out many things. George is against Uncle David's family. George has caused Uncle David's family a lot of trouble, and he is also dealing with the Liang family in the provincial capital. Yi Yaoxiang's eyes lit up. If they are not together, it will be good for us. We should try to pull George into our camp. Even if it is not possible, let George not help David. George knows the most about Yi Yhandong's inheritance. One of the mysterious figures is called Chun Chi Tai. He once accompanied Yi Yhandong to conquer the provincial capital, and he is currently in charge of the inheritance. I think I will go meet George and find out the whereabouts of Chun Chi Tai from him. Yi Yaoxiang suddenly sneered, was silent for a few seconds, and said meaningfully, Li Zhu, I am suddenly also very interested in George's industry. Perhaps his industry is richer than Ye's group. Yi Li Zhu guessed her father's intention and frowned to remind him, Dad, let's wait until we get to the Yi group before we discuss this matter. Don't alert George and cause him to be disgusted. It will be troublesome if he ends up with David. George hasn't been very busy lately. All projects in the group are developing in an orderly manner, especially Tianjin Entertainment, which is developing very fast. Several movies invested by it have already been released in theaters. Of course, due to its lack of background in the entertainment industry, the release schedule is very poor. In addition, Kandoaduo is also preparing for listing. As for the listing models, Olivia has already introduced several, such as dual-class share structure, joint action agreement, etc. In short, after Kandoaduo goes public, the final decision-making power still lies with George, which prevents capital from controlling the entire Kandoaduo. While preparing for the IPO, George was indeed very relaxed. So he accompanied Olivia to the movies. Brother, we have started to develop our own mobile phones. In addition to chip technology, we also have network communication technology. Once successful, it will definitely be protected by the state apparatus. Short videos are also developing quietly. Although they are not as good as Kandoaduo, they have good prospects, especially the algorithm proposed by my brother. Yu Gong, Wang Wei, and others have almost cracked it. As for Ella, I feel like she's turned evil. After Fong Yiming's death, she has become much calmer. I think she will seek revenge, and she is much more ruthless than Lily and Yuki. Even on a date, Olivia is reporting on her work. Okay, Xia, let's just go on a date and not talk about work. George didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Professional habit. Olivia giggled. Then the movie started, and the two followed the crowd into the screening hall. The movie being played today was also from Tianjin Entertainment. The two bought popcorn and ice cream and ate while watching. Speaking of which, George has been busy ever since he left the Yi family and rarely has such a leisurely time. After the movie started, they both laughed happily at the funny scenes. Olivia finished her ice cream early and even stole a bite of George's. A middle-aged couple nearby saw this scene and shook their heads helplessly. However, they're also envious. They were so sweet when they were dating, but after they got married, they were overwhelmed by life and forgot the beauty of their initial love. George was taking popcorn while watching, and he pinched a white and tender little hand in the paper bucket. Turning around, he saw Olivia was also taking popcorn, and their hands ended up being grasped together. Chapter 224. I promise that I am a qualified opponent. The two looked at each other and smiled. George even took the opportunity to touch her a few more times. Olivia blushed immediately and quickly pulled her hand back. Even though it was dark in the cinema and no one could see them, and there was no time to see them, Olivia still felt very shy. In every corner of the movie, Chi-Dan and others guard silently, trying not to disturb George, allowing George to live an ordinary life. In fact, if the audience knew that there was a billionaire hidden here, they probably wouldn't be in the mood to watch the movie. After the movie ended, George and Olivia took the subway home like ordinary people, enjoying the daily life. At this time, a phone call came in. George took it. He frowned slightly and hung up. Brother, is there something wrong with the group? No, it's a woman named Yi Li Zhu who is looking for me. Ignore her for now. Let's go for a walk in the park. Let's go back and visit the park anytime. Olivia pulled George off the bus halfway. George was a little depressed. People said that the park was a good place to fall in love, and he was just about to give it a try. He had no choice but to go back to Tianjin Group with Olivia. After entering the office, George told the bodyguard to bring Yi Li Zhu in. Yi Li Zhu was seen walking into the office wearing a well-fitting suit and red high heels. She looked capable and fashionable. Cousin, this is the first time I see you. Yi Li Zhu greeted George with an exquisite gift in her hand and placed it on the desk. Ms. Yi, I have severed my relationship with the Yi family, so it would be better if you call me Mr. Yi. George asked someone to make tea, and then asked Yi Liju to sit down. Yi Liju nodded politely and sat down gracefully. Of course, she was still very surprised. Although it was her first time meeting George, she had heard about him. She remembered David saying that George was very honest and timid. But now George gave her the feeling of being calm and composed, like an elegant young nobleman or a capitalist tycoon who had experienced the ups and downs of the business world for many years. Originally, Yi Liju thought of several ways to meet and talk, but she killed them all because she realized that beating around the bush and making innuendos when dealing with a man like George would have a worse effect. Mr. Yi, your business is huge. A man who can manage a business worth tens of billions must be very remarkable, so I won't beat around the bush. Yi Liju took a sip of tea and said, I think Mr. Yi should know why I'm here. I know, you just want me to stop interfering in the affairs of the Yi group. George said lightly. Yi Liju smiled. Mr. Yi is indeed a smart man. Of course, the story between you and the Yi family is widely spread. I don't need to check to know. Since you are opponents, then the enemy of my enemy is also my friend. To be honest, David and I seem to be relatives, but as for the wealthy families, it is very common to kill each other for the sake of profit. So, our opponents are also David's family. We are in the same boat. After that, she continued to talk about George's affairs in the Yi family, adding fuel to the fire and stirring up discord. Of course, these words were spoken very subtly, so as not to offend George. George listened patiently, and after he finished, he smiled and said, I have a feud with the Yi family, and I like to solve it myself, not alliances, so I'm sorry. He knew that Yi Liju was a cruel and ruthless person, and she had caused a lot of trouble to the Yi family in her previous life. Moreover, Yi Yaoxiang's family is rich, but their power in the south is weak. The reason they can fight against the Yi family is because they have formed an alliance with others. The other party is Quanxin Group. Mr. Yi, you are not being righteous. Since you are hostile to the Yi family, why don't you take action? Are you planning to wait for the Oriole to come after you? Yi Liju is not a fool either, she said with a smile. What? You still want to force me onto the boat? George's fingers tapped the table rhythmically, and the sound gradually became colder. Okay, I'm just suggesting that as long as Mr. Yi doesn't team up with David to deal with us, that's enough. Yi Liju did not dare to press him too much and asked again, Mr. Yi, have you heard of Chen Chi Tai? I've heard of him. He was my grandfather's most capable assistant back then. As expected of Mr. Yi, you know such a secret. Do you know what the inheritance is and how it is divided? No matter how it is divided, everything will be decided by my grandfather. I will not interfere, nor will I say too much, and I will not violate my grandfather's wishes. Okay, I have another question now. My grandfather, Yi Jinan, also wants to meet Chen Chi Tai. Can you introduce him to me? Yi Liju moved out of Yi Jinan in order to get in touch with Chen Chi Tai first and take action on the inheritance issue. George knew her intentions and said with a smile, I really can't help Uncle Chun. When the time comes, he will come back by himself. To tell you the truth, I haven't seen him either. Mr. Yi, I came here today to talk to you sincerely, but you don't agree to this or that, which is not good. Yi Liju's fingers, with bright red nail polish, slid along the edge of the teacup. She was a little unhappy and felt that she was too easy to talk to. At some point, she should put some pressure on George. We made our fortune in the coal mines in the north. The competition in the coal mining industry is fierce. Murder, arson, and the extermination of entire families are commonplace. There are few coal bosses who have clean hands, but there is nothing we can do about it. For the sake of money, we have no choice. Yi Liju seemed to be talking to herself, but her words were full of threats. George smiled faintly and said, Who has clean hands when doing business? If you choose this path, you should be mentally prepared to face the bloody storm. Miss Yi, you don't think that I, Yi, can become the richest man in Yuhai City by doing charity. Well, how can I put it? I won't interfere with your fight with David, but if you want to drag me down, I promise. I guarantee 100% that I am a qualified opponent. His last sentence was also sharp and powerful. Hee, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's talk about something else. Yi Liju heard the threat and immediately smiled to ease the embarrassment and started chatting with George about the Yi family. An hour later, George's conversation with Yi Liju ended. After Yi Liju left, George leaned back in his boss chair and thought about something. He was not actually surprised by Yi Liju's arrival and her thoughts. Moreover, Yi Yaoxiang and his friends' ambitions were not just for the Yi family, but also for George's Tianqian group. These were all guessed by George based on Yi Yaoxiong and the others' personalities. A few cold bosses dare to stir up trouble in the South. It seems that we need to remind them who their opponents are and who they are not to be provoked. George tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table and called Qi over. Chapter 225. It can be done perfectly and is impossible to guard against. At this time, in a villa somewhere in the provincial capital. Li Zhu, what's wrong? Yi Yaoxiong looked at Li Zhu, who had just sat down, and asked expectantly. That guy is very cunning. He only promised not to interfere in our affairs, but he firmly refused to cooperate with us. Perhaps he realized that if he cooperated, he would become a pawn to deal with David. Dad, George is much more difficult to deal with than I thought. He has money and some connections. It's difficult for us to force him to cooperate. Most importantly, we have just started to develop in the South, and many resources are not yet in place. As for Chun Shitai's matter, he is also very tight-lipped. Yi Lizhu took a sip of red wine and said, "This little bastard is so bold." Yi Yaoxiong was furious. To be honest, I'm more interested in Tianqin Group than Yi Group. Yi Group's market value is only 30 billion, while Tianqin Group is already 60 billion. Dad, let's talk about this after we get Yi Xindong's inheritance. Anyway, our current opponent is not George, but David and the Leong family. Yi Lizhu reminded him, and then went back to her room to wash up. As soon as she entered the room, her beautiful eyes focused, and she shouted, Dad, come here quickly." When Yi Yaoxiong heard the shouting, he ran over quickly and saw a bloody piece of clothing and a USB flash drive on the bed in Yi Lizhu's room. "Go check it out." Yi Yaoxiong immediately called for bodyguards. The bodyguard picked up the USB drive and inserted it into the computer, only to see a large amount of videos, data, etc. in it. Some of the data recorded that when Yi Jinan was working in the coal mine, all the workers who worked with him died. Not just one, but as many as 49. Yi Yaoxiong and Yi Lizhu looked at it seriously, gritting their teeth. Of course they know the secret hidden here. Yi Jinan killed someone in the South and fled to Jin City. Later, he specialized in deceiving young people who had just entered the society and honest people, and brought them to work in the mines. Both parties pretended to be relatives and then killed these young people and honest people. In this way, he deceived the mine owners and lived on the compensation money. At that time, he killed many people, accumulated the first pot of gold, and then entered the coal mining industry. They didn't expect that something that had been buried for so many years would be dug up. Although these evidences cannot prove that Yi Jinan had killed anyone, the fact that as many as 49 workers around him had died would inevitably arouse suspicion if the news was reported to the police station. Who got these things? Our bodyguard team was brought from Jin City. They're all professionally trained. How could this person get past them and reach your room? Yi Yaoxiong felt a big hand covering the sky above his head. This is like covering the sky with one hand. It's George's warning. Yi Lizhu's face changed, and she guessed something. Just now, I threatened George and Tianqin Group, so George gave us a warning. George? He's so awesome. Yi Yaoxiong was shocked. He was not very familiar with George, but he did not expect this boy to be so terrifying. If George wanted to kill them, it was done perfectly, and they couldn't defend against it. Moreover, George also dug up their affairs in Jin City. This method is too exaggerated. Dad, let's not get involved in George's affairs. In short, we must not become his enemy before we know the whole story. Yi Lizhu should be cut off immediately. Yi Yaoxiong nodded and was about to say something when a phone call came in from a mysterious phone number. But Yi Yaoxiong knew what this number symbolized. It was an extremely huge capital giant. The reason they were able to deal with Yi Group's shipping business overseas was precisely because of the help of this giant. Don't deal with Tianqin Group. The other party only said one sentence and then hung up the phone. Yi Yaoxiong swallowed his saliva frantically. Even his boss behind the scenes ordered him to do so. Only now did he realize how terrible George was. Dad, George is also dealing with David. But does David know George's power? Does he know? Does he understand? With George's power, killing the Yi family is like a piece of cake. It seems that George is not waiting for the right time to deal with the Yi family, but is playing tricks on the Yi family and leading them into hell step by step. Yi Lizhu thought of something extremely crucial, and her face turned as pale as a corpse. After listening to this, Yi Yaoxiong pursed his lips tightly. David sighed. The whole family was waiting for the Leong family's reply. Not long after, Maria walked out of the room happily. My parents have agreed. No matter how much money Yi Yaoxiang and his family invest, they will follow. As expected, they still have to rely on my parents. After saying that, he looked at Lucas and Angela. Xiao Su, Angela, remember, Grandpa and Grandma have helped us a lot. We must not forget this kindness and must repay them well in the future. David immediately poured cold water on him. Help? It's all for my dad's inheritance. It sounds so nice. David, shut up. My parents are not that kind of people. Besides, do you think your uncle's family is that good? They are here for the inheritance. Maria was irritated again and cursed fiercely. You are such a heartless person. My parents have helped me so much, and you can't even say thank you? Now for our family. I have endured so much pointing and looking down on me from my parents' house. People like Cayenne and Howard are complaining behind my back, saying that my parents are partial to me. David sneered and was too lazy to argue. In his opinion, Maria always talks about her parents' home and always brings all the benefits to her parents' home. Whoever marries such a woman will be unlucky. Mom, Grandma's family is planning to take action again. As long as we survive this crisis, we can deal with George, right? Lucas was also very happy at this time. Maria snorted coldly. Of course, in fact, as long as your grandfather's inheritance is distributed, we can take action. He won't be proud for long. Lucas immediately clenched his fists excitedly, and Ella, who had been silent all this time, also had a cold light in her eyes. Mom, let me call my brother. We haven't talked about the past for a long time. Lucas has always been resentful about the last time he was forced to go to jail. Don't alert the enemy. Maria gave a warning, but did not stop Lucas. In her opinion, even if George knew, he could not change the outcome of the Leong family's treatment of him. Moreover, she had not had any contact with George in recent times, and the repressed resentment in her heart was growing stronger and stronger, and she had to release it. Don't hit me. At this moment, Angela just came back and immediately stopped Lucas. Lucas didn't listen to her. He was polite to Angela on the surface, but actually their relationship was very bad behind the scenes. It was no longer the same as when they were children. Xiao Su, go ahead and fight me. After the fight, I want to see how you end it. Angela saw that Lucas ignored her and immediately snorted. I just found out that Yi Lizhu went to see George last night, and Yi Lizhu had dinner with me a few days ago, and she also mentioned George casually. Chapter 226. Our family depends on George's mood. Think about it. In Yi Lizhu's opinion, George is just the most useless son of the Yi family, timid and honest. Why would Yi Lizhu suddenly mention him? This means that Yi Lizhu already knows about George's affairs. Maybe she knows part of it, or maybe she knows all of it. So, I guess Yi Lizhu is looking for George to discuss cooperation. When everyone heard this, their faces changed drastically. Although they have the Leong family as their backing and are not afraid of George, it will be troublesome if George helps them when they gamble with Yi Yaoxiang. If George knew about Yi Yaoxiang, he would not give up the opportunity to deal with us. David's face turned pale, and he looked at Lucas excitedly. Xiao Su, hurry up. Hang up the phone. Hurry up. Lucas was holding the phone in a daze, and there was a beeping sound from it. Generally speaking, no one in Yi family can get through to George on the phone, so Lucas was just trying his luck. But this time, George actually answered the call. Lucas, you looking for me? A magnetic voice came, as if coming from the abyss beneath the earth. Everyone in the Yi family shuddered. For some reason, they felt that the voice was very terrifying, as if it was the voice of the king of hell. Brother, I dialed the wrong number, I'm sorry. Lucas said in a cold sweat, and quickly hung up the phone. Fortunately, Angela came back in time. If she had been a step later, if he had offended George on the phone, George would have been so angry that he might have cooperated with Yi Yaoxiang. Lucas, you almost ruined everything. David couldn't help but scold. You guys, when can you be more generous and calm? You are so proud of a small achievement. This is why you can't compare to George. He seemed to be scolding Lucas, but in fact he was also looking at Maria and scolding her as well. Maria naturally noticed it, but for the sake of Yi Group, she still endured it. But I just feel very sad and angry. Especially Angela's next words made her anger reach its peak. Angela sighed and said in a very sad tone, Since when did we as a family have to do things according to George's mood? In this case, not only Maria, but also David would feel uncomfortable. In the Yi family, George was the most insignificant person. No one ever cared about his opinions and feelings. Now, the whole family has to care and is afraid that George will be unhappy. so they have to coax him. What a humiliation. David sighed secretly in his heart, looked at everyone, and said, if George cooperates with Yi Yaoxiong, we will be attacked from all sides. Let me go talk to him and find out what he has to say. What's there to talk about? If he wants to cooperate, then cooperate. My family is not afraid of him. Maria snorted coldly. It's really against the will of heaven. As parents, we still have to see what our children say. It's against the will of heaven. Kylie, it's just a period of time. As long as my father's inheritance is in place, there will be no need. Why are you so excited? David said calmly. Besides, if George really cooperates with Yi Yaoxiong, we can also make preparations in advance. Even if George has the idea of cooperating, I also hope to help him give up this idea. After saying that, he looked at Angela and said, Angela, come with me. Dad, I'm not going. Angela doesn't want to see George at all now. David had no choice but to look at Lucas, but before he could say anything, Lucas shuddered. Dad, I have to go to Rian's house tomorrow, so I don't have time. David sighed secretly. His children were all scared by George, especially Angela, who used to be the most influential person in the Yi family, but now she looked like a ghost. Then he looked at Maria and finally shook his head. Maria, if she goes, things will only get worse. Dad, I'll go with you. At this time, Ella spoke lightly. David was a little surprised. In his impression, Ella was kind, timid, and very afraid of George. He felt that Ella seemed to have grown up, become more mature and calmer. Just change your clothes and go. David changed into a clean set of clothes and asked his secretary to make an appointment with George. Next, he called Aunt Wong and Uncle Fu to set off together. He was afraid that George would not give them face, so he asked Wong Ma and the others to follow him. Of course, he felt very bitter in his heart. As a biological father, he wanted to see his son, but he could not even give them as much face as Wong Ma and the others. It's so frustrating. If Yi Yaoxiong hadn't put too much pressure on them, he would never have wanted to ask George for help. And this is not the first time I've asked for help. The last time I did, I was ridiculed and suffered psychological trauma. Sure enough, with Aunt Wong and Uncle Fu there, the appointment was very successful, and they went straight up to see George. By the way, this was also David's first time going to the chairman's office of Tianshan Group. After entering, he was also shocked by the luxury of the office. And as far as he knew, the Tianshan Group headquarters in the provincial capital was even better than this one. Ella came. She had a gloomy face and murderous intent in her eyes. In fact, she didn't know why she came. However, her heart told her that she must come. And she also had a lot to ask George. Aunt Wong and Uncle Fu were arranged to meet in another reception room. After coming back, they both changed into branded clothes from head to toe, wore famous watches, and carried many gifts. This made David feel sad. When will George be able to be so filial to him? George followed Wong Ma and the others in, and after coming in, he looked at David and Ella with a smile. Annie Wong, wait for us outside. David gave a warning, then looked at George and smiled. George, me? Mr. Yi, it's very rude to call someone by their first name. George sat down in the boss chair and made himself some tea. David was secretly embarrassed and changed his words. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry to bother you today. I'm glad you can meet us in your busy schedule. I have to say that your office is really luxurious, and that 5-meter-high ship with gold on it is so beautiful. Mr. David, you're not allowed to move anything in my office without my permission. Do you understand? George is still making tea with his head down. But why do these words sound so familiar to David? He remembered that when George went to his office for the first time as a child, he was also curious and touched everywhere. And then David scolded George like this. Today, the situation has changed, and it is his turn to be scolded by his son. Also, please don't say polite words. I'm tired of hearing flattering words. Just fart and say what you want to say. George took a sip of tea. David's face froze. Indeed, he wanted to say many flattering words. George, let me ask you, did you kill Fong Yiming? Ella, who had been silent all the time, finally spoke and even stood up. Ms. Ella, everything needs evidence. If you don't have any evidence, it's slander. Be careful, or I'll sue you for defamation. George said lightly. Ella walked quickly to the big class desk, slapped her hands on the desk, leaned forward, and asked, George, you dare not admit it if you dare do it? Answer me. Chapter 2:27 David. Human nature cannot stand the test. Ms. Ella, if you have evidence, you can sue me. If not, please respect the decision of the judicial department. George didn't even look at her. George, you killed someone. You killed someone so badly. I never thought you could be so bad. Ella's face was full of resentment. When I saw Fong Yiming's body, do you know his expression? It was fear, discomfort, and pain. He was drowned by the sea water and was locked in the car, watching the sea water submerge him little by little. He had no way out, and no one could save him. Do you know the kind of pain? George finally looked up at Ella and said, Ella, the reason you came here today is actually to hear me admit it myself. Are the recorders and cell phones in your pocket ready? Ah, what a boring trick. Okay, I'll admit it to your face. I was the one who killed Fong Yiming. How about that? Do you think you can convict me just by recording it? When the police arrest someone, they need a complete chain of evidence, such as the motive for the murder, the method of murder, the evidence of the murder, etc. You want to convict someone based on a recording? You are too naive. Besides, do you think you can take your recording out of my territory? These few words froze Ella's anger on her face. Indeed, she was angry on purpose, just to record George's criminal evidence. But she didn't expect that it would take so many things to convict a person. Obviously, since George dared to admit to the murder, the evidence would have been completely destroyed. I don't believe it. There is no perfect crime in this world. The law is long and wide, and nothing can escape it. Ella gritted her teeth and yelled. George nodded coldly. Yes, the law is long and wide, and nothing can escape it. When Fong Yiming killed someone, why didn't you tell him this? Only you were allowed to kill people, but not others to take revenge. Also, you just said Fong Yiming was drowned in the sea water, fear, discomfort, and pain. I'm sorry to tell you that I've experienced what he went through, and I almost drowned at the time. I feel that more deeply than you do. So what qualifications do you have to say these things? Ella's pupils trembled violently, as if she had been slapped by George. David was secretly shocked as he listened to the conversation between the two. Has George already reached the point of killing someone? Although he knew that when a person's financial resources reach a certain level, his hands would definitely be dirty. This is true for any capital tycoon or tycoon, but he still couldn't accept it and couldn't imagine it. George, who used to be timid and honest, would become a cold-blooded and ruthless superior. Of course, after being surprised, he felt secretly bitter. Wasn't this something they forced out of him? Ella, have you had enough of your nonsense? David suppressed his shock and knew the most important thing. You can't take the recorder out of your pocket. George is your brother. Don't hurt him. Dad me. Ella did record the message, and although it might not be useful, she still held on to her last hope. Hand it over, David said coldly in a tough manner. I was wondering why you took the initiative to ask to come here. So you have a purpose. I don't care what you want to do, but you must not bring trouble to the family. Ella bit her lip, finally took out the recorder from her pocket, and placed it on the table. George looked at Ella's actions calmly. What surprised him was that Ella didn't cry at all. It seemed that she had matured a lot. I remember that Yuki and Ella were the same. They would cry for no reason, crying and crying. It was so annoying. George stared at Ella and said, Ella, I know you want to kill me. Let me show you a way. The only way you can have a chance is to marry into a wealthy family. Ella didn't say anything. She actually knew that the Yi family could not deal with George. Maybe she would have a chance if she married into a wealthy family. But she didn't believe that George would be kind enough to give her any advice. Mr. Yi, I came here today to ask you something important about Yi Yaoxiang and Yi Lizhu. At this time, David stated the purpose of today. George smiled and said, You are worried that I will cooperate with Yi Yaoxiang. Don't worry, I have not agreed to cooperate with them. Real. David's eyes lit up. I don't need to lie to you, and you don't have the qualifications to do so. George said calmly. Of course, not cooperating doesn't mean I won't deal with you. It's just that I don't need them. David was completely relaxed and said with a smile. In fact, they came here with great force and were well prepared. Their purpose is to take your grandfather's property. I have thought about it a lot. When a Yi family can no longer hold on, they will hand over the Yi group to you. You're the last trump card to deal with them. In short, the property left by your grandfather must not be left to your uncle. George laughed. Haha, I can't leave it to my uncle, but I can leave it to the Liang family, right? That's not what I meant. If I want to keep it, I'll leave it to the children of the Yi family. David shook his head. George immediately said, Then did you leave it to me? You were just saying it. When the time comes that you are at your wit's end, you still won't leave it to me. I can guarantee this. David, put away your thoughts. Since you divorced Lin Huashin, you have no intention of leaving anything for me. You regard me as the final trump card to deal with Yi Yaoxiang and others. but it is just your self-consolation. Of course, I don't have any extravagant hopes, because even if you leave the Yi family to me, I won't want it. David frowned, gritted his teeth, and squinted his eyes and said, if the Yi group is left to you, are you willing to put aside all grudges and celebrate the festival? As long as you are willing, I will agree. George looked at him deeply, as if he saw through David. Haha, you are testing me. What a pity, human nature is most afraid of tests. Since you said so, of course I agree. As long as you leave the Yi group to me, 100% to me, I will let go of the grudges with the Yi family. I will no longer seek revenge from my grandfather. I have completely let go of your bullying and abuse. Do you dare to gamble with me? Such words made David's pupils narrow and his breathing quicken. He thought George would not agree, but who knew he actually agreed? This forced him to reconsider the issue. First of all, Maria and Lucas would not agree, and the Leong family would be even less willing to agree. The Leong family has invested so much in the Yi family. How could it go to waste? At that time, the Leong family and Lucas would hate themselves to death. Secondly, after George owns the Yi group, will he really not target the Yi family? Will he target David? Very suspenseful. David himself is from a wealthy family and knows that for the sake of profit, all promises and integrity are false. Ha! You wanted to turn the tables on me, but now you've been slapped in the face. You don't even dare to gamble with me. Seeing that David didn't say anything, George couldn't help but burst out laughing, mocking David's pretended magnanimity and pretended family affection. David, human nature is most afraid of tests. Among wealthy families, it is not uncommon for children to kill their parents in order to obtain the inheritance of the older generation. By the way, in order to completely take control of the Yi group, didn't you also acquiesce to Maria and the others to force Grandpa to death? So, you understand better than anyone else. Okay, I've asked all the questions I need to ask. Someone, show the guest out. Under the urging of several bodyguards, David still felt a little unsatisfied, but he could not defend himself and could only leave in a daze. Although he got George as promised, he was also slapped hard by George, as if digging out the darkest part of his heart and making it public. This made him very uncomfortable. Chapter 228, A New Round of Offensive, Price War, Discount War, Subsidy War. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. Ms. Yi, you have to search me. Please leave your cell phone and other belongings behind. The two took the elevator to the first floor. When they were about to walk out the door, several bodyguards stopped David and his companion. David stared at the bodyguard with a dark face. You still have human rights if you do this? I am your boss Ye's father, not a criminal. Please show some respect. Sorry, you'd better do it. Otherwise you won't be allowed to leave. We'll give you 1 minute to think about it. Otherwise we'll enforce it. Several bodyguards said with expressionless faces. George, you bastard. Ella was furious because she not only recorded with a voice recorder, but also with her cell phone. Seeing that the two refused to cooperate, several female bodyguards came over, forcibly searched her, and took away her mobile phone. David was also searched and was touched from bottom to top. He felt as lowly as a dog. After both of their mobile phones were confiscated, the bodyguard compensated them with 2 latest models of mobile phones and helped them transfer the data in their mobile phones. George is so disrespectful. David took the new phone and left cursing. Chi-Dan looked at the 2 people who were leaving and said calmly, Bossy said that he would not cooperate with Yi Yaoxiang. This is the price you have to pay. Be content. I will make you suffer a little in exchange for the guarantee of your industry. You should be happy. After returning home, David no longer cared about George's humiliation and took Lucas and Angela to join the group's business. Although it seems simple as long as the Yi group wins, as long as it makes a profit. In fact, the Yi group has huge expenses. Even if they make money, they have to make up for the expenses. In addition, with the obstruction of Yi Yaoxiang and his daughter, it is difficult to make a profit. Yi Yaoxiang's Baijin Mining has launched a new round of offensive, engaging in price wars and discount wars, and is frantically devouring our furniture business. In this case, we can only follow, but once the discount war starts, it will be even harder for us to make a profit. Dad, since we are betting on profits, let's falsify the financial statements and ask the Leong family for help. Lucas and Angela were also very anxious. Xiao Su, what you can think of, can't others think of it? They control all the market data. They know exactly where we make money and where we spend money. David's face was very ugly. At present, we can only rely on the shipping business, but the shipping business is burning money. How are your grandparents doing? Angela said. They have invested $3 billion. Although they have opened up several sea routes, it is obviously not enough. Let them keep adding money, David said, gritting his teeth. Maria had been listening nearby, and when she heard the money was added, her face turned pale and her heart started beating wildly. For Yi Zhendong's inheritance, her parents' family spent all they had. She doesn't dare go home now, for fear of being criticized and complained by relatives. If Leong Yi and Leong Yi hadn't come forward to comfort everyone, the Leong family would have probably fallen out long ago. Lucas, you're the owner of the Yi group now. Call your third aunt and ask them for help. Maria didn't dare to make a phone call now, so she had to let her son go. Lucas had no choice but to do as he was told, and the Leong family replied that it would take some time to transfer the funds and they would get back to Lucas later. The Leong family was also in a meeting at this time. They didn't dare tell Leong Quan about this, as the meetings were all chaired by Leong Yi's generation. Do you want to increase investment? Why not give up? The Thad incident has disrupted many of our businesses, and we urgently need money to turn around. But all the money we have withdrawn has been used to help the Yi family. That's right. All the film and television projects we collaborated on with the Korean chaebol have been banned. We also need money to manage them. How can we afford to help them? It's just that we've already helped halfway. If we stop investing now, the loss will be even greater. Everyone started speaking one after another. Leong Yi narrowed her eyes and said dissatisfiedly, "How come Baijin Mining has such abundant funds? Don't they feel bad about continuing to burn money? As far as I know, they have burned through nearly 10 billion. Leong Yi said calmly, "Baijin Mining is backed by a coal boss and has always had abundant funds. The strange thing is that they seem to have connections in the south and other places, and someone is secretly cooperating with them. Most importantly, we can't find out who it is." She twirled the pen in her hand and shook her head, saying, "If we continue to fight like this, I'm afraid both sides will suffer losses. But the current situation is not something we can retreat at any time. Only by obtaining Yi Zhendong's inheritance can all the losses be made up." After saying that, he looked at Leong Yi, who had been silent the whole time. "Second brother, what do you think?" Leong Yi was smoking quietly. Seeing everyone looking at him, he asked, "Where's George?" How did he react? George. Everyone has been fighting against Baijin Mining and has forgotten about George during this period. His Tianjin group has already established a firm foothold in the provincial capital with real estate, electronics factories, Conduo, etc. Oh, and his Conduo is preparing for an IPO, and it urgently needs money to prepare a financial profit and loss report. Leong Yi said, "Second brother, do you suspect that the company cooperating with Baijin Mining is Tianjin Group? However, David has already said that George will not participate in this money-burning war." Leong Yi shook his head. "I believe that George will not cooperate with Baijin Mining. If he really wants to take advantage of the situation, there is no need to hide it, because we have already torn our faces apart. What surprises me is that he is so quiet," Leong Yi immediately said. "Given George's personality, he is sitting on the mountain watching the fight between the tigers and conserving his own strength. That guy is very cunning." Leong Yi exhaled a puff of cigarette. "But at this time, shouldn't it be better to kick someone when he's down? Doesn't he know that once the Yi family and the Leong family have caught their breath, they will definitely deal with him? Strange, really strange." He looked at Leong Yi again. "Is the legacy left by Yi Zhendong really worth tens of millions? If not, we have worked in vain. All the money has been used to fight against Baijin Mining, which has benefited other low-level businessmen and ordinary people." Leong Yi nodded. "According to Maria, there should be some. There are several funds abroad, and they are worth a lot of money." Leong Yi added, "I hope this news is true. And the man named Chun Chi-tai, haven't you found him yet? He is in charge of Yi Zhendong's inheritance, and he is the only one who knows the details of the inheritance. I looked for him, but he was abroad and couldn't be found," Leong Yi said helplessly. "Besides, Yi Yaoxiang is also looking for it, but he also failed. Second brother, just tell us whether we should continue to invest money. Vote now. We have already fought this far. If we quit halfway, the loss will be even greater." Leong Yi stuffed the cigarette but into the ashtray and said fiercely, 30 billion is the dividing line. If it exceeds this amount, we will withdraw immediately. Although there will be losses at that time, it will not affect the foundation of the Leong family. So below 30 billion. We will play with them. Okay, throw. Leong Yi immediately wrote with a big stroke. The Leong family's industries at home and abroad are gathering funds and pouring into the Yi group. For the shipping routes that have been blocked, we use US dollars to pay the pirates directly and ask them to let the cargo ships pass. Looking at the furniture market again, let alone discount prices, they're directly giving subsidies to second-tier agents, etc., just to drive Beijing mining out of the furniture market. This is like killing in a rage. Yi Yaoxiang also noticed David's crazy counterattack. Damn it, the Liang family is perverted. They spent so much money, they violated the rules. Yi Yaoxiang, the coal boss, is also anxious. Chapter 229, Dad's inheritance has finally arrived. Yi Lizhu has been looking at the report after the market research and said seriously, I never thought that the Liang family would pay so much money for the Yi family. This gambling has been messed up for a long time, and the rules are also messed up. They just want to prevent us from entering the Yi group. Dad, we have no choice. If you withdraw, all our plans will be disrupted. We have no choice but to follow up.